Good afternoon, everybody. Hope everybody's doing. Why does this keep switching? All of a sudden, my banner always wants to come down, and it goes on a timer, and I don't want it to. How's everybody doing? I was not planning on going live today. Is there people in the chat? Let's see. Holy cow, Alfonso, what up, brother? Oh shit, we got Crazy Joe, we got Kiki's in the house, Mimsy Limbs. Wow. What's up, everybody? I was just sitting there talking to everybody, and I was like, oh shoot, Trump's doing something. Let's have a reason for us to all get together and talk our stuff. So he's live right now as we speak. I'll go ahead and just put it on. And I don't really think I'm gonna be on very long today. I think I'm just gonna try to do this and call it. I don't know. We'll see. But let's see what he has to say. Oh shit, we got Candy too. Marmar says hello. He's eating right now as usual. I had to get him fed real fast. Let's go. What is this? No. All right, here we go. Sound.
Presidential Gold Guide today, 888-617-7994. Ask how to eliminate annual IRA fees permanently for life. Visit rsbnforthegold.com. That's rsbnforthegold.com for more details on how you could do just that, whether it's properties to generational wealth. You have to make sure that you're not relying solely on paper money. We know that the dollar has gone down in purchasing power by over 40%. Two banks failing alone this year, and every professional in this
is about to pop in at any time.
Monetary gold. rsbnforthegold.com. Thank you for sponsoring us on the right side of history. As President Trump yesterday, not only did the President Trump accounts,
he's about to come on in a minute. I'll read the chat. The weather here is 28 degrees and there's snow on the ground. But I'm not going to lie. If it's going to be that cold, I kind of like seeing snow. So it doesn't bother me. There's no snow like in the roads or the sidewalks. It's just on the grass and trees. So it's kind of pretty. Not going to complain. All right, here it is, guys.
His 250th anniversary. The Dells are announcing today that they are giving 25 million American children $250 each to save and to invest in their personal Trump account.
We are super excited to announce our $6.25 billion gift to 25 million American children.
When children have a future that they can see is worth saving for, then that will help build hope and opportunity and prosperity for generations to come.
We are going to make sure that all American families have a stake in the success of the United States of America.
We're just getting started. Today is day one. This is an extraordinary contribution, but it's the beginning of a drumbeat you're going to hear for the next 6 months leading up to the 250th anniversary of the country. I don't think there's anybody in the country who won't have heard about this.
And this will be one of the many marquee achievements of the Trump administration.
Some other breaking news other than these great Trump accounts.
Hold on, guys.
Databases that will include non-citizens and citizens alike. So we'll watch as that story develops. Also, the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said his department looking into claims of that fraud in the great state of Minnesota. It seems as if Governor Tim Walz really might be in hot water here in regards to fraud being committed benefiting Somali terror group.
If I try to go any further, we're going to miss the beginning.
It looks like the cameras are up and ready to go. We're going to send it over to the White House and President Trump.
Kristen! Oh, look at the crew in this mug. This is crazy. Love y'all.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. You all set? Well, we're talking about cafe standards, a very big deal, very important today. My administration is taking historic action to lower costs for American consumers, protect American auto jobs, and make buying a car much more affordable for countless American families and also safer. We're officially terminating Joe Biden's ridiculously burdensome, horrible, actually, cafe standards that impose expensive restrictions and all sorts of problems, gave all sorts of problems to automakers. And we're not only talking about here, we're talking about outside of our country, because nobody could do it. Nobody wanted to do it, and it was ridiculous, very expensive. It put tremendous upward pressure on car prices, combined with the insane electric vehicle mandate. Biden's burdensome regulations helped cause the price of cars to soar more than 25%. And in one case, they went up 18% in 1 year. Today, we're taking one more step to kill the Green New Scam. It's part of the greatest scam, probably, well, other than Russia, and a few others I could name. The greatest scam in American history, the Green New Scam. And it's a quest to end the gasoline-powered car. This is what they wanted to do, even though we have more gasoline than any other country by far. And people want the gasoline car. They want everything. They want electric. They want to have lots of alternatives, but they do want the gasoline car. Right now, it's leading away by a lot. The car business is a very interesting business, but we want to keep it that way. I want to thank Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, Deputy Transportation Secretary Stephen Bradbury, as well as CEO of Ford, Jim Farley.
Yo,
Jim, let's see. Hi, Jim. Congratulations. You're doing a great job. CEO of Stellantis, Antonio Filosa. Thank you very much, Antonio. Chairman of the National Automobile Dealers Association, Tom Castrida.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Tom. Great to have you. And Manager of General Motors Orient Plant, John Urbanek.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Great to have you guys here. And you're going to say a few words in a minute about how ridiculous this was, but we've just freed you up. So you're going to have a good day and have a good number of years. Thanks as well to Senator Shelley Moore Capito, Ted Cruz, Kevin Kramer, Marsha Blackburn, Eric Schmidt, and Bernie Marino, as well as Representatives Sam Graves, Vern Buchanan, Mike Kelly, Roger Williams, Lisa McLean, and Troy Balderson. All great people. These are great people. And I know there's a lot of support long beyond the people that are here. You had tremendous support on this. From day one, I've been taking action to make buying a car more affordable. I signed an executive order to end the unfair, expensive electric vehicle mandate. As you know, we had to have an electric car within a very short period of time, even though there was no way of charging them and lots of other things. It would have cost $5 trillion to build the charging plants. And as you know, in certain parts of the Midwest, they spent, to build 9 chargers, they spent $8 billion. So that wasn't working out too well. That was done before me, by the way. I wouldn't have let it go forward. We're canceling the EPA's absurd tailpipe emission standards, one of the most important things that I've never had a group of people come to me more powerfully and really just devastated that they had to do it. It was killing them than the automobile manufacturers, the tailpipe emission standards. And I can tell you, your people at Ford were coming to me all the time, and they were saying, like, please, it doesn't do anything, and it's killing us. And it's driving the cost through the roof. And we revoked Biden's emissions waiver for California so that California communists could not regulate the automobile industry and ruin the entire nation of automobiles. And they were doing that too. But we have that now under control also with your governor, who's got much more than he can control. Now, under the new rules being issued today by Secretary Duffy, the Department of Transportation will rescind the Biden economy prices. And I hate to say that because they were really not economy. They were really, they were anti-economy. They were horrible what they were doing to the costs and actually making the car much worse. But these policies forced automakers to build cars using expensive technologies that drove up costs, drove up prices, and made the car much worse. The action is expected to save the typical consumer at least $1,000 off the price of a new car, and we think substantially more than that.
Yes.
Under the Trump administration, $70 billion are now being invested in the American auto industry. Ford has announced it will invest $5 billion across its Kentucky and Michigan plants. Is that a correct statement?
That's right.
That's a lot, $5 billion. You could do more. Creating at least 4,000 new jobs. Stellantis announced it will invest $13 billion to expand its U.S.-based manufacturing by more than 50% and open new manufacturing facilities across the country. And I think a big part of that is also the tariffs. Because of tariffs, they're coming in. Not only the automobile industry, AI, we're leading China in AI, we're leading everybody in AI, we're leading everybody in everything. We have the hottest country right now. I will tell you, a lot of political people behind me, great political people, very successful political people. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world. 1 year ago, we had a dead country, and now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And it started from November 5th, but it also started when we did the tariffs, and we've had tremendous support on the tariffs. It's bringing in trillions of dollars of wealth. It's bringing in national security. And I've stopped 8 wars, and of the 8 wars, 5 of them have been because of tariffs and trade. So they're very important. And General Motors plans to invest $4 billion as it brings its manufacturing back to the United States from Mexico. After falling by 5% under Biden, U.S. auto production has surged by 10% so far this year. You know, I won the auto workers vote, but now even the head of the auto workers said Trump is the greatest president we've ever seen. And happens to be right about that. But we're protecting our auto workers, and we're making it easier for every family to afford high quality cars. In other words, we're bringing automobiles back and the manufacturing of automobiles back into this country. We lost 52% over the years, 52% of our automobile manufacturing. You see it, closed factories all over the place. Now they're all opening up. They're being, in most cases, they're being knocked down, and new ones are being built in their place. And a big beneficiary is the state of Michigan, but South Carolina, even states that didn't really do too much with the automobiles, they're opening up plants. It's been amazing. So between automobile plants, AI plants, and plants of every other nation, really every other type, including chips, we're going to have a big percentage of the chip market very soon. Not because of the CHIPS Act, which was horrible and ridiculous.
What are you saying in here, bro? It's winter. What? It was a joke, stupid.
Well, we just gave these companies billions and billions of dollars, and they just kept the money.
You stupid.
But because of what we did with tariffs, they have to build here. Otherwise, they're going to have to pay tariffs. They won't be able to do business in the United States. We are bringing. We're going to have a big percentage of the chip industry. As of about a year ago, 2 years ago, we had none. And now we're going to have a very big percentage when it all finishes out. So I'd like to ask Secretary Duffy to speak, and then Mr. Farley, and then Filosa, and Urbanik, and Castrita. And also we're going to ask some of our political leaders to speak, because let me tell you, they went out of their way. This was not easy. And people were brainwashed. This is a green new scam. And people were paying too much for a car that didn't work as well. And now they're going to have a great car that's going to be environmentally friendly, but it's going to cost you a lot less, and it's going to work great. All of the nonsense is being taken out of the cars. So, Secretary Duffy, could you say a few words?
Thank you, Mr. President. So yesterday at the cabinet meeting, the president was talking about affordability, and the way that Democrats talk about affordability is a lie. Today is a perfect example of that. So these CAFE standards used what was contrary to the law. The Congress set a rule that says you have to look at combustion engines. Biden and Buttigieg actually did an analysis using
Edge.
I'm sorry.
Edge.
Used EVs and hybrids to come up with a 62 mile an hour
Is Trump edge? Because he calls him edge. That's
per gallon standard, which I think the car companies will tell you is completely unattainable. So they spent a lot of money on technology trying to meet the unattainable standard, driving up the cost of a car, number one. And then number two, if they couldn't meet the unattainable standard, they had to trade for carbon, costing billions of dollars, and again, driving up the price of the car. So, Mr. President, what Democrats were doing, we're not making cars more affordable. They're making them less affordable. The consequence of that is going to be that more Americans can afford to buy a new car, which means they're going to be safer on the roads because of all the great new technology we have that save lives. So we'll have less death on American roads. These rules are going to allow the automakers to make vehicles that Americans want to purchase, not vehicles that Joe Biden and Buttigieg wants them to build, which is important. But also, this is important for American jobs. The more cars we sell, the more jobs we have in this country. And so this is jobs, this is freedom, and this is common sense, Mr. President. So thank you for your leadership. And I appreciate what the Senate did with the big, beautiful bill and what we've done here today. So thank you,
very much. Big, beautiful bill is it's something. It's amazing. Wait till people see the benefits and the lower taxes that they're going to have, lower regulations. So how about Ford?
No caps, fool.
Secretary, all the important lawmakers here, competitors. Today is a victory of common sense and affordability. We're very proud of Ford to be the number one auto producer in our country. 80% of the vehicles we sell here, we make in our country. And we never left, unlike many of our competitors.
Hold on, Ryan. Are you manning because Miss said something about the old body and I said your favorite?
We're the number one exporter, and we have the most auto factory. And this cafe standard that is aligned with customer demand is the right move for a lot of reasons. We were number 2 last year in EV sales. We were number 3 in hybrid, and we're the leading brand for combustion. We believe that people should be able to make a choice, as you said, Mr. President. And we will invest more in affordable vehicles. This allows us to invest in affordable vehicles made in the U.S., which we will take the lead on, and will allow us to make vehicles more affordable. So thank you for making this step.
Thank you very much. One of the other things we're doing, it's separate from this meeting, but I think everybody here would agree with it. If you go to Japan, where I just left, and if you go to South Korea and Malaysia and other countries, they have a very small car, sort of like the Beetle used to be with the Volkswagen. They're very small. They're really cute. And I said, how would that do in this country? And everyone seems to think good, but you're not allowed to build them.
Thank you, Jesse.
And I've authorized the secretary to immediately approve the production of those cars. So you'll be able to buy they really are, they're actually, some of them are really beautiful, actually. If you take a look, Honda, some of the Japanese companies do a beautiful job, but we're not allowed to make them in this country. And I think you're going to do very well with those cars. So we're going to approve those cars. Would you like to say something about that?
Well, no, just that he never stops working. So even when he's on Asian time, he's calling me at midnight in the States.
I'm always on some Asian
to
time.
clear the regulations on this, which we have. And so if Toyota or any other company wants to make smaller, more affordable cars, fuel efficient, we have cleared the deck so they can make them in America and sell them in America.
They're really nice and less expensive. And it really gives people a chance to have a car, have a brand new car as opposed to a car that maybe isn't so great. And so you car companies start thinking about that. I think it's going to be a tremendous market. Please, would you like to say something?
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great day for us at Stellantis today, because it's the day where we see CAFE regulation reconcile with real customers' demand. That's why at Stellantis we decided to invest to Jeep, Ram, Dodge, and Chrysler $13 billion in the next 4 years, increasing production by 50%, delivering to the market 5 new vehicles, and creating 5,000 additional jobs. That's because we believe what you, Secretary Duffy, and all your team is doing in this country. We believe in growth, and we are ready to invest even more. So thank you very much. Thank you very much also for this great news of the K-Cars, which we are very interested in. And we are very looking forward to work with Secretary Duffy, your team, in the future for the next steps. Thank you very much.
We'll get ready for those cars because we've already cleared the way. You can start right away.
We will. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Billy.
Thank you very much. Please.
Classic rat rod.
Thank you so much for having me. Leadership for this issue that is so important to the auto industry. I'm here representing the hard-working men and women of Olean Assembly in Michigan. The facility, our manufacturing facility there, is currently going through a retool. so that we can build additional U.S. manufactured pickup trucks and full-size sport utilities for our customers. And we're so excited about that. Thank you for your support. Secretary Duffy, thank you as well.
And this is largely coming in because of the tariff situation. We're taking in trillions of dollars, actually, trillions. And we have so many other advantages, but these great companies are coming back to the United States. They left the United States. If somebody was sitting behind this desk that knew what they were doing, that wouldn't have happened. They would have said, well, you can sell your car here, but we're going to put 100% tariff. And you would have never had the auto industry leave. Again, we lost more than 50% of our auto industry. And now it's all coming back. And I think it's coming back. Ultimately, it's going to be bigger. I believe it's going to be bigger than it was before, actually. But it's an honor to have you here. And please, would you like to say something?
President,
thank you very much.
Tom Castrator, sir. I'm the chairman of National Automobile Dealers that represent 18,000 dealers in the country, along with 3,000 heavy-duty truck dealers. And what the actions that you've done as the president and your administration is definitely going to save our customers money. And you made your promises that let the consumer buy what they want, sir, and you delivered on that. And the other thing that you delivered was your promise in the big, beautiful bill, the tax deduction on loans that had gone away some years back. And now that makes it affordable for our buyers.
I know you like it, man.
Can save money through that loan of the tax, anywhere from several hundred to several thousand. So again, sir, on behalf of all the dealers and our customers, we appreciate what you and your administration have done.
Oh yeah, Miss loves trucks. I remember playing truck songs for her, bro.
Allowing people to deduct.
I forgot.
So if you go out and buy a car, and this is for
I forgot how cool Miss was. You don't come around enough, Miss.
No matter what. They never really had deductions. You know, rich people like deductions, but middle income people were never really afforded deductions, which is very unfair. You borrow money to buy a car, you're allowed to deduct the interest.
I gotta say, Miss, you don't come around enough. You're pretty cool. You know what? You do come in though, and you do play Mariah Carey Christmas, and then dip out. I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that.
From your income tax. And I think that's going to be one of the most, in terms of your industry, I think it's going to be the biggest.
I don't know what that's meant,
maybe even bigger than cafe standards. People are going to be able to borrow money, deduct it, so it's going to cost them essentially half. They'll be,
I don't know where you're
I think
taking
it's
that,
going to
bro.
be a tremendous factory. They've never had a chance to do that before. And that's all done. That's all in the great, big, beautiful bill. So it's really terrific. I'd like to ask a couple of our political leaders to say, because you guys have done an amazing job. This was something that was going to be very tough. We had to fight lunatics to get it done, and they had no answers. You know, it's you just present them with the facts, and they just say, well, we're just not going to vote for it. They couldn't talk about it, but they didn't want to vote. I see Mike Kelly, my friend back there, who's been with me from day one, right?
Yep.
What do you have to say, Mike?
Well, you know what? I think you hit the key. Everybody's talking about the same thing. In America,
look at the way they like each other. You can see there's no hatred between these two guys.
No, as long as I beat his price, we're friends. No, you hit it right on the head. The American people have always been able to choose what they want to buy.
Right.
They don't want to be taken out of a market by people who, quite frankly, don't even drive their own car, and saying this is the way you've got to go going into the future. And say, well, you may say that, but you're not in the market. You have no idea. And I know the business we're in. At the end of the day, if you were there with me, I'd say, oh, so Mr. President, other than price, what's keeping you from taking the car home today? It's always price. And the fact that we can build a car that's affordable, that people want to buy, that's the key to it. What you've done is unlock the most ridiculous statute that ever came in with CAFE. It wasn't done by the Congress. It wasn't done. It was done by President Obama after the courts failed on it. So thank you for doing what you're doing. You're making America great again in every single way. Thank you.
Thank you. It's going to be so big for the auto manufacturers. People aren't even going to believe the impact this has. You know, Mike used
Has anybody got anything to say to this dude in the chat?
to come to my rallies all the time. And we'd have a rally. It was like 0 degrees. It was freezing everywhere. And he'd sit there without a shirt on. And I didn't need that, you know. I didn't say it was pretty, but he would sit there in the cold and he didn't mind it at all. I said, that's one tough cookie, right?
You lit it up. You know, we didn't need anything. We were there.
We had a good time. We had a lot of great rallies, right?
We did.
Pennsylvania. Please, Mr. Congressman.
Thank you, Mr. President. What I represent the dealer, but I'm a dealer, and we got some other dealers in here. But this is for the dealer, I'm a car dealer, We're going to be able to sell what the customer wants. The manufacturer's going to make what the customer wants. We've got all kinds of options to the big bill. It's going to enable people, as we talked about, to deduct payments and so forth. As we say in the business, they've never been cheaper than they are today, Mr. President. And it's going to be a great opportunity for the dealer body to sell what consumers want. And 99% of the businesses in America, small businesses, many car dealers, employ a lot of people. It's going to be a great year for us. We appreciate your leadership, and we appreciate, man, from a retail standpoint, we appreciate the manufacturers who step up and build cars.
What's going on?
Sorry, Bubba. Low cat.
He's also a very brave congressman because he was there on the baseball field that horrible day with Steve Scalise and some other people. He was hit.
Rewrite
But
it.
he took it very well. He took it very well, you're my pal.
Thank you.
Nice, great job.
Appreciate you.
Great job, appreciate it. Kevin, could you say a few words?
I mean-
Wisdom, one of the really smart economic forecasters, I will tell you, beyond an economist, he's a real forecaster. Please.
Sir, I think that there's a massive macroeconomic benefit to what we're doing today. And the way to think about it is
Everybody
that,
type one.
The car that has the
Why
best
did
gas
it
mileage
just do
that you
that?
buy
Somebody's doing,
has
you
only
know what I'm
gasoline
saying?
is a Honda that gets about 36 miles per gallon.
Don't worry.
Joe Biden wanted to make every car on average be above 50. So there's no car made in the US that you would be able to sell 2 years from now, 3 years from now under that rule, because what he wanted to do was make everybody have an electric car, as you know.
Like
But
this
here's the
night?
thing, that if
Just
everybody had
one,
an electric
dude.
car,
Like
then
this
nobody
night?
would be buying gasoline anymore, and they'd have to take all the miles that they travel and put it on the grid. And so we would have to increase the
Family
production of
reaction.
electricity in the US by
Just
25%
type one,
over the next couple
David.
of years if
Just
they had
one.
their way. And so you've really stopped a massive disruption for the economy with this. And so thanks.
That wasn't the main reason, and yet it certainly is a main reason. You wouldn't have been able to do it even if you wanted it. It's just so crazy. That was the mandate, which we ended. Troy, would you like to say something?
Great honor. Thank you. My family is a former dealer, 48 years, Chrysler Dodge dealer. And then I got into the
I was
political
gonna
world,
say.
sir. I had more fun in the dealership world, but I miss it. But I still play a big role in automobiles and grateful. I remember under President Obama, when the CAFE standards changed, as Mike brought up, and going through those challenging times at the Chrysler dealer before Stellantis came along. It was Daimler before you guys got it. So
I don't think
thank you
you
very
get
much
it,
for
Keith.
being here and making these changes.
I don't know what's
As you
going
said,
on,
that
bro.
interest on the car loan piece is big, and I know that Bernie led the charge on that in the Senate and get it into one big beautiful bill.
Really?
That really is a big deal, and people need to understand how big a deal that is.
You did a great job.
I don't think people understand how algorithms work.
Kind of like our race.
He's going to be a great congressman. I think so. Really, like us, right?
Yeah, like us.
One of my early endorsements, right?
Yes, sir.
Can we talk about it? You're right there as a man. Come here. Let me say I love you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President,
Thank
for
you.
your leadership. But the thing I've admired most, you've been in business, you've been in the battles over the years, and you're helping us lead us out. Most people that are up here have no idea about business or small business. It makes a big difference. One is. Number two is, I would just say in terms of the tax stuff we're talking about, one of the things that get missed, and I'm in Florida, Sarasota region, is the ability to deduct. Most people have a small business. They'll have
It
a
is
lawn business,
111,
this,
isn't
that,
it?
They buy a new or used truck. They
Eleven, yeah.
deduction, let's say they're a 20% tax
Not for
bracket,
her.
but the vehicle's 60 grand. They can take 20% of the 60 grand, get a $12,000 write-off. They can pay their payments for the first year. That's a powerful tool we don't talk about. I don't know why, but at the end of the day, because of what you've put in place, full expensing,
Right.
that's the tool that would use. And you could just think about all the people in Florida, just general places. They're buying old vans or new vans. They're buying trucks, mainly trucks, and they're getting a deduction. They don't even have a payment for a year.
That's right.
So it's one of the best things for
One of
Florida.
the biggest
Everybody
things
else-
in the
Yeah,
expensive.
expensing is a powerful tool. They can write the whole asset off the first year, take that deduction, put 12,000 in their pocket.
Oh, no.
20,000. Let me mention one other thing.
Listen here, you little cock boy. Listen to me. There's no freedom of speech on my channel. Take your little Kyle White ass the fuck on if you don't like it, bitch. Little cock boy. This isn't your channel, dude. There's no freedom of speech. This is YouTube, bro. This isn't the streets of America. And even then, there's not no damn freedom of speech. Do you have it in my chat? Hell no, bro. Get on, boy. Fuck boy. Kyle. The fuck, Kyle? Isn't that the J from South Park's name? Hey, Kyle. Screw you, bro.
You got into vehicles, electric cars. And I'm talking to dealers that come in and talk to me. And basically, they couldn't sell, they couldn't give away. And when these companies, or they got in because of whatever political pressure under Biden administration, and they end up realizing that they got the car's been sitting there a year. I can't get rid of it. So they don't understand the market. The people produce the vehicles, and that's made a big difference in your leadership. But thanks for what you're doing here today. It's big, it's huge. It'll make a big difference. $12,000 on a $60,000 vehicle up front day one. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
You know, we're just talking about something that's interesting. Ford would make, and I don't want to speak for Ford because we have one of the top people right here.
Mr. President, it's fine if you want to talk about Ford.
Ford would make numerous electric cars in order to sell one Ford 150 because they'd make all their money with the 150.
Yes.
And they were willing to lose money on building 2 or 3 electric cars that they couldn't sell in order to make some money on the 150 because the 150 is a monster. I'll tell you what, that no matter where you go, they love that Ford 150.
Yes.
But isn't it a ridiculous model when you have to build 2 or 3 cars that you know you're not going to be selling or not be selling for much in order to really do something that you should have the right to do, which is make a car that you want to make.
Yes.
And that the market wants, right? So congratulations on the 150.
Thank you. Best-selling vehicle in the United States.
Just saying.
Now it's 100% built in the United States.
Now it's only going to do. No, but it really is. It's amazing. It's an amazing brand.
There was a lot of stupid things done here.
What would you like to say?
Yeah, I thank you, Mr. President and Secretary Duffy and all of us. You know, one of the last times I was here is when you signed the electric vehicle CRA, Congressional Review Act, that all of us participated in, the beginning of really making common sense because it was going to impact 17 other states and really a large part of our economy. This is about affordability here. I'm just going to say one thing. Well, maybe I already said one thing. So now I'm going to say 2 things. When we talk about a car and auto, we sort of talk about just, oh, we need a car. Do you know what a car does for a family? You can take children to school, you can go to the store, you can visit your mother, you can go to church, you can have a job, you have the flexibility that you need. A car for an American family is about a roadway to prosperity.
Big deal.
It's a big deal. And so by making them more affordable, making them more choice driven by what families want and need, today is a great day for the American family.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And for the American worker. Well, thank you, Mr. President and Secretary Duffy, and to my colleagues that are here. In Tennessee, we make great automobiles, and we have a fantastic workforce. And whether you're GM or Ford,
if it could drive me from point A to point B without me touching
or
shit,
Nissan or VW or
What does that mean?
engine plant,
What does that mean?
is the components
Do I
that are
boot this
necessary
bitch?
to build these
I don't really
cars.
like it. I
And
don't
removing
like-
these standards
Hold
and
on.
making parts more
Can I just
affordable
boot this
does
ugly
mean
bitch?
that more people will purchase them, but it also means we're going to have to
Hey,
make
bitch.
more
I
cars
like you.
to meet that
Her hair's
demand.
too
And for
fucked up for
Tennessee,
me.
that is a great thing.
there it goes.
Sitting here and I'm thinking.
Hey, make it
one
long,
of the
girl.
biggest
Just
car
waiting
manufacturers in the
for it.
world. They're talking about investing billions and they're investing it as we speak, but billions and billions of dollars in our country. Thank you very much. And they're here. They're not like, well, maybe we'll do it. They're doing it because of tariffs, and they're doing it because of maybe they like the president, and we're doing things like this for them, which frankly, no matter who
here
you
you
are,
go.
this should be
Guess
done.
what, buddy?
And we're doing things like deductibility of interest
We'll
when you
make another
borrow
one.
money. To buy a car, you're allowed to deduct it from your income tax.
Dummy.
That is a massive tax cut for people that probably are going to be trying to buy that car anyway. And I really think that interest factor is going to be one of the biggest things. I was proud of that because I thought of it and it seems so simple. Other people are allowed big interest. If you're a rich person, you're allowed to have big interest deductions for different things
Oh
you
yeah,
do.
for
But
sure.
if you're a middle income person that has to buy a car, you were never entitled to anything.
Well,
And now
little,
you're getting a full interest
I think it's
deduction on
little,
the loan. And I think that's
I
going
got
to
an
have one of
idea.
the biggest impacts. But we're here with companies that are investing
I'm gonna make
tens
his
of
life
billions
fucking
of dollars
hell.
in our country as we speak. It's not going to be in 2 years.
I
3
am
years.
going to make his
A
life
lot of it's because of the expensing
hell.
provision in the bill, in the big beautiful bill. But
Don't
Did you say Dell?
a miracle is happening in our
And
country.
I love to see
It's a
your
miracle.
little
This is
fake,
just
you know
the
what,
auto
posting
industry.
anywhere I
But
see you,
we
bro.
have other industries where it's the same thing.
I'm embarrassed
They're
every
building
time.
all over our country, and this is a revolution is happening. It's a business revolution. It's a
embarrassing.
jobs revolution.
Can't even call you
It's a
boy.
car revolution. We're bringing back the car industry that was stolen from us because we have people that didn't know what they were doing sitting at this desk. They put the wrong people in because they weren't advised properly. And this is really an incredible thing that's happening. Go ahead, Kevin.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And I think in many respects, pretty much everything that could be said has been, except that I think what Kevin talks about in terms of the cascading
I'm good. How are you?
from this one single event is just the tip of the iceberg. When you think of all the rules and regulations that you have repealed, I think it's more important, frankly, than the tax cuts. However, in the Working Family Tax Cuts Act, remember, we made permanent a lot of really good policy from the first Trump era, not the least of which for small businesses is bonus depreciation, the opportunity to depreciate the year that you purchase an F-150 for your small business.
Oh, it's DB4. Okay, what up,
large
Bubba?
truck for your farm. I just think we're going to roll into 2026 and we're going to see an escalation of economic opportunity,
up,
the likes of which
DB4,
I probably
buddy?
have never seen.
I think
What's up,
nobody's ever
DB4?
seen it.
I
Nobody in
looked
the
up
world,
your
because
search history.
there's
I'm like,
never been
okay.
18 or whatever it ends up being. In 10 months, we have $18 trillion being invested. We never had $1 trillion being invested. And Biden had much less than that. Think of it. He had less than $1 trillion
Word
over
up,
4 years.
word up.
We have 18 trillion in 10 months. And it's actually as of 9 months. So there's never been anything. Eric?
Yeah,
what
Mr.
do you have
President,
to say?
thank you. And on behalf of the people of the great state of Missouri, who we actually make things from F-15s to F-47s now, thanks to you. We'll be building the F-47 and then F-150s. And those are real jobs. And we make things in Missouri. This is going to go a long way, I think, for making things more affordable for normal people. Nothing could be more American than driving a car on the highway. And this is going to make that more accessible for more people. So thanks for your leadership.
Your state's doing a great job.
Yeah, well,
I'm going to talk to you just a minute from a rural perspective,
Okay.
because these CAFE standards are absolutely unworkable in rural Missouri. We need vehicles that are practical and affordable and can haul for our small businesses, for agriculture, and it just simply didn't work. Those CAFE standards didn't work, so I applaud you, Secretary Duffy, for your hard work and what you're doing on behalf of
Tell him, miss.
rural America.
Well, it was keeping a lot of manufacturers out of
Fucking
our
A
country,
right,
too.
man.
They said, we're not going to, are you crazy? They thought, outside manufacturers thought we were absolutely insane.
You answered my
With all these
question of what I'm going to do
things.
after this.
Just made up nonsense. It was like made up. It was really made up by people that hate our country. I really believe. Does anybody else have anything to say?
I'd say about two quick things, Mr.
Oh, no,
President.
Bernie, I didn't see.
Two quick things I think are really important. So the person who sat behind this desk before you gave $7,500 in subsidies to multimillionaires who are leasing electric Rolls Royces, electric Porsches, electric Lamborghinis. We're getting $7,500 from the taxpayer. And these Democrats sit on this floor and say that Republicans are for millionaires and billionaires. We are the opposite of giving $7,500 to multi-billionaires to lease 4 electric vehicles. Number 2, because of your policies, at the beginning of the year, 51% of the cars made
What's up, T. Allen?
were made in America. 51% before you got sworn in.
I'm
Last
gonna
month,
pretend you
that
just
number was
didn't pop in and say that.
57%. We moved it 6 points, which nobody thought would be possible in 4 years.
I don't
We did it
think
in 10
anybody
months.
really cares
That's
about
something that maybe the news should cover a little bit more. And we've driven down the price of automobiles. Car prices for consumers are down before you did.
Just about everything is down. You know, this whole thing is, they use the word affordability.
Sorry to pause it again. I was gonna do maybe like a quick, like a Sheriff Grady and end it. And then I'm sitting here looking at the chat and I love it so much. I might just do the Trump trashing Biden fucking thing I had going just to see y'all go crazy.
It's a
Or see if it's the algorithm or not.
Democrat hoax.
Yeah.
They're the ones that drove
You
the
know,
prices
hit the
up.
like.
And all they do is say affordability, and you're supposed to say, oh, that means they had low prices. No, we inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. They say 48 years. Let's say that's history. I don't believe that. Biden had, because of his stupid ways and between his energy policies and his spending policies, we had the worst inflation in the history of our country. And now our prices are coming down, and they're coming down for cars, and they're coming down. I mean, did you hear yesterday when Chris Wright from Energy, the head of energy in our country, said now parts of our country, parts, it's all happening, $1.99 for gasoline, a gallon. And we have it at $2.50, $2.60. It was at $5. And that's bigger than any tax cut we could give. And, for the average family, that's considered bigger than any tax cut.
I'm just putting
the word
look,
affordability,
my
when they
body,
mention it,
if you say some dumb shit, I'm just putting you in time
I
out.
saw
to
the
my
young lady that lost last night.
Yeah,
She
I
lost
swear
by
to you not.
a lot more than they thought. And we have a great new candidate in
Duty
Congress.
boy, bro.
Really great. Matt
You got
Van
10
Epps.
seconds to
But I
think
saw last
about
night,
it.
she said, it's all about affordability, all about, they never talk about
Think
the
about
specifics.
it. You got 10
Everything was
seconds to
through the
answer
roof.
my question.
Eggs, when I
Angel.
took over, eggs were 4 times higher than they ever were. We got the prices down to
Back
the
up your
lowest level.
statement.
I mean, amazing. But they never, you got to watch, they're great con people. It's like the Inflation Reduction Act. And after they got it approved, because everybody said inflation reduction, they admitted it had nothing to do with reducing inflation. It's a con job. I think affordability is the greatest con job. They look at you and they say, affordability. They don't say anything else. Everyone says, oh, their prices were so low. No, they had the worst inflation. We had the highest prices we ever had. And now they're all coming down, including beef is coming down. Beef was up there a little bit. Our ranchers did well.
Yep.
We're going to make them do a little bit less well, perhaps. But the beef is now coming down. Coffee is now coming down. It's all coming down. And it's a beautiful thing to see. But remember this, when they use the word affordability,
that was corny.
They never say anything else. This election's about affordability. And then they go on to the next subject. It's a con job. They caused the highest prices in the history of our country, the worst inflation in the history of our country. And we're getting those prices down, and they're coming down rapidly. And you'll see those results very soon. Anybody else want to say a few words? Oh, Ted, I can't believe it.
I'm easy to miss.
It's very rare that I would miss you. Go ahead, Ted.
Well, Mr. President, I want to congratulate you on behalf of everyone here for the leadership that you're showing. And this is a victory today for consumers.
That's got to be
victory
Ted
for
Cruz.
affordability. Your critics like to say the word affordability under Joe Biden and the Democrats.
I knew, I wasn't even looking. I'm like, that's Ted Cruz. You can tell his hick Jake talks.
They put mandate after mandate after mandate on cars and trucks, and they drove the price up thousands and thousands of dollars.
I carry the Bible in my pocket. Oh, yeah, list one verse. You can't do it. Okay.
And with the actions you're taking today, and you put on top of that the one big beautiful bill, you know, most of the senators here on the Senate Commerce Committee, and on the Commerce Committee, we worked together to zero out the CAFE standards. We wrote that into the law that the CAFE standards went to zero. What does that mean? It means you can now, as a consumer, buy the car you want. It also means people's lives will be safer, because what these regulations did is they forced cars to be more expensive and made of plastic instead of steel, because you had to make them lighter to comply with these standards. So you'd get in a wreck and people would die. The results of what you're doing, you're literally saving people's lives, and you're making it where families can afford to get a new car. These actions will drop the cost of cars and trucks thousands of dollars. That makes a real difference. And I'll make one final point. You know, about half the members here are car dealers. And I will say my good friend Roger Williams out in the lobby, he tried to sell me a car, which didn't surprise me, but I just want to give props to Mike Kelly. He showed he was savvier because he tried to sell you a car, and you can afford a much nicer car than I can. So well done, Mike Roger. You just went to the wrong customer.
I was $100 cheaper.
The thing that Ted just said, it's true, plastic instead of.
Did he just say he ate $100
And people died
cheeseburger?
because of that.
No,
Plastic
$100
was
cheaper.
plastic in an auto
Oh,
accident. And it
I was like,
broke up
damn.
and people were shattered because of that crazy deal. But it's a really good point. Go ahead.
And Mr. President, I'll tell you, the Senate Commerce Committee on January 14th, we're going to have a hearing with all of the big three there and Tesla. And the entire hearing is going to focus on how your leadership has reduced the burdens on car makers. That's lowering costs, that's giving consumers more choices, and it's producing more jobs in America. And it's highlighting that's a real record of success.
Yeah, well, it's an honor. And, they were going by California. We had like 2 different countries, California and 15 that followed California, because you had 15 states follow California. And the rules from California were just like everything else. That's why people are leaving. That's why it's such a mess. There's a state with such unbelievable potential. But what they did with the car industry is incredible. And that was, the car companies didn't know what to do because they had 2 standards and you can't build 2 different cars for the same country. And what we're doing today is very big. Would anybody like to say something? Would you like to say something, my friend?
I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. And we love you, Brian.
Oh, I love you too, Mr. President. I've always said
he's a good man.
Well, I appreciate that. I've always said you've tackled the three M's: mortgage, munchkins, and marriage. You've solidified all of those.
One of Brian's favorite.
To that now. My question, I got one about consumer confidence. We just came off on the record high Black Friday.
Every time I hear dwarf,
9.1%.
munchkin, every time I hear dwarf, munchkin, elf, any of those things, you're the first one that comes to my mind, unfortunately, dude. You did that to yourself.
Biggest amount ever purchased in.
I go to fucking Tim Hortons to get some donuts, and they have those little munchkin things. I'm like, can't even eat them.
One day.
Yeah, which I think counters this.
You can't even do it, bro.
Because apparently the Americans are spending money. So I want to see, how do you view that for a consumer confidence being so high going into Christmas and going into next year? And I do have one for the auto group after you.
Yeah, I just think that we have tremendous confidence in the country. One of the things in terms of confidence, if you go back a year and a half, it's amazing. We're like into 10 months already, but you go back a little bit before the election, because after November 5th, it started changing rapidly, even though we weren't running it until January 20th. But when you look back and you look at the enlistment of soldiers, people that wanted to join the military, the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, it's like booming. It's all Space Force. But we had
Space Force?
We had the worst recruitment in the history of our country.
Space Force?
A year later,
Oh, no, Reed's here.
Recruitment.
Where's
in
Reed?
You
Yeah,
can't.
I don't know what
Reed,
Chad
getting into a top
Not
college that you
showing
wouldn't
up
get
with
in.
my
People
lawn.
want to be in the service now, and that includes.
I need to go ahead and get on the other
You
one.
couldn't hire police. You couldn't hire anybody in the Army or the Navy.
Yeah.
You couldn't get people in.
I could catch
And
you
we
guys
now have
faster
gone from
on
that
StreamYard
to
than I
record
can on
recruitment.
YouTube.
We're getting high quality people, amazing people, wanting to be in the military. They have spirit now. Call it what you want, but that's part of it. But they have great spirit now. It's a great thing. Go ahead, ask your second.
What's up, Reed?
Question. I've got a lot of close family friends in the automotive business, dealerships all across Southern California. They sent me a question to ask you. There's a thing called a mileage blocker that is installed on vehicles.
Hey, Wilson never made it off the
which
island.
alters the actual mileage driven on the vehicle, so that when you have a leased vehicle that's turned in, they're
He
losing.
floated to
thousands of
Epstein
dollars
Island is
chasing
what
down these
happened.
manufacturers. What can we do to track down these manufacturers of this illegal computer chip that's really hurting the automotive
Have
industry?
you heard about this?
Yes, sir. They can build in China and most.
Wilson floated his ass
All
to
right.
Epstein Island and has never been seen since.
That were come on out of
Okay, Reed.
They're being distributed through China.
Maybe next year.
distributors selling them online through Great Britain. Yes, sir.
Wow, that's not so good. What do you think?
Look at that.
Bernie, do you know anything about that?
It works on older vehicles and obviously, well, we got to do a better job. of
Yeah,
making
I
sure
think
it's
it's
at the border.
something, I've never heard of it. Very good. We never heard of it. That's pretty good.
Mr. President, you released video of that first boat strike on September 2nd, but not the second video. Will you release video of that strike so that the American people can see for themselves what
I
happened?
don't know what they have, but whatever they have, we'd certainly release, no problem. You know, we stopped, every boat we knock out, we save 25,000 American lives. And if you look at our numbers, the drugs coming in through sea are down 91%. I'm surprised there's 9%. I don't know who's doing the 9%, but it's down 91, and we're going to start very soon on land, and I'm sure you're thrilled to hear that.
On Ukraine, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner were there last night with Vladimir Putin. Can you give us an update about those talks? It sounds from what the Kremlin is saying that they're not going to compromise. Can you tell us what you've?
I don't know what the Kremlin's doing. I can tell you that they had a reasonably good meeting with President Putin. We're going to find out. It's a war that should have never been started. It's a war. If I were president, we had a rigged election. If I were president, that war would have never happened. It's a terrible thing. But I thought they had a very good meeting yesterday with President Putin. We'll see what happens. It's, when I was in this office and I talked about no cards, I said, you have no cards. That was the time to settle. I thought that would have been a much better time to settle. But they, in their wisdom, decided not to do that. They have a lot of things against them right now. But you have President Putin had a very good meeting yesterday with Jared Kushner and with Steve Witkoff. What comes out of that meeting, I can't tell you, because it does take two to tango. You know, Ukraine, I think we have something pretty well worked out with them. They're very satisfied considering. But the sad part is if I were president, no war would have ever happened. They would have had 100% of their territory. Nothing would have happened. It's a very sad situation. So think of this. Last month, 27,000 soldiers. 27. That's like you take a stadium, a football stadium, not an arena, and you cut it in half. 27,000 people died. Young, mostly young soldiers.
Do you think Trump watches me?
Last month.
Did it again.
And that's the only reason I'm involved. You know, we're not spending any money in the war. We're selling to NATO. We're not being ripped off like we were under Biden. Biden was handing everybody everything we had, giving
I want to hear it, Tech.
everything they wanted, free, no charge. So he had no idea what he was doing. They're paying top dollar, full price for everything. Goes to NATO, and then NATO distributes it. NATO pays
Probably key.
So we're not. It's not money. We would all. I think I can speak for everyone behind here. The politicians I know, and the auto manufacturers are good people. They don't want to see 27,000 people die for no reason whatsoever. And that's the only reason I'm trying to help. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, switching to Venezuela for a second. Have you checked back with President Maduro? I mean, is your pressure campaign working? And do you think has he responded to your demand that he leave the country?
It's not pressure campaign. It's much beyond that, I think. But I spoke to him briefly, just told him a couple of things. We'll see what happens with that. Venezuela sends us drugs, but Venezuela sends us people that they shouldn't be sending. They emptied their prisons into our country. They sent us killers, murderers.
Brian, you can put him in time.
Drug dealers.
No, I don't care about his comment.
They sent us gang members. They sent us people from their mental institutions. They emptied their mental institutions into our country.
Okay, you're gone.
And so did other countries because we had stupid people running this country, really stupid people. And I think probably you had some stupid ones and you had some smart ones, but they were bad.
Anybody else?
There's nobody.
Go ahead,
not all
type
of them
stuff
were stupid.
on so I
You
can
can't
stand
cheat
it.
on elections like they did and be stupid.
Keep it coming.
Did you talk to him a second time or just that one time?
What's that?
To Maduro. Did you speak to him again?
No, I didn't.
Mr. President, if you do find
When you spoke with Mr. Witkoff and with Mr. Kushner
Last night,
did they give you the sense that President Putin still wants to end the war, wants to make peace?
He would like to end the war. That's what that was their impression. Now, whether or not, that was their impression. Yeah, their impression was that he would like to see the war ended. I think he'd like to get back to dealing a more normal life. I think I'd like to be trading with the United States of America, frankly, instead of, losing thousands of soldiers a week.
David,
Their impression
well
was
damn said.
very strongly that they'd like to make a deal. We'll see what happens.
Mr. President, the boat strikes, if it is found that survivors were actually killed while clinging on to that boat, should Secretary Hegseth, Admiral Bradley, or others be punished?
I think you're going to find that this is war, that these people were killing our people by the millions, actually, if you look over
I
a few
blocked
years.
you yesterday.
I think last year we lost close to 300,000 people were
I'm
killed.
blocking
That's
you.
not
I
mentioning.
thought I got rid of you yesterday. Maybe I said come back in 24 hours. No, you did. Ryan, you could unblock him if you want and give him a timeout again, but I just went ahead and blocked him. I don't know. I'm in the
No,
wrong.
I just
I think
went
you can
down
find
and
there was
read his
very
everything.
receptive ear to doing.
Yeah, he's
exactly
annoying.
what they're taking
channel
on those
history
boats.
and
very
no.
soon we're going to start doing it
Got
on land.
nothing to
too.
offer.
You want to
Because
come
we
in
know
here
every
and be
route, we know every
okay?
house,
That's fine.
where they manufacture this crap.
You want to
where
act
they
like
put
a
it all
dummy?
together.
You got to go.
And I think you're going to see it very
I
soon
just
on
feel
land
like the
also.
name alone
To be
is
clear, you
is
support the decision to
false
kill
flag.
survivors after the
No,
initial
I
strike.
support the decision to knock out the boats, and whoever's piloting those boats, most of them are gone. But whoever are piloting those boats, they're guilty of trying to kill people in our country. Yeah, please.
The House Judiciary Committee has subpoenaed Jack Smith to ask about his investigation of you. I wondered, for a deposition, I wondered if you'd prefer to see that as a hearing so that the American public can see the questions and the responses more easily.
I'd rather see it probably at a hearing. Look, Jack Smith is a thug. He's a failed prosecutor. He's a bad man. He's an evil man. He hurt a lot of people. Forget about me. I do this stuff, but I got indicted many times.
And I do this.
They were dismissed. He's a bad guy. He's a sick man. There's something wrong with him, actually. I think Jack Smith is a sick man. There's something really wrong with him. I'd rather see him testify publicly because there's no way he can answer the questions. But Biden knew this was going along. Kamala knew it was going along.
What is going on with my damn?
There's a lot of things happening right now that they don't like. One of the things is the auto pen. Everything he signed, almost, with the exception of the pardon of his wonderful son Hunter, just about everything he signed was not signed by him. He had no knowledge of it. He didn't know what it was. People sitting around the beautiful Resolute desk knew exactly what it was, and those people are guilty, in my opinion, of a major crime. Everything that was signed by that auto pen, the man operating the auto pen, and I'm sure there are more than one because I think some of the people can operate it themselves. Some of the high-level people operate it themselves. They would just go in and sign his name with an auto pen onto very
Well
important
said,
documents,
Robert.
not only pardons,
Yeah, Robert.
policy, maybe cafe standards, okay, as an example. Who signed cafe? If you ask Biden, what's a cafe standard? He would have absolutely no idea. He'd say, where is the cafe located? The guy didn't know anything. Look, that just shows you what a rigged election can be, but you understand what I'm saying. Thank you.
You've had conversations.
I did with Jensen.
Right, so.
Smart man.
In your conversations with him, have you kind of given a sense of where you are with export controls and the types of
Sure,
chips
he
that
knows
NVIDIA
very
can
well.
give to China?
He knows very well. He's done an amazing job. NVIDIA, very good. Yeah.
Mr. President, when do you expect for phase 2 of the Gaza peace plan to be implemented? And
Well, it's going along well. They had a problem today, I understand, with a bomb that went off. Hurt some people pretty badly, probably killed some people. They're telling me it just happened. But it's going on very. We have peace in the Middle East. People don't realize it. We have tremendous support. 59 countries. There's tremendous support. But phase 2 is moving along. Yeah, it's going to happen pretty soon.
Mr. President, did you speak with House Republican leadership about your decision to pardon Congressman Henry Cuellar? And are you concerned that you made a vulnerable Democrat perhaps less vulnerable with that decision?
It didn't matter. He was.
I think maybe, yeah, we definitely will, David.
Because he said that people should not be allowed to pour into our country. And he was right. He didn't like open borders. He was on the border. He represents a very respected man. He represents the people on the border. And he saw what was happening. And as soon as he made that statement, I then said, I'll bet he gets indicted. And that's what happened. You know, I put out my truth from that. Well, I did a truth, wonderful truth. We love truth. But what happened is he got indicted for speaking the truth. And his wife got indicted, Imelda. And that's sort of a first. Usually they leave the wives alone, right? Don't they, Congressman? Typically they indict somebody, put him in jail for the rest of his life, but the wife can just sit home and cry, or she'll find a new man. You know? A lot of times they find a new man, it makes them much happier. In fact, a lot of times they like that man better than the one that's in jail.
Mr. President, thank you. The mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, is saying that he's actually proud to have the largest Somali community in the country, and his police chief.
Well, then he's a fool.
Well, his police chief is also saying he might.
The largest Somalian. Look at their nation. Look how big their nation is. It's not even a nation. It's just a people.
He does not give a damn, bro.
These Somalians have taken billions of
That's what
dollars
I
out of our
voted
country.
for.
They've taken billions and billions of dollars. They have a representative, Ilhan Omar, who they say married her brother. It's a fraud. She tries to deny it now, but you can't really deny it because, you know, just
I don't got time for you either.
she
bro.
shouldn't be allowed to be a congresswoman, and I'm sure people are looking at that. And she should be thrown the hell out of our country. And most of those people, they have destroyed Minnesota. Okay, Minnesota, you have an incompetent governor. You have a crooked governor. He's crooked as hell, but he's incompetent. Waltz is. He should be ashamed. That beautiful land, that beautiful state.
No,
It's a hellhole right
You're
now.
going on.
And the Somalians should be out of here.
I don't know if he was
destroyed our
talking
country.
about Trump or
And all they
Biden.
do is
but I
complain,
did something
complain,
to him, Ryan. You
complain.
can
You
fix it
have
if you
her.
want.
She's always talking about the Constitution provides me with.
Nah,
Go back to your own.
I don't know what he's trying to
All
get
she
at
does is
there.
complain about this country.
I don't
Without this
know.
country, she would be
I don't
in very
get
good
it.
shape. She probably wouldn't be alive right now.
Broke 200.
So
Get him out of
Somalia
here.
is considered by many to be the
Okay.
worst country on earth. I don't know. I haven't been there. I won't be there anytime soon. I hope. But,
Bye.
What Somalia what
Exactly,
the
David.
Somalian
Damn right,
people
Bubba.
have done to Minnesota is not even believable. It's not even believable. And a lot of it starts with the governor. A lot of it starts with Barack Hussein Obama, because that's when people started coming in. And you have to have people come in that are going to love our country, cherish our country. They want to kiss our country goodnight. They talk about our country. We want them to pray for our country. This is not the people living in Minnesota. And she's a disaster. She should not be, and her friends shouldn't be allowed. Frankly, they shouldn't even be allowed to be Congress people. Okay? They shouldn't even be allowed to be Congress people because they don't represent.
This is the best question. I'm sorry, I'll rewind it even a little bit because his roast session of these broads is my favorite. When he talks about Ilhan Omar and that, bro, he does not hold back. I don't care if we like him or not, but this dude's hilarious, bro.
In jail for the rest of his life, but the wife can just sit home and cry, or she'll find a new man. You know? A lot of times they find
Who are
a
you
new
talking
man.
about,
Makes them
Ron
much
Jeremy?
happier. In fact, a lot of times they like that man better than the one that's in jail.
Mr. President, thank you. The mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey,
You
is
think
saying
that's
that he's
slick?
actually proud to
That's
have the
slick
largest
porno
Somali
name,
community in the country, and his police chief.
Well, then he's a fool.
Well, his police chief is
I
also
wouldn't
saying he
be
might.
proud to have the largest Somalian. Look at their nation. Look how bad their nation is. It's not even a nation.
Oh, look
It's
at that
just
tonight.
People walking around killing each other. Look, these Somalians have taken billions of dollars out of our country. They've taken billions and billions of dollars. They have a representative, Ilhan Omar, who they say married her brother.
Oh, yeah. No caps.
It's a
I'm not
fraud.
even reading that. You're
She
getting
tries to
very
deny it
right.
now, but you can't really deny it because
Bye.
it just happened. She shouldn't be allowed
Am
to
I
be a
going all
congresswoman,
caps?
and I'm sure people
All
are looking
comments?
at
All
that.
caps talking
And
about
she
he
should be
needs to
thrown the
get
hell out of our
impeached and
country.
stuff.
And most
Dude,
of
I
those
gotta
people,
check my.
they
I
have
gotta
destroyed
reset.
Minnesota.
No, it's not you,
Minnesota,
dude.
you have an incompetent governor.
No,
You
no,
have a
no.
crooked
I'm
governor.
not
He's crooked
reading.
as
I'm
hell,
not
but
getting all the
he's
messages,
incompetent.
even though I'm on all comments.
That's because I'm
Waltz is-
muting them. I'm
He
erasing
should be
them before they
ashamed.
even get to
That
you.
beautiful land, that beautiful state. It's a
But do what you
hellhole
gotta
right
do.
now. And the Somalians should be at.
Hi, I'm JT, and I made Result Hunter, the search engine for conservatives. Let me just tell you what it does. First of all,
Complain. You have her She's always talking about the Constitution provides me with.
I get her.
Country, figure out your Constitution. All she does is complain about this country, and without this country, she would not be in very good shape. She probably wouldn't be alive right now. So Somalia is considered by many to be the worst country on earth. I don't know. I haven't been there. I won't be there anytime soon. I hope. But what Somalia, what the Somalian people have done to Minnesota is not even believable. It's not even believable. And a lot of it starts with the governor. A lot of it starts with Barack Hussein Obama, because that's when people started coming in. And
amen.
You have to have people come in that are going to love our country, cherish our country. They want to kiss our country goodnight. They talk about our country. We want them to pray for our country. This is not the people living in Minnesota. And she's a disaster. She should not be, and her friends shouldn't be allowed. Frankly, they shouldn't even be allowed to be Congress people. Okay?
Ryan.
They shouldn't even be allowed to be Congress people, because they don't represent the interests of our country. Anybody else?
Ryan.
The automakers spent billions on meeting the buying EV goal. Should they be able to recoup that somehow, given the change? And there's a question about the
doing it. No.
I need someone to do
I'm not
timeout.
letting them recoup. They're going to do just fine. You know how they recoup? From this point forward, they'll do very well.
Can you also talk about the USMCA and what you're thinking about renegotiating that?
You do the timeouts, I do the bang.
That's just an ongoing thing. It expires in about a year.
Nonsense. 10
And
seconds.
we'll either let it expire or we'll maybe work out another deal with Mexico.
1 minute. You type nonsense.
Look, Mexico and Canada have taken advantage of the United States, like just about every other country. In all fairness, it's not them. I'm not blaming them. But every country, because we had stupid people running our country. We had a lot of stupid people running. That's why we have $38 trillion in debt.
I'm banning the shit out of people,
paying
bro.
off that debt. The
Yeah.
money coming in. They're
true.
finding money in our country
Bye.
now that they never knew existed. The other day, $30 billion. Where did it come from? I said, why don't you check the tariff show? They said, sir, that tariff hasn't started yet. It doesn't start till January. I said, no, it started 2 months ago. They called back, sir, you're right. It was from tariffs. No, we have a whole different country. I hope the Supreme Court.
To all you intelligent libs in the chat that spend the time to type something stupid, just know you're just going to be gone. Like, I don't really care. It doesn't even offend me. It doesn't bother me. You just look stupid and you waste your time. You're giving me a view and you're putting chat in my thing. So I'm cool with it. But I'm just letting you know today at this moment, 4:50 p.m. on a Wednesday, I have zero shits to give and you will not get your 10 seconds with me today. Maybe tomorrow morning will be a different story. But right now, I'm on that no bullshit. So if you're on it, keep it somewhere else. Deuces.
Pray that the Supreme Court understands the importance of the sensible, really, I mean, this would be country threatening if something happened with regard to that. You know, the people that brought that case are bad people. They're very bad people. They hate our country. They represent foreign countries.
Text
China,
the rich.
But they represent,
I don't know. I kind of want to mute it because it just sounds like a cut comment.
They represent people that really don't like our country much. And I know some of them, and they're scum. In my opinion, they're scum. They're absolute scum. And they're not suing for any good reason. They're just suing to see if they can stop it because they make money if this country does badly. You know? So, but we're taking in trillions of dollars. We're stopping wars.
Oh.
We have great national security because of tariffs. And then to think that we have to even go and justify this. The reason a lot of these people, I can tell you this, maybe we would have the political people. We wouldn't have these people without tariffs. The people that are up here from Stellantis and Ford and General Motors, great companies, including this gentleman, they wouldn't be here today if we didn't have tariffs. They'd be building their plants in Mexico and other places. They're leaving Mexico and they're leaving Canada. They're leaving because they ripped off our country. They took our businesses away from us. And now because of tariffs, they're all coming back. So it's a great thing. Thank you very much, everybody.
Mr. President, you call Somalians garbage. But if I was saying, thank you guys for moving. Thank you, cameras. We're done. Thank you guys.
Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this on
And the Trump administration
just
continuing to make America
for a
great again in
little
this
bit, and
golden
I'm gonna
era.
take it
Countless
off. You guys
congressmen,
gotta
senators
forgive me,
there,
but I'm really in
and
the
Mr.
trolling
Ted
mood.
Cruz, of
I
course,
really
senator
am,
from
dude.
the Lone Star
So
State of Texas.
I'm sorry. I'm in the mood to troll. So you all are gonna have to deal with what's coming. And then we'll do one or two Sheriff Grays and we get up out of here. But I gotta do this little bit of trolling. Gotta do it. I just want to see all you libs cry.
Read this one.
How it could impact U.S. asylum policy moving forward. Good morning. I'm Dana Perino. Bill is off today. Good morning, Aisha. Good morning to you and welcome back to you, Dana. I'm Aisha Hasni in for Bill. This is America's Newsroom. That suspect is accused of shooting specialist Sarah Beckstrom and Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. Beckstrom died from her injuries last week. Wolf remains in critical condition and is said to be fighting for his life. The suspect fought in the Afghan army and he came here legally in 2021. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem on what happened next.
We know that this individual came into the country under Operation Allies Welcome and during the Biden administration. We believe he was radicalized since he's been here in this country. We do believe it was through connections in his home community and state, and we're going to continue to talk to those who interacted with him, who were his family members, to talk to them.
All of this is now prompting President Trump to announce what he calls a permanent pause on migration from, quote, third world countries. He is also vowing to deport some immigrants who are already here. The president defending the plan as a necessity.
How long does your administration plan to pause asylum into the U.S.?
I think a long time.
Can you give any
We
kind
don't
of
want
time?
them.
What's
We
a
don't
long
want those
time?
people. We have enough problems. We don't want those people.
Is there a list?
Okay, dummy.
Maybe 19, right? And it's probably more than that.
There you go.
Crime-ridden countries, they're countries that don't do a good job.
Oh, we both hit him with the 5 minute.
Success.
Yeah, I skipped the. I went. I was gonna go straight to just bye bye.
I was gonna go bye too, but I thought you'd be mad.
Good morning, Dana. DHS Secretary Kristi
there's-
Noem
look,
says
I
they want
already said,
everyone
bro,
with
you
information
can
to
be
come
pretty
forward
loose with it
as they
today,
try to
buddy.
figure out what may have turned the suspect, an
I
Afghan
don't care.
national
I'm all
who
about
once
a
worked
good
with the
little effing
CIA.
liberal today.
29-year-old
do
Noah
right here.
Lockenwall has not been charged with terrorism. He is, though,
Good.
facing first-degree murder for the death of
If you let me
20-year-old Sarah
loose on the
Beckstrom.
live,
As
it's
investigators
over.
dig into his background, new reporting indicates he may have been struggling to adjust to life here in the U.S. The AP says Lockenwall had been having problems holding a steady job and would sometimes spend weeks in isolation. He had been vetted by the intelligence community for his work at the CIA, and he would have been screened before getting asylum earlier this year, but the Trump administration maintains there were flaws in the system.
This guy drove across the country, as we all know, from Washington state to execute our National Guard members. That should not be happening in the United States of America.
Communities in West Virginia have been holding vigils for 20-year-old Sarah Beckstrom.
I know. That's why I put this on.
24-year-old Andrew Wolf remains in the hospital where
I
he's
just wanted
surrounded
to
by
see
family
something.
members. His parents say their son is a fighter and they're asking for prayers. West Virginia Governor Patrick Morrisey says he met with Wolf's family at the hospital.
Certainly are here, but the
Shane
positive
Gillis?
energy, the spirit that the families bring to bear, that his
Damn
friends
it,
have,
dude.
everyone
As
is
soon as I got
rooting
up,
for him
Marley
so
did. I thought he
hard
was
to make it to that next level, and it's really encouraging to see.
President Trump says he wants to meet with Beckstrom's parents at the White House. He has extended an invite.
Keith.
No word yet, though, on whether they have accepted.
Dana and Aisha.
All right,
Everybody
Maddie,
hit
thank
the
you so much.
like,
Aisha?
share, subscribe.
Meanwhile, a different Afghan national who was paroled into the U.S. under the Biden administration was arrested last week for
Why
allegedly
does my
plotting a
banner
terror
keep
attack
coming
in Texas.
down?
That arrest taking place just one day before the shooting
Yeah, I
of
know.
those two National Guard members in Washington,
funny.
D.C. Our Brooke Taylor is in Dallas now with all the details about this case. Hi, Brooke.
Not sure if you saw the news, but Fox News is claiming President Trump is declining in the polls. President Trump responded and says Fox News polls can't be trusted. Now, Newsmax is conducting its own poll on President Trump's job performance. It takes just a minute to vote. So let us know what you think if President Trump is doing a good job. We at Newsmax want to know your opinion. So make sure you vote and your voice is heard. Vote today.
Is that good enough? You mean smile some more?
Hi, Aisha. Well, short sources tell me that the Afghan national here posted a really credible threat, they say, on TikTok, indicating that he was going to build a bomb and blow up a building in the Fort Worth area. Mohammed Al-Akouzi was arrested on Tuesday. So this was just 24 hours before the murderous attack on two National Guard members in D.C. He is behind bars right now, charged with making a terroristic threat. Now, Fox was the first to break this over the weekend. He came into the United States under Operations Allies Welcome, just like the D.C. shooting suspect, according to DHS. Now, Al-Akouzi was admitted to the U.S. as a lawful permanent resident in September of 2022. Operation Allies Welcome was launched in 2021 by the Biden administration and resettled over 190,000 Afghans into the U.S. after its withdrawal from Afghanistan. The program has faced scrutiny.
I was
over
thinking
its
the same
vetting
thing, but I'm like,
processes.
let him go.
The Air Force
Let
pilot
him
who flew
go.
the last evacuation flight out of Afghanistan spoke on Fox and Friends this
go
morning.
for it.
We saw during the evacuation, we brought out 124,000 people in that evacuation in just 17 days. And so it's very difficult for those of us who are there to
See, man, I'm told you.
really imagine that there
because
could have been
the
any proper
hashtags,
vetting
bro.
back
Why was-
then at all. And to see that
why
it is
would you-
continuing right now, 4 years later, is really
What it
frustrating.
was. It was the
What
hashtags.
kind of vetting did you see when you were on the ground there?
Not.
And the Trump administration has directed U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services to pause all asylum decisions in response to the D.C.
Get
attack.
down.
This follows the president's promise of a sharp crackdown on immigration from third world countries.
The people from different countries that are not friendly to us and countries that are out of control themselves. Countries like Somalia that have virtually no government, no military, no police. All they do is killing each other. Then they come into our country and tell us how to run our country. We don't want them.
And right here back in Texas, ICE has launched a detainer on the Afghan national who is charged with making a terroristic threat. Aisha.
Okay, Brooke Taylor live for us in Dallas. Brooke, thank
Oh,
you.
no.
And Assistant
Not
DHS
keep
Secretary
David
Tricia
going
McLaughlin is
at
here
it.
with us. Thanks, Tricia, for being with us today. I want to put up a list of these countries. There are 19 of them, all third world countries.
No, you're not,
Is
Keith.
this list?
To start a podcast with Riverside, all you need is a concept and a way to record it. Here's how it works. First,
this
go to
definitely is a
riverside.fm and open an account. And then you'll be able to
That's a
capture
commercial.
high-quality
No?
video and audio.
Static, or
guys,
is it,
thank you.
could it possibly grow?
Sorry,
No,
I
this
had
could
to see
absolutely
Marley. He
grow,
was
Dana.
like,
This is
bro.
evolving, especially as we do some real analysis on this. But I do think it's incredibly important for viewers to know what the prior administration was doing when it comes to vetting, especially when it came to this Operation Allies Welcome. This vetting was paper thin. They weren't doing biometric vetting. They weren't really doing criminal vetting, criminal screening, cyber screening, financial crimes. They weren't cross-referencing. They weren't looking at social media. So President Trump and Secretary Noem have completely overhauled this process to make sure we're diving in deep and seeing who are the people who are actually entering this country. As your past guests have said, almost 200,000 Afghan nationals entering this country, many of which were military-aged men. The fact of the matter is the Biden administration...
Okay, first off, we've been talking about this for about 2, 3, 4, 5 years now. Okay, for the last 2 years, I've been screaming this at the top of my lungs. They are bringing in men of fighting age into our country by the millions, by the thousands, the hundreds, whatever you want to call it. Been showing you pictures. We showed you pictures of them bum rushing Eagles Pass a year or two ago.
Busloads, busloads, and busloads. All of them.
So who's shocked now that they're all crawling out from under their rocks? Just like I said on this show a million times, they're going to crawl out from under their little rocks when they don't get their way. And here we go.
Didn't know who was coming into our country, causing a huge national security crisis. And that's exactly what we saw the other day with this terrorist attack, and then this near terrorist attack out of Fort Worth, Texas, where this individual was threatening to blow up a building. Both of these individuals being Afghan nationals, both of them coming in under this Biden administration program.
Can I ask you a little bit more about, that tracking? Because as you're saying, the Biden administration had their process or not a process. Okay, and so one of the concerns is, as Secretary Noem said this weekend, is that the murderer here, a suspected murderer, he was radicalized while he was here. So even if he had gone through that vetting, perhaps he would get radicalized. What can DHS or the administration do working with FBI to see if there are other possible radicalizations underway?
Well, when I mentioned the cross-referencing with other agencies, there was a lot of siloing of intelligence between agencies.
Do that,
the
Kevin.
other piece of the vetting process that the Biden administration so direly missed is the fact that they were not having these asylum applicants come in for a yearly check-in, for a yearly interview. Had that been the case, this individual might have been, there might have been flags signed, and we might have known that this individual had been radicalized. He didn't just wake up one day and lose his mind. This was over time, a process, and there were other individuals who were in his community who knew that this action would be taking place.
And we start with a Fox News alert. Right now, a National Guardsman is fighting for his life in critical condition this morning after allegedly being shot by an Afghan national on Thanksgiving Eve.
So it comes as officials revealed that the suspect was likely radicalized while living in the United States.
And we knew about him going off the rails as early as 2023.
Okay,
Madeline Rivera joins us live in Washington with the latest. Maddie.
Hi, good morning. 24-year-old Andrew Wolf remains in the hospital today where he is surrounded by family members. His parents say their son is a fighter and they're asking for prayers.
I had a chance to be at the hospital yesterday, and I want to tell you something. When you go there, sometimes when you go to a hospital, a lot of people are very concerned. People certainly are here, but the positive energy, the spirit that the families bring to bear, that his friends have, everyone is rooting for him so hard to make it to that next level, and it's really encouraging to see.
Communities in West Virginia have been holding vigils for 20-year-old Sarah Beckstrom, who passed away on Thanksgiving. President Trump says he wants to meet with Beckstrom's parents.
I said, when you're ready, because that's a tough thing, come to the White House, we're going to honor Sarah. And likewise with Andrew, recover or not, we're going to honor him.
Investigators have been working around the clock going through the background of the suspect, 29-year-old Ramanullah Lockenwall. They've yet to say what drove Lockenwall, an Afghan national who once worked with the CIA, to allegedly travel cross-country to carry out this attack.
We believe he was radicalized since he's been here in this country. We believe it was through connections in his home community and state, and we're going to continue to talk to those who interacted.
I don't think you understand the
Anyone who
difference.
has information on
Hashtags.
this needs to know that we will be coming after you, and we will bring you to justice.
Another Afghan national is facing state terror charges in Texas after DHS says he plotted to make a bomb with the intention of targeting the Fort Worth area. He was arrested on Tuesday, the day before the shooting in D.C. Lawrence, Ainsley, and Brian.
All right. Thanks so much. Appreciate it, Maddie. So we're learning more and more about this guy, including that there were signs. If he ever belonged here is one thing. He worked for the CIA, that zero unit. I understand that. But because the CIA said he was all right to work with and fight with, doesn't mean he's okay to live here. But let's just say they thought he was okay to live here because he worked with that unit. Well, by 2023, they say it became pretty clear that he was off the rails. He was depressed. He had no job. In fact, friends said, or acquaintances said, they thought he was going to kill himself. Then they said he has 5 kids. They said when his wife would go and visit relatives, they said the kids would come to school with dirty clothes, then they'd be dirty clothes, unwashed, and hungry. And they reported this to the school and to Health and Human Services, their local unit there. But there's no sense of anyone trying to close the circle to try to take action. But they would realize this guy was off the rails back then.
Well, so to your initial point about us working with him in the CIA, I mean, this is very common. They're not sometimes the most model citizens that we work with, but we have a common enemy. And so we typically work with people that are in the inside. But to the point of when he came back home, okay, so they noticed that he's going crazy, and they realized that he's not showing up to his check-ins, which are required for him to be here. Why didn't anyone do anything? The whole point of a check-in is to keep tabs on the person. What is the process when the person doesn't do
He ends up
the
getting
check-in?
asylum.
Exactly.
Even though he's off the rails, he gets asylum. What the hell happened?
Kristi Noem said his vetting process all happened under Joe Biden. She described the screening of Afghans and other foreign nationals under Biden as inadequate. Now Trump has strengthened the vetting process for anyone coming over or coming into our country that's an immigrant, including reviewing social media and checking to see who they interact with, because Kristi Noem says this guy was radicalized when he got here to America, but he had connections to his home community, and they're talking with family members to find out who he was interacting with. Trump also said he's going to impose additional restrictions on migrants. He's going to stop all immigrants from third world countries. And
I think what he's trying to say, the first part is, yes, he was radicalized. But I think what he was trying to say is eventually they're going to go after all the criminals that are illegal. And maybe he's saying that's why they brought him in, so that they had a reason to go after. And I could be wrong. That's the way I just took it. They brought these illegals in. And I believe this too. I believe that they brought these illegals in so that eventually, once they're done with taking care of the illegals, they're going to go ahead and start taking care of us. I could see that, dude. I truly can see that. They don't care about us. Like, I could see that. I mean, hence, look what they did in 2019, 2020. That was the beginning of the end.
Double down on that. No asylum for some nations for a long time, he says, possibly. Right. Brian interviewed C.J. Douglas, Marine veteran, helped with the Afghanistan rescues.
Yeah, so he was called out of retirement to help out in Doha and screen these people. And then they said, would you co-author the What Went Wrong in Kabul and Abbey Gate? So he did that. Tried to brief.
It was our fault.
First he said, can't do a half hour. He goes, well, we'll knock it out in 15 minutes. Then Joe Biden said, no, I can't even do 15 minutes. Just leave it.
You're right, Dancer.
So there's no indications that Joe Biden even read it. But meanwhile, he knew about the vetting. He was trying to do it in real time on a tarmac in Qatar. Here's what he said about Afghanistan and the exit.
This still goes back to the Biden administration's failure to hold the Taliban to the conditions-based withdrawal. Because, as I've told you previously, I would rather fight them over there than have them here on our shores and have, American citizens have to be concerned about everyday life. I'm for the freezing, and what I would say is with that, what we need to do is look at how we are going to assist the current population we have, and then as well, how we're going to tighten up the screening process for future people coming from third world countries that don't have the ability to screen people as they're coming.
Look at how I just got max strength generic Viagra for only $1 each from Friday Plans. I thought it might be a scam, but I was wrong, and I need to show you why.
That might be a scam.
Saying that it happened at home, and I'm learning this from a lot of my veteran friends who have contacts within people that served. They served in Afghanistan, and they know some of the people that have since come to the United States that were on that plane, on the multiple planes. And
I talked to a vet yesterday, and I mean, I'm sure we could probably get him up here for one, but he was saying, first off, what happened here is a tragedy. Then he was saying, that what happened with those 6 senators that were talking about going against what the president was saying, he said him and all of his military people were pissed that was about as abomination as it's going to get. So just so you guys know, from a military standpoint, that's what I was told. So I don't know what y'all see on CNN or whatever, but as far as our military goes and the veterans that serve this country, they were not happy.
They say that a lot of them are upset about how they're being treated here in America, and they thought there were going to be more resources. But as my veteran friends have made it very clear to them, how do you think American vets are treated when they come back home? We still have people that are in the middle of the street that are not getting services and all that. So there's a vetting component of this, and then people that are upset that they thought that they helped the United States when they were overseas, and they feel like they're not treated fairly. Our own veterans aren't treated fairly when they come back home. Many of them are on the streets and depressed and struggling with suicide as well.
They don't understand our society.
No, they
period.
don't.
They don't understand.
Okay,
that your success
exactly.
is generated from yourself,
right?
And they don't understand our society.
Look, the reason why Biden administration is being blamed, bro, is because they're the ones that shipped all these people in. They had open border. They were shipping these people in by the busload into each state, by the airplane load. They opened up Eagles Pass. All these things happened under Biden administration. So when you hear Biden's name over and over and over, because he's got to remind you we are in this situation because of him. Now, as somebody who thinks common sense, who would have not guessed if you bring all these people in, and then you got somebody that's campaigning to get them out, that they were just going to leave? No, it's going to radicalize our country. You're going to have different ideologies combining, people meeting people they never would have met, and it's causing exactly what you would think, a bunch of fucking rats crawling up from under their rocks.
Right at all, and there's got to be immediate action taken, because evidently they were handed 1.5 million people on this immigration asylum list for the Bidens go, yeah, we haven't even looked at this list yet. So they're here, 1.5 million, and we have not been able to screen a year in, not even a year in.
Fuck everyone.
And with that, we bring in
What?
West Virginia's Governor Pat.
So my solution is to fuck everyone. Yeah, if you're here illegally, yeah, round them up and get them out. That's my solution. Well said.
Patrick Morrissey, who met with Sergeant Wolf's family at the hospital this weekend. Governor Morrissey, thank you for being here, and sincere condolences to everyone involved here, to these families.
Well, thank you, Martha.
Absolutely. It's good to have you with us. You know, give us a little sense of your visit at the hospital over the weekend. I heard you speak about it a little bit earlier this morning.
Absolutely. So first, obviously what the families have been going through and what the guardsmen, the folks in the unit have been going through has been absolutely horrendous. And yet there's so much positive energy and spirit that flows with everyone who's been at the hospital, because they know that they're taking the parents' wishes to heart. There's so many people that are just praying and trying to lift up Andrew to help him survive in this incredible fight. And so while...
Yeah, again, you said Trump gave him asylum. Why don't you rewind that? Clearly you're seeing what Trump did, and really think about what you said, dude. Who gave him asylum? Who brought him here? Who gave him place to stay? Who gave him food? Who lets him commit crimes and releases them, catch and release? Who? Chat, let me know. Chat, I bet chat knows.
We're dealing with a very, very scary situation. I can tell you that there's so much positive energy that's rubbing off on Andrew right now. And I think that the mom and the dad are encouraging more and more prayer. And so on one hand, it's very, very difficult. On the other hand, it's incredibly powerful and moving to see that miracles may be occurring. And at minimum right now, while he's still in a very serious condition, we have some positive news, and that's certainly very well received by everyone involved.
For him, we heard Janine Pirro in D.C. ask everyone to pray for these families at Thanksgiving. Our family did that. I know families all across the country are praying for these individuals, Sarah Beckstrom, who has passed, and Andrew Wolf, who is hanging in there. And we all hope that there will be a miraculous recovery for him.
Did you just say that
this
again?
from Christy Noem,
Hold
the
on.
DA.
You just said the Republicans blocked them until Trump came into office. Where do you get your news, bro? Where do you get your common sense? Where do you... Are you dumb? Clearly, like what you're saying to people that actually know what's going on, you sound like you're like second grade shit, bro. You sound stupid, dude. Like, get off the NPC, NPR, wherever the fuck you're on, bro.
DHS secretary on Sunday on NBC. Watch.
We believe he was radicalized since he's been here in this country. We do believe it was through connections in his home community and state, and we're going to continue to talk to those who interacted with him, who were his family members, to talk to them. So far, we've had some participation, but anyone who has information on this needs to know that we will be coming after you and we will bring you to justice.
With AI,
I know exactly what he said, Keeks. I know exactly
this used to
what he
require
said. He was
huge
blaming
Hollywood
the
budgets,
Republicans
complex
for not
software,
passing the bill before Trump was president. He was saying the Republicans blocked the bill until Trump was president. That's what he said. Clear as day.
Learning about what happened here. This person worked at the highest.
If I'm wrong, correct me there, Dancer.
Levels of the CIA in Afghanistan and was brought here in gratitude, really, for that help. What went wrong here?
It was reported. Was it reported?
Listen, I know that the federal investigation is going to reveal many of those facts. But I was actually encouraged when President Trump said there needed to be a revisitation of the whole vetting system. Look, Martha, I think over a multi-year period, as millions of undocumented aliens came in, and as there were loopholes that were created through asylum and other tools to let more people stay, that there are a lot of very dangerous people that are here. And it's important to take a time out, to do a pause, to do a new vetting system, to look at all the people that have come in and say, what's going on? Do we really know about all the people that came in over the years? So I can't speak to the specific circumstances in this case, but most certainly we need to do a very thorough review. And I think President Trump's call for more vetting and a pause is absolutely the correct thing to do.
I hear what you're saying, Governor. The sheer numbers and the chaos that surrounded the exit from Afghanistan and bringing people here, the sheer numbers mean it is very difficult to vet properly. And we saw that across the border as well. And that's why we have a lot of criminals who are being removed from the country and repeat offenders in many cases. But anyway, I want to thank you for being here. And I know you're going to keep us up to date on Andrew Wolf as we continue to pray for him. And we pray for Sarah Beckstrom and her family as well. Governor Morrissey, thank you very much. Good to see you.
Thank you so much. And let's keep those.
Okay, Dancer, I'm with you on that. All right, I'm with you on that. But see, where we're getting our, I don't know what you watch, bro, but where we're getting our messages mixed is you're flipping things, and I don't think you're doing it on purpose. But what I'm saying is, like, a lot of the stuff you were saying is actually flipped around the other way, bro. And it's not like because someone told me. It's because I saw it, and I do this, been doing this for 2 years, bro. The only topic that I really love talking about and have beat down is this topic right here. You want to meet him? Go to jail, bro.
Coming for Andrew and to lift Sarah's soul up.
And by the way, I was talking to you, Dancer, if you want to.
Thanks, Governor. Be well.
I would like to address the horrific tragedy that took place in our nation's capital that last week. A foreign terrorist that the Biden administration failed to properly vet ambushed 2 members of the West Virginia National Guard who were honorably serving here to keep their residents and visitors
Hey,
to
Linda.
Washington, D.C. safe. U.S. Air Force Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf was severely wounded in the attack and remains hospitalized while he continues to fight for his life. Tragically, U.S. Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom died of her wounds. She was just 20 years old. President Trump and the entire White House are praying for Andrew's full recovery at the request of his parents and their personal phone call with the president over the weekend. And we are keeping Sarah's family and friends in our prayers during this unimaginably difficult time. Sarah and Andrew represent the very best of America. Two young patriots who were willing to put on the uniform and risk their lives in defense of their fellow Americans. Both of them truly embody the profound words spoken by Jesus Christ in the gospel. Greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. Sarah and Andrew are heroes, and we will never forget their sacrifice. That means ensuring the monster responsible for this atrocity is prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law and faces the most severe punishment possible. It also means reckoning with why this atrocity was allowed to happen in the first place, so that it may never occur again. Here are the facts.
David,
The
don't
terrorist
use
who
it.
gunned down American soldiers blocks away from the White House in an ambush was an Afghan national who was flown into our country by Joe Biden's administration in September 2021 in the chaotic wake of their botched withdrawal from Afghanistan, one of the most embarrassing moments in the history of our great country. Joe Biden's historic failure in Afghanistan continues to haunt this country and our men and women in uniform. Not only did this surrender lead to a suicide bombing that killed 13 American heroes in Kabul, but now National Guard troops were shot on U.S. soil by the same kind of enemy. We continue to live with the deadly consequences of Joe Biden's horrific leadership. Nearly 100,000 Afghans were recklessly released into the United States with little to no vetting. There was no regard for the disorder and violence that this would unleash on American communities and American culture. Reportedly, thousands of these strangers and unknown individuals were flagged to the Biden administration for national security, public safety, and fraud concerns. But the terrifying truth is that the Afghanistan debacle is just a small part of Democrats' complete and total betrayal of the American people during the Biden years. The tragedy that we just witnessed the day before Thanksgiving is a reminder that untold thousands of terrorists, gang members, and criminals were invited into our country and remain here to this very day. The border is now secure, thanks to President Trump, but the threat in our interior remains real and urgent. These public safety threats are already inside our land, and President Trump was elected on a promise to find and remove them, and he has already taken significant steps and made significant progress towards fulfilling this promise. But there is more work to be done because President Trump believes that he has a sacred obligation to reverse the calamity of mass, unchecked migration into our country. As a result, the Trump administration is now actively re-examining all of the Afghans imported into the country by Joe Biden. Any individual who threatens our national security or our citizenry will be subject to removal. President Trump has already permanently caused migration of foreign nationals from third world countries that pose a very high risk to the United States. For too long, past American presidents supported self-destructive immigration policies that allowed foreigners who outright hate our country and have no interest in assimilating into our culture. They've allowed these individuals to flood peaceful American communities. This disastrous approach has drained our welfare program, driven up the cost of housing, suppressed wages, and jeopardized the safety of law-abiding American citizens. In fact, according to a new bombshell report from the New York Times, Somalian migrants in Minnesota have defrauded nearly $1 billion in taxpayer-funded benefits under Democrat Governor Walz's leadership. President Trump is putting an end to this dangerous America Last approach. His position is rooted in common sense. In the wake of last week's atrocity, it is more important than ever to finish carrying out the president's mass deportation operation. America cannot allow millions upon millions of unvetted illegal aliens to be rewarded with amnesty after they broke our nation's laws to come here. They must go back to their home countries. It is also essential to immediately address the massive fraud and corruption that has been going on for decades in other aspects of our immigration system, most notably when it comes to asylum claims. Millions of people who have come here under false pretenses are told blatant lies now enjoy temporary legal status. President Trump is ending this scam as well. And I would point out that the Democrats have tried to block this administration from doing so at every turn with lawsuit after lawsuit. The hard truth is that even when it comes to our legal immigration system, past presidents have failed to ensure that all prospective citizens love America, will add value and contribute to our communities, and will assimilate into our culture. Leaders have a duty to defend and advance the interests of their own people, not foreign nationals. Leaders also have a duty to preserve the integrity and character of our nation's national identity. That is why President Trump is more committed than ever to fully restoring American sovereignty by keeping our borders secure, removing all illegal alien invaders, and rebuilding a legal immigration system that makes sense and benefits our country. President Trump has no higher responsibility than to defend our homeland and our people, and he will never waver in doing so.
We are also now learning more about the Afghan national accused in that deadly attack. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem revealing new details as the investigation unfolds, including how his descent into terror.
He was fired just 3 weeks before he was set to retire.
And now he's becoming an industry whistleblower. Kate Jennings has the story.
30 years.
This man was fired after 30 years of loyalty. Now he's exposing a $500 billion industry.
To help people.
Todd Andreessen dedicated his life to the same insurance company, only to be fired a week before his retirement, losing his pension.
I only had 7 days to go. It hit me completely out of the blue.
That night, Todd went for a drive to clear his head, but tragedy struck. A head-on collision totaled his car and put him in the hospital. Although Todd recovered, the situation worsened when his old company denied his claim and raised his rate.
I was angry. I was hurt. I mean nothing to them.
Determined to fight back, Todd revealed a secret he'd known for decades. 80% of a typical auto insurance bill goes toward paying commissions and fees, and roughly 20% is for the actual coverage.
I'm not even gonna. I wish.
No longer bound by his NDA, Todd created a new solution that eliminated the middleman and passed the savings on to drivers. His grandson, a recent MIT graduate, helped him build a simple website where drivers could get a new, much lower rate within just a few clicks.
I mean, I was excited to finally use what I learned at MIT on a project that would actually help people.
The movement continues to grow, but insurance companies are trying to take it down because of how much money they are losing. We encourage everyone to visit the website and discover how much of your monthly bill is going to commissions and fees. Most people are shocked to learn they're getting back at least $2,000 in returns and savings.
I found this website.
Oh man, I was on a commercial. Okay, so yeah, I didn't even know I was on a commercial. I was reading the chat. The girl said she's not going to heaven. That comment. Like, who are you to say she's not going to heaven? Like, what have you done so special to make that judgment? I just want to know in the chat.
I will say we believe he was radicalized since he's been here in this country. We do believe it was through connections in his home community and state, and we're going to continue to talk to those who interacted with him, who were his family members, to talk to them. So far, we've had some participation, but anyone who has information on this.
You want to talk about taking responsibility? You mean Biden, the one who pardoned his son, Fauci, and all the other people, his wife? The Biden family? You mean Big Pharma? Wait, that Biden? That Biden? You mean the one that said he wasn't going to pardon his crackhead son? Remember that guy? Yeah, that guy, you mean?
Needs to know that we will be coming.
Same guy that sniffed little kids on C-SPAN Live? That guy? Okay, bro.
After you.
Nice comment.
The Associated Press also reporting a leading national refugee agency was warned multiple times the suspect was spiraling into mania and mental illness beginning in 2023, saying, quote, Ramanullah has not been functional as a person, father, or provider since March of last year. He quit his job that month, and his behavior has changed greatly. The emails described a man who was struggling to assimilate, unable to hold a steady job, or commit to his English courses, while he alternated between periods of dark.
Stupid, or you just got called out because you're dumb, bro? For real. Stupid, or you just got called out because you're dumb, bro? Think about that one for a minute, dude. Stupid. You dumbass.
Isolation and reckless travel. Joining us now is retired Lieutenant Colonel Alex Pelbeth. Lieutenant Colonel, thank you so much for joining us. You have a very interesting perspective on all of this because you flew the last American plane out of Afghanistan following our withdrawal. So you served in the country and then witnessed the chaos that unfolded leading up to that last flight out. What do you make of where we are right now after the death of a National Guards member, another one fighting for their life, and renewed focus on our national security?
David, they come up in here, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me on the show again. Great to be back here. Unfortunate circumstances for sure. You know, first and foremost, just continued prayers for those families, for the families of the two National Guardsmen. What a challenging situation. So frustrating that we're still dealing with the fallout from Afghanistan today. I think we're still dealing with a result of, unfortunately, Biden's failed policy. We saw during the evacuation, we brought out 124,000 people in that evacuation in just 17 days. And so it's very difficult for those of us who are there to really imagine that there could have been any proper vetting back then at all. And to see that it is continuing right now, 4 years later, is really frustrating.
What kind of vetting did you see when you were on the ground there?
None. Okay, none. Here's what we saw. We're filling up our C-17s with hundreds of people. Every flight had hundreds of people on it, and yeah, I'm looking in the faces of a lot of really young families, a lot of little kids that we brought out, and we got so efficient. I mean, great job by the United States military to be able to conduct what became the largest airlift evacuation in history, especially given the circumstances with which the Biden administration forced us to operate.
Exactly, Ben. What you said in the comments is exactly true. Hence why he pardoned all them. I don't know why these people are so slow in life.
But we bring all these people out, and then within 30 days, they're in the United States of America. There's almost no vetting that was actually done at the time. And what's unfortunate is that we know we brought out some good people as well, right? We brought out people who helped America, and because there was no vetting, or because the policy by the Biden administration was just so lax, this open border policy that is just so incredibly lax, even the good people we brought out are now suffering for this. Look, we've been backed into a corner. We're not doing this because we want to do it. We are doing this because we have to do it.
Well, the leading theory right now is that he was radicalized at some point in the United States, and there were warning signs, but nobody took them seriously. Potentially most egregiously is the fact that he was supposed to check in with Washington state officials, but he failed to do so repeatedly. Had those Washington state officials intervened in some way, could this have all been prevented? That's one question. But this is also leading to major questions over how somebody could have worked with the U.S. government while working with that CIA-backed military.
Okay, typical Democrat, liberal comeback. Well, what about the people Trump pardoned? That's not what we're talking about, bro. You just dismissed everything I said to you and go, well, what about Trump? What about Trump? Really, bro? Really?
In Afghanistan, work with our government, and then come to the United States and turn into the terrorist, a type of terrorist that he was fighting against. So what do you think about that?
You know, I'm really not sure. I don't know his background, what he did for us in Afghanistan. I do know that
Thank you, Ben.
A lot of people, not that we maybe necessarily would have chosen to use during that conflict, but people that we were forced to use. And so I think this is a little bit of an inevitability with, in 4 years of an open door immigration policy.
That's exactly
what we're
what they
seeing,
do.
not just with the Afghans here, but we're talking about, I think, immigration policy as a whole, with 4 years of essentially no vetting, open border policy. What we're feeling even here in South Carolina, in the Low Country where I live, is that every state's now a border state, and President Trump is right. Immigration is now become a national security issue, and so we have no choice but to re-examine everybody who's come here, certainly everybody who's come here since during the Afghanistan withdrawal. But more importantly, I think we need to relook at our immigration policy as a whole.
I thought you were talking to me, reviewing those Afghan asylum cases and putting a pause on applications as well. Lieutenant Colonel, we thank you so much for joining us this morning with your perspective. We appreciate your time as always.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. If I just say, look, this is I am running for Congress here in South Carolina. This is one of the reasons I am running, is to make sure President Trump has reinforcements, battle-tested leaders by his side, so we can tackle issues just like this.
Understood.
I know,
For your
right?
time this morning, we appreciate it.
National Guard specialist Sarah Beckstrom's hometown, remembering fallen service member. She's the fallen service member who died on Thanksgiving Eve after she and Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf were attacked in Washington, D.C. on Wednesday. And Wolf is still in critical condition. His father is asking for all of us to, quote, pray for my son, with lawmakers echoing the same message.
We're grateful to them, and we're praying that they're going to be safe.
We still have hope. He's still in critical condition. We are all praying for Andrew Wolf.
Keith says a lot
as possible
because
from all
I
across
really
the
can't
country, all across the globe,
You care?
to help him recover.
I believe in the power of prayer, and I can promise you, his parents believe in the power of prayer.
We are a praying
I got
country,
Marley running around.
and we
Okay,
all have to pray
I won't.
for Andrew's
Don't worry.
full
I got it.
recovery right now.
Our next guest is the author of the New York Times
Got it.
#1 bestseller,
Good,
The Miracles
good.
Among Us, How God's Grace
Good.
Plays a Role in Healing. And his new Fox Nation special on the miracles among us releases Wednesday. Fox News senior medical analyst Dr. Mark Siegel joins us now.
What's sad, David, is when you tell them these things, when you tell them that they created these groups, that they just refuse to accept. It goes in one ear and out the other. They just can't accept the truth. The truth is a bitch. And all you people in denial, dude, it's doing you no good.
Dr. Siegel.
Great to see you.
Good morning. You wrote about something similar. Someone else was shot and saw a miracle.
The miracles happen, and the combined prayers have a role. Community intercession, which is what you just showed, where you ask for the country to pray, like we're praying for Andrew Wolf right now. And a community prayer has been released, which basically says, God, please triumph good over evil. Please complete and total healing for Andrew Wolf, Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf, and protection. That comes from Psalm 91. God, protect our troops, protect our military, protect our soldiers. And you saw Janine Perot. She told me that, he was shot in the head, initially responding to some stimuli. There's a lot we can do now in that condition. So we pray that it works. He's had surgery already. We don't know where he is exactly right now, but we're hoping for a recovery.
Prayers work. They really do. And miracles can happen.
The Pope had told Robert Redfield, John Paul II said, prayer is our most important tool that we have, our most powerful tool.
I believe it. He's a hero. His father, Jason Wolf, is a deputy sheriff in Berkeley County, and Representative Riley Moore has been talking with the family, and he lives in West Virginia, and he said he is hanging on. So everyone, please say a prayer for this young man. He's a National Guardsman that was shot, Andrew Wolf.
I had a patient in a coma for 3 months when I first started my training. Every day the family was at the bedside. His heart rate's going up. His blood pressure's going up. He's waking up. I didn't believe a word of it. After 3 months, completely woke up, walked out of the hospital and went back to work. It changed my life as a physician. And all the physicians who are working on Andrew Wolf should have that in mind.
Well, your book is doing so well, The Miracles Among Us, and there's a special that's dropping on Fox Nation. Here's a sample of several of the figures in the book that you wrote about that were highlighted in your special. Watch this.
This is the Black Friday sale you are not going to want to miss.
Right now, we have a sale going on for brand new furnaces and heating systems. It's our lowest.
God performed miracles. He was on that ball field.
It was a miracle that we were able to watch that video.
So I've had 7 cardiac arrests.
In each
This is
chapter of
great.
this book, my publisher
I
said
thought that
to
was
me,
David.
identify the most prominent miracle.
It's unbelievable. I don't understand how I did. I absolutely did.
Isn't he talking about
I can't explain
Scalise?
it. To be honest with you, I can't.
I can't explain it.
They all said the same thing. I can't explain it. Dr. Siegel, how do you as a physician explain it?
The miracles in those chapters that you just showed accumulated. With Steve Scalise, the first miracle.
It is about Steve Scalise. That's what I thought it was.
Majority Leader Scalise.
What about you, liberals? Whatever. Wait, you have nothing to say about Scalise, or you don't even know?
The first miracle occurs on the ball field, that he even makes it that far, because Brad Wenstrup applies a tourniquet and they're giving him a lot of blood. He gets to the hospital. 2 tremendous surgeons and an interventional radiologist get involved and repair his artery that in a way no one's ever done before. Then he prays, and he talks about the community prayers, and prayers came in all over the United States for Steve Scalise. For Dr. Robert Montgomery, the chief of surgery at NYU that we just featured, he talked about coming back into his body from a great height after a cardiac arrest, and how he could hear a sound, and it turned out to be his own breathing. And that description all 7 times was the same. And it gives you a sense of being part of a greater reality. A surgeon like him, who's a scientist, telling it exactly that way. If you read that chapter in the book, you're going to believe if you have any doubts.
All right. And is it out now? The special out now? It comes out Wednesday?
Wednesday, the special is out.
All right. His
They-
book is out, though. The Miracles Among Us. It's out now. And then the Fox Nation
I
special
love.
will be available
One of
on
my
Fox
favorite
Nation.
topics is miracles, bro. Like, dude, if you listen to Art Bell, he's got topics of like miracles, like unexplained miracles, bro. They're really, really good episodes.
On Wednesday. Thank you so much, Dr. Siegel.
Thanks for your help.
You're
Thank
welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dana Perino, along with Emily Campagno, Jessica Tarloff, Jesse Waters, and Greg Gutfeld. It's 5 o'clock in New York City, and this is The Five. And disturbing new questions tonight on the vetting of Afghan nationals after the horrific ambush shooting of 2 National Guard members in Washington, D.C. Investigators are digging deeper into the accused Afghan gunman who killed Army National Guard
Good
Specialist
question,
Sarah
David.
Beckstrom and leaving Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf clinging to life.
Good damn question.
Tonight, we're told he's showing encouraging signs of improvement. We're also learning that 5,000 Afghan applicants have been flagged for security concerns since 2021, when former President Biden took office. In
know what's
response,
funny?
the Trump
I wanna
administration
make
is
this
halting
clear.
all Afghan visas and
I want to make this clear. First off, I want to go to Sheriff Grady very soon. There's only 10 minutes left of this. Might as well just let it go because it did do exactly what its goal was. Second is I love Ryan. Every time I'm like, all right, Ryan, and me and Ryan fight because we don't even feel like going live, you know? And like, I'd be like, Ryan, we're going live. He's like, no, we're not. And I literally have to show him, like, here it is. It's already set up. And he'd be crying about it. And then I'll be like, here it is. It's set up. And then I see him 3 minutes later. And that dude's like Superman, man. He goes into his booth and comes out ready to rock and roll. Every time he don't want to do it. And then he's in here having fun. Like every time. It's great.
evaluating entry policies. And the president is defending the freeze.
It's true.
Should not have been allowed
Coming
to
out
come
like
into our
Clark
country.
Kent.
How long
has
your
administration plan to pause asylum into the U.S.?
I think a long time.
Can you give any
We
kind
don't
of
want
time?
them.
What's
We
a
don't
long
want those
time?
people. We have enough problems. We don't want those people.
Is there a list?
Well, I guess we gave you 19, right? There's probably more than that. They're very crime-ridden countries. They're countries that don't do a good job. They're countries that don't register from the standpoint of success. And we, frankly, don't need their people coming into our country telling us what to do.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the tragic shootings underscore the importance of Trump's mass deportation operation.
The Trump administration is now actively re-examining all of the Afghans imported into the country by Joe Biden. Any individual who threatens our national security or our citizenry will be subject to removal. It is more important than ever to finish carrying out the president's mass deportation operation.
But Texas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett seems to think that the problem isn't unvetted migrants, but something else.
What does it really take to stop a motivated, violent criminal dead in his tracks?
I tell you what,
Go against
can I
every
say it?
single immigrant. That doesn't make sense. And it's frankly not who we are, because if that's the case, let's talk about the white supremacists and how many of them need to be kicked out of this country, because I can guarantee you, I can track down more crimes that they've committed, because overall immigrants have a lower crime committal rate than white supremacists. But we don't want to talk about that in this country.
Oh, hell no.
All right, Jesse, shall we kick it off with you today?
It's just the craziest story I've ever heard. So the CIA starts these paramilitary units in Afghanistan. They're like, you know, hit squads. They kick down doors in the dead of night and just kill everybody in there. You give these guys guns, you give them cash, you give them some intel, and they do the dirty work. And they did a very good job for us. So when you leave Afghanistan, these guys probably gonna get slaughtered by the Taliban. So what you do is you fly them to Qatar. And they say they vetted them in Qatar. Now, what does that mean? How do you vet someone they pull out of a mountain in Afghanistan and hand a gun and some cash and tell him to go kill Taliban? He doesn't have social media. He doesn't have a therapist you can interview. He has no bank account. He has nothing. There's nothing to go on. You don't know if he beats his wife. You don't know if he's a sociopath. So they say, fine, let's fly you to Washington State, and we're going to put you up in a luxury apartment and all your 5 kids and your wife. So the guy gets there, and he doesn't work. And he starts smoking cannabis.
This sounds like something I've been preaching forever, but let's forget.
And he starts becoming suicidal. And you check in on him, and he's always off driving somewhere. No one knows where he is. And there's all these red flags. And so I don't know whether the guy went crazy. He was out for revenge. You don't know. And so he goes in and he almost kills 2 of our guys.
He needed to smoke some of our
solution?
shit. Maybe he would have chilled them out.
The solution is you don't bring them here. Yes, they worked on our side in a nasty war. Why can't you fly them to Egypt? The guy doesn't speak any English. He'd be much more comfortable in a Muslim country. Why do you have to fly him here? Then we're responsible for him if he goes nuts, and we're collateral damage. It's not like all of a sudden we're flying CIA-backed South Vietnamese mercenaries to Chicago when we left Saigon because we felt bad. No, it's just common sense. And that's all we need to do is use a little more common sense.
Emily.
Yeah, for those having issues with how the administration is handling now these ghastly and preventable ambush and murders, and almost 2, remember back there's a million examples of this, but in 1982, the Chicago Tylenol murders, when someone poisoned
that was
Tylenol, just a few. But what happened? Across the country, every single bottle of Tylenol was recalled. And then it also changed so that from now on, every cap, every bottle, everything you get in a store has a sealed container so that you know if it has been tampered with. So why now? When just as there, it was a fatal response. Why now?
I know
when
you
we
were.
know it was because of an utter failure of a deranged lunatic that was behind this. And I sort of include President Biden in that comment too. Why now are people loath to examine who's in this country? The reality is that we have up to 85,000 refugees that weren't vetted at all, or were vetted so minimally as to call it an utter failure. And that the headline seems to be, for example, by the New York Times, that President Trump blames without evidence on immigrants and now is sitting to task the process of vetting them for the first time meaningfully. Shouldn't the headline be the utter failure of the prior president did not secure and procure American interests first and foremost as a priority, which has led to the preventable death of Sarah Beckstrom? I find it appalling. And as usual, the mainstream media is in concert with the failure of that administration that at all respects ignored the well-meaning advice of generals and ignore the well-being of our troops and our American citizens. And now with this president finally doing that for the first time, we are told he's being racist. Think about, too, the daunting nature of this task, the sheer volume of the vetting, and also with a non-collaborative or corroborative body like the government of Afghanistan, the majority of those identities are false and there's no ability to corroborate or authenticate them. So we're dealing with an 85,000 strong mess. But this president and this administration says, You know what? We'll take it one by one and step by step because American interests and American safety is that much of a priority to us. It is so refreshing. But God rest Sarah Beckstrom's soul and also President Biden after this because it lands squarely on his shoulders.
There were emails, Jessica, in 2021 that surfaced on the Biden team. They basically were trying to increase their historic airlift numbers, right? And the vetting went by the wayside. So then people, unfortunately, have to pay the price for that, like Sarah Beckstrom.
Yeah, it was definitely a hurried process. I did not see many Democrats even or people.
We have something cool here. What you're looking at is the new Spedience home gym. This one is called the Gym Monster 2. And look at how small it is.
Part of the administration who were defending the way that we exited this situation. And a lot of the concern was actually for people like this alleged murderer who had helped over the years. And you see veterans all over TV talking about how amazing the vast majority of these people are and that we were going to leave them to die if we did that. I think that looking at that program again and saying we can't repeat that is definitely important. But it's been disappointing to see President Trump or DHS Secretary Kristi Noem on the Sunday shows denying the fact that Donald Trump's administration granted him asylum in April of this year. So they had a chance to evaluate the situation as well when he was nuts, when he was suicidal, when he was threatening, all these things that have been going on in his life. And they also let him stay. So just making this, it was your fault, not we have an American problem, I think turns a lot of people off from this or this kind
I did not know that. I didn't know that he got vetted by Trump and let go. Did you guys know that? That was the first time I've heard that. I did not know that. I've always blamed Biden, 1,000%. I mean, he let him in, but I didn't know Trump could have gotten rid of him.
kind of rhetoric when Trump is posting that you need to denaturalize people who undermine domestic tranquility and deport foreign nationals who are non-compatible with Western civilization. Using those kinds of sweeping terms versus saying, we need to look at this program and we need to make sure that everyone that we are bringing here deserves to be here is a much more appropriate response to it. But, you know, I understand and was personally hugely upset by this and continue to be, and hope that, you know, the soldier who's fighting for his life can get through.
So many of these stories that we've covered over the years, Greg, have to go back to that the terrorist only has to be right once. You have
Yeah.
to be right every single time. And doesn't seem to be a way to track radicalization in a way that would prevent it.
Well, first of all, it isn't Trump's fault for not finding the needle in a haystack that was placed by somebody else. You know, it would be perfect, it'd be great, but it's not his fault. We share the same brain, Emily. It's kind of scary because I was looking back at 2016 at the Syrian refugee issue, and I remember the big story wasn't about the Syrian refugees. It was about Donald Trump Jr. talking about the bowl of Skittles. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
If you get a bowl of, it was like a meme in the early 20s, you're talking 10 years ago, a bowl of Skittles. If you knew one was poisoned, obviously you wouldn't eat the bowl of Skittles. The media went crazy. They went nuts. How dehumanizing to compare illegal immigrants to Skittles. How racist, how xenophobic. They are human beings. They are not analogies by their definition aren't the actual thing. They are the analogy of the thing. But it didn't matter because that worked. That argument worked. Suddenly you could not talk about illegal immigration because you were considered xenophobic. So you started to see this variable show up in almost every kind of scandal or problem that the Dems were involved with. No oversight, no accountability, because those things were linked to bigotry. So you could, fast forward, you can wave in men to play in women's sports. There's no accountability there because remember, if you called it out, you would be called homophobic or transphobic. If you called out, hey, man, you're granting a lot of asylum here for a lot of people we don't know. Well, that's xenophobic. You invent cashless bail. If we come out against that, you're racist against minority. They create these huge government programs, which we'll talk about in the B block, that doled out billions to Somali refugees. Again, xenophobia. So the missing piece here is accountability, which was controlled or eliminated by the accusation of racism. What happened? We suffer. I think that at this point, you needed somebody like Trump who said, I don't care if you call me a racist. I'm going to come in here and fix this because in the long term, I'll be happy. You can call me a bigot, but I'm going to tackle these challenges. And what happens is the other side who created this risk, whether it was on the border or with crime, inspire mutiny. They inspire mutiny in the state, government, in the military. So not only do they create the opportunity for hell at the border and with the National Guard, think about the National Guard. They were in DC fixing lack of oversight with crime, and they get shot and killed because of a lack of oversight on immigration. All Trump is trying to do is, I'm trying to fix the oversight, and they go, we have a problem with your process. No, you don't have a say in the process anymore. You're done. So.
Great way to end it. All right, coming up next, a billion-dollar fraud firestorm erupting on Tim Walz's watch.
All right.
Click here
Look
to
at the
subscribe to the
timing of me getting that done back. All right. Let's get over it and let's have some fun.
To this wonderful team of folks. They, along with others, are the reason we had a remarkably successful operation called Autumn Sweep. We were joined by One More Child, Heartland for Children, DCF, Lake Wells Police, Devonport Police, Clearmont Police, Auburndale Police, St. Cloud Police.
No, he didn't.
Rescue,
Hold on.
Lakeland Police.
Nah, he didn't come here in April. He came here in 2021. And it just said in April, Trump granted him more time.
City Police, Winter Haven Police, Haines City Police, Marion County Sheriff's Office, Lake County Sheriff's Office, Tampa Police, and the State Attorney's Office. Now, also speaking today will be Captain Ty Thompson from Lakeland, Chief Parker from Davenport, Chief Velasquez from Lake Wells, Joni Domingue from One More Child, Katie and Parchment from Heartland for Children. I'm going to give a brief overview of what occurred, and then we're going to focus on a couple of topics. We focus on going after the human trafficking operations. And we understand that there are live victims that we're trying to rescue every day. And then we culminate with an operation such as this with our partners. And the only reason we can be successful is because of the number of partners that we have. This operation began on October 2nd, and it only lasted 5 days.
You blame the FBI for the Afghan thing or what? Because I personally blame the people that are controlling the shit in the background, not Biden or Trump.
Because of the hurricane. So we had to cut it off early. And despite that, we made 157 arrests, 47 prostitutes, 96 Johns, and 4
definitely the CIA
of other charges. We arrested.
Well, if you want to talk about the radicalized Afghan, it's definitely the CIA and DARPA, 1,000%, no questions asked. The FBI might have radicalized them here in America, though.
One for human trafficking.
But it was most likely the CIA.
Usually, it's remarkably difficult to find the human trafficker, but we did this time. We also rescued 4 potential victims of human trafficking that admitted it up front. Now, our wonderful NGOs that are here today will follow up with all of these people because after creating a relationship and partnership, usually they identify others who, once they become accustomed to the NGOs and see that they're there to help them, they also be
another one, Ryan?
We are excited that we were able to rescue 4 potential victims of human trafficking. Now, this is such a popular thing in Florida. You know, you come to Florida on vacation. A lot of people want to leave on probation. And this time was my
favorite bar
was not different than any other time. People came from 9 other states in order to be
Disgusting.
arrested in Polk County, Florida. I take that as a great compliment. They were from California, New York, Nevada, Pennsylvania, North Carolina,
Hey.
Kentucky, Wisconsin, Georgia, Arizona, and one.
Israel runs our Congress, runs everything. Like Trump said it himself.
Came to us all the way from the UK. So I don't know how our jails and lockups compare to the UK, but we have a subject matter expert now. 26 of those were married. The youngest, John,
Exactly,
we arrested,
David.
was 15. The oldest one was
This is what
61.
we do, Bubba.
We added 35 new felony charges.
Yeah, you guys, we're all on the
201
same page here.
misdemeanor
We all
charges
know it was
as
the
a result
alphabet
of this
gangs.
operation.
We all know that.
What's interesting is
Pick any of
that
them.
there were
We need to eliminate them all. Here.
327.
We need to eliminate. We all can agree on that. Definitely the alphabet gangs are responsible for all this shit. What they did was they infiltrated the mafia. They infiltrated the mob, found out their tactics, and started using them on us. That's exactly what they did. That's exactly what's going on. What do you want me to say, bro? You guys are right. Get rid of them all. CIA, FBI, DEA, IRS, all of them. Bye-bye.
By
three-letter agencies.
That had been filed
This
against
is-
people. So we weren't dealing with a lot of people who just stumbled in by mistake. And there were 455 prior misdemeanor charges filed against these people. Now,
He is a mobster.
these
I
that we
love that
arrested,
shit,
Some of
Dennis.
the charges included 2
Yes.
counts of homicide that are 2 people charged with homicide. Apparently, those were all processed in the process. Vehicle homicide, kidnapping, robbery, and then a sundry of other charges. So there were some very bad people that we arrested. Now, for just a moment, I want to focus on what I think is a huge concern, and that huge
Whipped is
concern
not whipped cream.
is those that came here illegally. So I'm going to roll out a couple of things for you. First, I want you to see this chart. 25 illegal immigrants were arrested in this operation. They were from Venezuela, Cuba, Colombia, Guatemala, Honduras, and Mexico. 16% of these total
Let's
arrests
talk
were
about
people
you.
who should not even have been in this country, but they were here. And they were here because we have a federal government that enabled these criminals to come into the country and then treated them very well after the criminals came here illegally. So let me share a story with
He was
you.
abandoned. You're
And
getting
then I'm
booted
going to
just
read a
for saying
quote
that dumbass
for
shit.
you and then let you see a
That
video.
bitch just came in here. Hold on. This broad just came in here and defended the Afghan guy.
Prostitutes that came here, several of them had to pay off a coyote debt.
Wow.
Some of them said, hey, we did it because it was easy money. Others said, well, we came here and we were illegal. We couldn't get employment, so we turned to prostitution.
Let me guess. It was the BLT crews negators that made him do Charlie Kirk like that, right? Yeah, you're stupid.
Some of them said we were threatened and our family was threatened if we did not prostitutes for the
I love how
coyotes
David comes
or
in and
for
uses like the
human
one
traffickers.
name
So I'm going to tell you one story
that you don't
about
want to
one
put
of our
on here.
suspects, Maria.
Hey,
That's
Sarah?
not her real name.
Yeah.
She's
Who
from
cares?
Venezuela.
Nah,
She made
don't
a
put
conscious
that.
decision to
I don't
come
give
to
a
this
shit.
country
It's just
I
sorry.
do.
commit crime. She flew into Mexico.
Hey,
from
David, that's
Venezuela.
not me, man.
She
Ryan's
walked
the
across
That's all
the
me,
border
buddy. Don't put that name, bro. Nobody wants to see
Ryan,
that.
with her one-year-old
Ryan's
child,
the Tom Homan
where
of
she
this
was
channel,
greeted
bro. He
by the border
starts the shit, you know.
patrol. Did you hear what I said? She was
I'm like
greeted by the
I'm
border
like the
patrol.
president. I
There
just
was
got
no
the mouthpiece.
sneaking.
I ain't shit.
She flew in.
David, say
I
whatever
hear
you want. Just
they
keep that
walked
one name
across
out of the mouth.
the open border. There is no border security at the southern border. Zero. It doesn't exist. So when she was
No caps.
greeted, and you'll understand why I use that term in a minute. You'll understand that we went to the Border Patrol processing.
Hey, we're 8 likes away from 100. Yo, hit it.
She completed the processing and was released
There you
to
go.
a facility,
Yeah.
a housing facility for immigrants. She said I was given a DNA test to make sure that my DNA matched my child. He was given a DNA test to make sure he was really my child. She said once that occurred, they set me down and they told me all about the benefits that I would get in the United States. She said I was eligible and I had to fill out these forms so that I could get those benefits. She said, so I fill forms out for Medicaid.
That's disgusting.
For SNAP, which is
you heard that?
money for food. She said I was given free travel from the border to Chicago. When I got to Chicago, I couldn't find gainful employment there. So I thought, what the heck? I'll go to Florida. And then I got to fly to Florida. She was giving free housing, all because the United States paid for that. That's right. You, the taxpayers, got to pay for that. So this was all simply walking across the border.
Spam the reactions, hit the likes.
Said it was unbelievable to me. But let me read her quote, because understand, she walked across the border. This was not a stealthful act. And then they gave her free travel, free housing, free food, free medical care. All while you're still waiting for help. Let me read in English, and then we're going to play the video clip she agreed to do if we'd use another name. When I passed through immigration,
Dude, how am I supposed to not laugh at
me
that,
all the
bro?
benefits I was eligible for. I was told I could apply for government assistance.
Dude.
I could apply for health medical insurance for my son.
Oh,
and I
this is
could apply
like
for food
being
assistance.
a little kid.
After I
dude.
finished talking to immigration, a short time passed until a DNA test was done on me and my son to prove that he was my son. Then they sent me down with other people who were also waiting and had already qualified to be released.
Let's go 5 more likes.
The documents we had in our hands were our personal identification in the United States, and we could use the documents to travel on buses and airplanes. They also explained to us that we could use those documents to apply for our documents to become legal here. And after that, they explained all of the benefits. They said,
"Hey,
welcome to
buddy,
the United States of North
hit the
America."
like.
And from there, they transferred.
Alienated. What up, Bubba?
And all of this occurred in one day. So welcome to the United States. This is someone who just crossed the border illegally.
Hold on.
And to commit
everybody,
crime.
aliens
And they were
in the house.
not only welcome to the United States, but then they were given all kinds
welcome,
of
alien.
benefits
Welcome to the welcome.
at the cost of the taxpayer. So let's listen to her in her words, and then we'll move on from there to other topics.
Bueno, cuando pasé, me sentaron, me explicaron todos los beneficios que tenía, que podía recurrir a ayudas del gobierno, podría a seguros para el niño, seguro médico, podía recurrir a ayuda para el ayuda de comida. Y allí, bueno, después que
Somebody's gonna eat, go home.
era mi hijo, pues para comprar que era mi hijo.
Hey, it's good to
Después
see you,
me
brother.
sentaron en unas sillas con las
Mac
otras personas que
10.
habían calificado ese día para salir, y ahí nos explicaron que los documentos que nos estaban en nuestras manos pues era como nuestra identificación aquí en Estados Unidos, que con eso podíamos viajar en bus, en avión, que con eso podíamos sacar nuestros papeles más legalmente aquí. Y después que nos explicaron todo eso de las ayudas y toda la cuestión, pues nos dijeron bienvenidos a los Estados Unidos.
Share this to everybody at work, alien.
No, don't. Don't.
Understand there are 4 women listed here as human trafficking victims that were smuggled across the border.
We know.
In addition to her. Two of the human
Maybe the
trafficking
guy- hold
victims
on.
admitted they
Hold
had
on.
to pay off a coyote
Maybe tell the guy with the rainbow mask. He might enjoy it.
debt of $6,000. Make no mistake about it. The government and is aiding and abetting human trafficking
4 more likes,
in
guys.
the United States because they're creating an environment for people to start out here at more than they amassed where they came from. In addition to that, there is a
You got fired? Good.
across. And that is encouraged. And as a result of that, we have thousands upon thousands of people dying in the United States. And then the best that our federal politicians can say was, well, it didn't kill as many people this year as last year. I don't
know what that means.
More about that. All the while, we have people
I don't
that are
either.
suffering.
I just locked Marley
that
in
have
the
not
bathroom. How long
received
do I
help
lock
yet from the federal
Keith, what does that
government
mean?
as a result of the hurricanes in North Carolina.
Okay, chat. My cat was getting up on the table so many times, and he keeps thinking that my flowers are catnip, and he wants to play in it. And I locked him in the bathroom. How long do I give him? He's been about 4 or 5 minutes. How much longer do I let him sit in there to realize he needs to stop?
And in Florida, in Polk County, the aid's not come through yet. There are people, irrespective
I
of
don't
the
know who
hurricanes
this guy is,
in
Brian.
this nation that need help,
I don't know who this
that need
Let me
support,
check him.
but they don't get
Fuck
that
'em.
support
I don't know what that means.
these folks get for coming across the border illegally.
I'm going to do
We're
this.
going to get tired of
Just
this.
to make it easy.
When have we had enough?
How about this?
When have we said, when are we going to say the hardworking people in the United States are who we need to be taking care of? Not creating an environment and encouraging people to come across the border illegally in violation of federal law, and then welcoming them to the United States and showering them with gifts at the taxpayer.
He's high in the bathroom.
In our own nation
I
are not
I don't
receiving
know.
what they should receive.
Weird. You're out of here. I'm time for
And
you.
here's the human trafficker we were able to arrest. Travis Hutchinson, he's 25.
Hi.
He lives in Davenport. He was dealing with 2 females, one from Colombia and one from Venezuela. Now, the Colombian came to Mexico, to California, and
I
then
think it said ice baby.
she was recruited by a coyote.
Fix it.
He took her to the border and said, all you have to do is
Okay.
walk across.
I know.
Understand
I'm
the
just like,
coyotes weren't
no.
even having to
Let me-
smuggle
I'm pretty sure that's what it means. I'm gonna bring him back.
across the border late
Hey,
at night.
he's going to bring you back.
The
Say
coyote
something.
now rounds you up, takes you to the border, and says, walk right through here and go into that processing center. Whether our Colombian victim and our Venezuelan victim of human trafficking met there. And then they were flown from California to Florida. Now, Travis was here. He was talking to the coyote in California who said, I'm sending them to you. And they had to work to pay off.
Come on, buddy. No caps, man.
They were having to turn as many as 20 tricks a day apiece in order to pay off their debt.
That's a lot of
Paying the
fight.
coyote debt off. They were then paying Travis, and he was setting up all of these operations. Oh, they can even use Cash App if you don't have cash. It's amazing to me. So, Travis, when they would refuse or say, I'm tired, I don't want to do this,
I let my cat out of
would
the
slap and choke one of our victims and threaten them if they did not get out and go back to work.
Hey, we hit 100.
If this operation had only
Only 50 more.
it would have been a success. But let me go over a few more of the arrests. Now, what would a autumn sweep operation be? What would any of our undercover operations be where we're dealing with human trafficking, prostitution, child predators, Without
right back to
Disney. We always arrest Disney employees. This is Eubanus Muta. He's 28 from Davenport. He's a wood carving artist when he's not soliciting prostitution. This is
Grady, man.
Philadelphia. He works as a
He's something
custodian
else.
for Disney. He said he just moved to Florida at the end of September from Philadelphia. Well, welcome to Florida.
What that means, bro.
Welcome to Polk County. Welcome to the jail.
Are you talking to me?
And there's Juan Albino. He's 35. He's from Haines City. He
Man,
works
don't even
backstage
play with the
utilities.
words.
Oh, by the way,
Hey,
he's
get up
married.
out of here, bro.
Had a wife at home.
How's the dick taste in your mouth, Jason?
And of course, being patriotic, people wanting to have sex, there's the military
You're
members.
smelling like dick.
Waterburio, who's 47. He's a disabled vet. He was born in Columbia. Norrell Cooper from
Molly,
Orlando,
I
Navy
swear to
Reserve
God,
supply
you're
clerk.
pissing
He's
me
stationed in
off,
Jacksonville.
Dad.
Then there's Alejandro Parra. He's 20 from Davie, Florida. He's a paralegal in the Army, stationed in Orlando.
Right.
You know what he told us?
Keep the likes coming.
My job, meaning he processes papers for soldiers that are arrested. Well, heck, when he bonds out, he can go process his own paperwork. You know what I mean? And then I always like to point out the loyal husbands who leave their wives or fiancés at home while they have sex. So here's
Do you have Down
Williams.
syndrome? Bye.
He was arrested on Friday, October the 4th, just before he was to
Where?
get married on Tuesday, 4 days later. The fiance was out of town at the time, and hey, he had some spare time on his hands. What can you say?
I'll boot everybody in this
You know,
damn chat that
his
pisses
quote
me
was
off.
this,
I swear to
hope
you
she
not.
doesn't find out.
What did Mac 10 do?
It's going to be on every
I don't
station,
know.
on
Piss
social
me off.
media. You know,
No.
she's going to find out.
Well, then fix it.
Then there's
all right?
Jonathan Webster. He came
something
all the way from the UK, from England.
annoying,
He
so
was
I
here on a
got-
2-week
Nah.
vacation with his fiance, and his fiance thought
What did
he
he
was
do?
going to Walmart.
Nothing.
No, it was a
Well, then
Walmart
fix
of
it.
sorts. It was a Walmart of sex. Walmart
I don't know.
to get caught.
No,
But
maybe I
Jonathan's
wasn't trying to
fiance
bring him,
now
but I
knows
definitely was trying to get
that
I
he
think
wasn't
it was
at Walmart.
somebody else.
It was
Jason.
at Grady Mart.
Oh, he's back.
Dominique Price, 30, from
No,
Mineola.
he's not.
His fiance is pregnant. He told her that he was going to the gym for a
He
little
said, "What
exercise.
you watching? Does that cop
I
have
can't
Down
find that
syndrome?"
exercise.
I know
He
exactly
was
why.
arrested on Friday, October 4th.
Don't you
But
ever
that's
talk
okay.
down
He had
to
2
the
days to bond out before the baby
Ah.
was due.
I see.
God, you slick, bro. I'm a G.
And then
Fuck
there's
you,
always
bro. You ain't
the
fucking with.
previous sting arrest. You know, Tommy Thomas, 28, from Haines City. He was arrested in
It wasn't that
2019.
bad.
He said, "Hey, I had such
It
a
was
great
enough.
time getting arrested by the
Talk
sheriff's
about Sheriff
office
Grady like
and
that.
the team of
Oh,
detectives from the police department.
Text
I think
ring,
I'll
dumb
go back
fuck.
and get arrested again." So that's what happened. And then Jose Perez says, "Well, you're not by yourself. I'm 38. I'm from Haines City." And he was arrested in 2017. His wife thought he was at work. Then there's Evans Joseph Jr. He was a prostitute, not a John. He was arrested in 2022 for offering to commit prostitution.
The same story over and over. Every one of these guys have wives.
And then this was kind of one of my favorites, so I gave him his own card by himself. Darren Sandiardo.
He got
He's
2 of
43.
them.
He's from Brentwood.
How do you
New
get
York.
There's no
He's a
cap,
volunteer
dude.
firefighter, has been
How
for
did he
25
get
years.
Play?
He's here on vacation. He's married with a 5-year-old son, charged with solicitation.
Come on.
So there you go. But in addition to our human trafficker, if we only made these 3 arrests, it would have been a success. Because you see, in addition to a human trafficking operations, we're also doing a child predator operation. These 3 folks traveled to the undercover location thinking they were going to have sex with a child. That's right. These are what we call pedophile or dangerous child sex predators. Michael Gillis is from Eden Prairie, Minnesota. Now, there's a story about that.
Damn
He was
walk.
arrested in Minnesota for trying to have sex with a 14-year-old little boy. Not only was he arrested for trying to have sex with a 14-year-old little boy, but he was out on an $85,000 bond from that charge. So
he should have been
came
killed.
to work as a videographer.
What?
And he thought, well, you know, I'm out on bond. Heck, let me go see if I can pick up a 14-year-old
Put under
in Florida.
jail on a lie.
And that's what he did.
On a lie.
With our operation, and he was promptly arrested again for trying to have sex with a 14-year-old little boy, where he was put in jail on a $72,000 bond and required to have an ankle monitor. Well, you would think Minnesota would revoke his bond and say, hey, if you're out, you've got children at risk. But, you know, he hasn't been to trial yet. They haven't even revoked his bond. Minnesota's not even trying to arrest him. Now, we're working with the police.
My bond
very
revoked.
hard to try to get him rearrested on their charges. Because after all, he didn't make his October 10th court appearance in Minnesota because he was tied up here. Now he's out on a bond wearing an ankle monitor, and he can't leave the state. So I don't know how he answers to the charges up there until he answers to the charges here. But at the end of the day, he made admissions to us. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the classic example. If these child predators are not locked up, children are in danger. And you would think that he would be afraid or scared or worried.
Big
when
ass
he was arrested
bag
in Minnesota
full of
doing the same
bullets.
thing. He would at least behave for a while. No, he comes right back to Florida and does the same thing. And then there's Ezekiel Mihal from
All right.
the city.
That's a good jump.
He's here illegally. So here's an example. I want the current administration, the federal government, to understand because you don't have any border security, that you are not only allowing but encouraging illegal people to come into this country to commit crime, to include child sex predators. He came here illegally.
You're
and his
done.
goal was to find a 14-year-old child and have sex with her. And that's what he was trying to do if it weren't for our great detectives that stopped it. They travel, folks. They actually showed up at a strange house in a strange community, in a strange neighborhood, in a strange county to have sex with a child. That's how dangerous. And he told them during his communication with what he thought was a 14-year-old child, you know, I could get in big trouble if I get caught. You think? Oh, by the way, did I tell you he's married with a 7-year-old daughter?
Ooh.
And he sent his wife and daughter to North Carolina.
Disgusting, bro. Fuck.
Because of the threat of the storm. And he thought, hey, my wife and daughter are gone. The storm's not here yet. I'll just go see if I can have sex with a 14-year-old little girl. And then there's Brandon Orr. He's 28 from Kissimmee. He tried to have sex with a 14-year-old little girl. Newsflash, he is a lifeguard at Disney Art of Animation Resort.
Oh, you don't say.
So
shocked
and set up and look at children all day long while Disney's paying him.
He lands so much.
Did I tell you he's engaged to be married too?
Let me guess. What's his name?
His future wife can do what she wants. But
Is
I'm
his
just
name
thinking
Mike?
through this. You may want to go try to somebody else, not a pedophile, not a child sex predator, because he's going to prison for a long time. We're going to do our best because our state attorney, Brian Haas, is the very best. His team is the very best. We're going to try to put them in prison for a long time. So I'm going to start with the chiefs, and then we're going to have our NGOs speak to you for just a second.
Who's the little girl on the right?
Good morning. My name is Steve Parker. I'm the chief of police for the city of Davenport. You know, and I look at these pictures and these numbers for these operations used to shock me. 150, 200 in one operation.
This guy
So
got
we're doing so often now. It's not surprising anymore.
Dude.
I'm living life from the beginning.
Dude.
Sorry.
Some of the ancillary crimes and the immoral acts that spawn off of these types of things, some of the things that Sheriff Judd talked about, to me, that's what's kind of shocking. I want to thank Sheriff Judd and his team and all of our law enforcement partners here in Polk County and in the entire Central Florida area for participating in this type of operation. These things like this is what we need to bring to the forefront to eradicate this. And these NGOs that stand up here with us, these are the true heroes. These are the ones that stand up here day in and day out and do the hard work. And so we appreciate your hard work as well. Thank you.
I'm Captain Ty Thompson. I'm here on behalf of the Lakeland Police Department. I happen to be the division commander of our Special Investigation Division, who is a participant in this operation. We'd like to thank Sheriff Judd and the Polk County Sheriff's Office for their proactive stance against crimes like this against our community. I'd just like to say, in addition to that, I know that this operation in and of itself is very labor intensive for those detectives and those investigators and law enforcement officers that are involved in it. Not only were they tied up on a very
this whole time this guy's
labor intensive operation that lasted.
The whole time that guy was talking, all I was thinking about was, man, I wonder if we could take those little dwarfs that we saw yesterday online and make them drug dogs. Think about it. They'd be good little bomb sniffers. We could send them off when the little tallies come in and they got their little bombs, and boom, we'll just send a little dwarf in there to sniff that shit out, bro. They'd be perfect.
Dude, what the?
They'd be perfect. They just wobble right into the middle of it all.
Bro.
Like, nah, we got it. It'll give it its extra strength.
Lasted well into the early morning hours of every night. That required multiple hours of overtime. They also were greeted by Hurricane.
I don't think Hair Club for Men is going to help him, Chris.
And some of those very detectives.
No, it's not, Chris.
And law enforcement professionals are
Hair
still
Club
out on the streets of this community trying to put it back
options
together.
years ago.
So I'm very proud to be a part of this law enforcement community in this county.
If it does, it'll be
I'm very
more
proud
famous
of the
than
men
it
and
is
women
now.
that protect this community. Thank you.
Is he famous?
Good morning. I'm Chief Chris Velasquez
Now
with
he
the
is.
Lake Wells Police Department.
True.
And I'd like to thank each and every one of the people
The
here
bald
today,
guy
all of
talk.
those that worked in this operation. It was an amazing initiative. When you think about the number of people, the number of staff that it takes to manage and run an operation like this, it's overwhelming. But with all of the folks that are partnered here today, this is just a snippet of what we do each and every day in this county. We work together hand in hand. It's all about doing the right thing. It's all about serving the public. It's all about providing justice to the victims. Look at all the people up here. It's easy to think that
But I'll shut up just for
police
you.
could
Carol.
have better
Just
things
for
to do.
you,
Well, I want to
Carol.
ask each and every one of you and anyone that's out there watching, if you're thinking that we're out here just going after people that are
Just
looking
so
for
you know,
prostitutes and
Cheryl.
we could be doing other.
Just so you know, Cheryl, in my family, what people call Karens back nowadays, we call them Cheryls in my family. Just so you know, growing up, that's what we called them, was Cheryls.
Other things. Ask yourself how you would feel. Ask yourself if it was your son or daughter that was being victimized. So we've got some slow learners.
Wow, Keeks!
Rearrested.
We
You know,
really
what will it
did.
take? I can tell you right now, I can guarantee you that the people that are up here, this isn't their first time. This is the first time maybe being caught. So this is happening every day. Every day. Thousands and thousands of people are being victimized and they're committing these crimes. So we're going to continue until we can do an operation and we get zero. And then we'll still probably try it again just to see what happens. But it doesn't seem like it's going to stop.
Oh,
Good morning.
see,
My name
I
is
mean,
Jody Domingue. I am the
I
Vice
gotta
President of
remove you, but
Program Operations and Public Policy.
thank
I
you, Jackie.
oversee One More Child's direct care services to trafficking survivors in Florida, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Ohio,
What's
and
that?
also our prevention and legislative efforts nationally and globally. I would like to just offer our sincerest gratitude to the Polk County Sheriff's Office. I would also like to thank the Florida Human Trafficking Victim Fund in partnership with the Florida Sheriff's Association that provided critical resources for this operation. Because of them and our faithful partners at One More Child, we once again were able to be on the ground offering services. These services included advocacy, mental health counseling, lived experience mentorship. You're going to hear from one of our mentors today, translation services, which are much needed, safe shelter, and much, much more. And we offer these services not only to the individuals who are able to be identified immediately as human trafficking survivors, but also those who are not ready to identify, those who are not ready to exit a life of sexual exploitation. What we know is that the majority of people who enter into a life of prostitution are doing so under the age of 18 years old. So what that means is almost every individual who walked through those doors has been a victim at one point and offered very little options for their future. One More Child is committed to providing better options. We are committed to providing hope for a better future. We also know that we are not going to end this problem by identifying victims and providing them exceptional services. That's why One More Child is in full support and collaboration of a bill that will be introduced into the legislature called the Human Trafficking Reduction Act. This bill is going to make first-time buyers a felony. Right now, this is a misdemeanor in the state of Florida. The trauma that is caused by being able to purchase a person's body and do whatever you want to it is far too.
My question is she talking about children or just people in general? Because I if it's not a freaking one of the worst felonies, if it was a child, then I don't know what we're doing. And as far as adults, I mean, what adults do on their own time, I don't know what to say about that one.
Catastrophic. And the resources expended by the Polk County Sheriff's Office and other law enforcement agencies is far too much to be bound to only charging first-time offenses as misdemeanors. We will not arrest our way out of this problem with misdemeanors. It will also provide a secondary route of justice for trafficking survivors to be able to hold accountable those the players that have.
If she's talking about children, then it's a no-brainer. Why would it? When has it not been a felony? I'm very confused on that one.
Have profited off of their trauma. It will improve.
If it's not, then we need to go ahead and fight to make that a felony everywhere.
Improve the record relief process for survivors. And finally, it will provide more tools to law enforcement agencies to catch the bad guys. Something Polk County Sheriff's Office does better than anybody else. I want to thank Sheriff Judd, the detectives here today, the different partners that we get to partner with for another successful operation. Because of you, bad guys are off the streets. And because of you, survivors now are on their path to healing and have a hope for a better future. And if you are watching this and you have been coerced.
I agree, Keeks, but I think there should be a law for each one, honestly. Like for John to go pick up another adult, two consenting adults, and because money's exchanged, who cares? The only reason why it matters is because they can't tax your vag. But if it's a child, it's more than just an act. It is a lot of other things.
Or forced or convinced that you need to sell your body for profit. I'm here to tell you there is help. There is hope. Reach out to One More Child or any of the hotline numbers that will be provided to you today. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Christina Santiago, and I'm here today as a survivor, leader, and mentor with One More Child Anti-Trafficking Mobile Team. I am honored to stand here today with Polk County Sheriff's Office and with many other amazing organizations that are continuously fighting for survivors to be seen and heard.
There she is.
2020, when I heard the words human trafficking, I came across a video on YouTube where a
She's
young woman
tiny.
was sharing her trafficking story. Much of what she shared, I identified with.
You're right. I
It was like
agree.
a light switch that went off, and I realized that someone out there, miles away from me, walked in similar shoes. I said to myself, my abuse has a name. I went
course,
down this rabbit hole and began searching what is human trafficking. Much of my exploitation took place in high school due to having vulnerabilities, which made me a target for
Yeah,
exploitation.
there you go.
I was
David.
manipulated, groomed, and through coercion, it led to the start of my trafficking. Towards the end of my senior year, I was assaulted, which resulted in an unwanted pregnancy.
What
I was later forced by my trafficker to have an abortion. As a survivor, my story did not end there. I have spent the last 8 years healing through therapy and support from loved ones. During the last 2 years, I have been given the opportunity to use my experience to better serve other survivors. I am grateful to advocate for other survivors and to use my own personal experience when partnering with law enforcement.
Where are you from, Juvie?
If you are watching this and can identify and are in need of help, please reach out to our organization here at One More Child. The scars from my past serve as a reminder that not only did I experience a difficult situation, but I made it through. Scars are not only a sign of trauma, but they are also a sign of healing. After all, there is no scar until the wound is closed. My scars help others know she gets it. And today, my mess made room for my message, and my purpose is to now serve as a mentor to those who are hurting. Thank you for your time.
I think Marjorie Taylor Greene said it best. She's not a victim, she's a survivor, bro. And I think somebody like her can make a bigger impact on this world, like Amanda Berry and those what is it, Gina DeJesus. They were kidnapped in Cleveland. They were held hostage by Ariel Castro for years. Been through the whole ringer, and now they're going through the community and they're making a huge difference on all these survivors. So
Just seen Amanda Berry yesterday on the news.
it's crazy. Yeah, she's on the news now.
Doing the news.
Yeah.
Yeah, she got a job.
Weird, because I used to hang out with her.
Good morning. My name is Katie Parchment. I'm the Resiliency Coordinator for Heartland for Children and also the co-chair for the Human Trafficking Task Force that covers Polk, Highlands, and Hardy counties. First, we would like to extend our gratitude to Sheriff Judd and the many men and women in law enforcement who took part of this operation. The level of compassion, professionalism, and determination to identify victims of human trafficking and their traffickers is unmatched. The gift of working collaboratively with other NGOs and law enforcement to provide immediate intervention and support is a model that is unique to the Polk County Sheriff Department. This collaborative approach fosters information sharing and a broad spectrum of expertise that oftentimes lead to innovative solutions to combat human trafficking. Having the ability to provide a trauma-informed environment when speaking to potential victims allows for enhanced communication and reduced trauma triggers during this process. I'm confident that I can speak for myself and other NGOs involved that being able to meet and pour into the men and women who we meet during these operations is more rewarding and inspirational than you could ever imagine. Heartland for Children works hand in hand with the Department of Children and Families to provide intervention, services, and support to help protect children at risk of abuse, neglect, or threatened harm. Through services that can help foster behavioral changes and prevention programs to help strengthen families, our mission is to protect children and help support families to self-sufficiency. We understand that sometimes being in this life is a means of survival. There are several free resources available to help people experiencing difficult times. Reach out to findhelp.org for free resources. The Department of Children and Families Hope Florida program, the Hope hotline number is 1-833-GET-HOPE. United Ways 211. The National Human Trafficking Hotline 1-888-373 7888.
Boosie.
The Florida Department of Children and Families Abuse Hotline, 1-800-96-ABUSE. And then the Florida Human Trafficking Hotline that you can report directly to law enforcement, 1-855-FLA-SAFE. Lastly, I would like to leave anyone currently functioning in survival mode with a few words. You are wonderfully and beautifully made, and don't let anybody else tell you any differently. You are not your past or your current circumstances. Your resiliency will serve as an amazing testimony in the future, so don't give up. Healing takes time, and trauma triggers come in waves. However, there are several resources and supports throughout our community that can help you with your healing journey. Take a chance on you and reach out for help, because there is several services and referrals available out there to help you through that journey. And even though some days will be hard, you will have to learn a new norm, and your resiliency will help you through and help you to understand that you deserve love, safety, and happiness. Thank you.
You think that
We do
hurt
these
her head?
operations to save the victims. And we do these operations to save the victims because they're important to us. And ladies, you will never understand just how great you are and what a dynamic process we have now, because you join us at every operation, every step of the way. And we can turn these potential victims over to you immediately, not with some bureaucratic paperwork. But I want to close with this. Imagine for a second, a country where we had border security, where we did not spend millions upon millions upon millions of dollars dealing with illegal people coming across the border, the wide open border, welcome with open arms, and given resources for just being illegal in our country. Imagine if we closed the border and could take those resources and spend them on the victims of human trafficking. Imagine if we could take those resources and spend them on those that are suffering from mental illness and drug addiction in this country. There is enough money being wasted by the federal government and the executive branch to make a huge dent in the mental health issues, to the drug addiction issues, to the human trafficking victims of this country, if we just cut the border off and quit causing not only the federal government to spend, we're not even talking about the trickle down of the additional millions and millions that state and locals are spending that amount to billions. Imagine that we could have a country where we spent that money on people that are citizens here that deserve to have the help that they need, that they can't afford, that their families can't afford. And if we keep doing the same old thing, we're going to end up with the same old problems magnified. The border's wide open. The federal government is a player in the crime that's occurring in this country because people like these illegals coming here to commit crime. God bless you all. We'll see you at the next operation. And I guarantee you, you'll be back. If we didn't get you in this operation, we'll get you in the next one. You're on your way to the county jail. You just don't realize it yet. For Santa Claus, ask for money so you can put it in the account when you come to jail.
Okay. Well,
This is
NBC
NBC 19.
Damn good American. We're gonna keep us popping.
Jesse and Keeks are killing me.
I first want to introduce to you, if you don't know, Brian Haas, our state attorney. I think simply the very best state attorney any place in the nation. And then we have Assistant Chief of Police in Lakeland, Sammy Taylor, who's with us today as well. Both of them will speak. And I do want to point out for those that may say, well, where's the chief? He's home with COVID. And
oh, Lord.
And he offered to come to work, and the two assistant chiefs said, do us a favor, chief, stay home and get well. We also have Major Chris Colson and my Chief of Staff today, Steve Lester, with
Yeah,
us.
we
Now,
see him.
let's take a few minutes to outline what we know at this point in the investigation. I'm going to recap some of what we talked about this morning. But I need to underscore it now for everyone that this event started about 4:23 this morning. We gave our first briefing early this morning, and this is the second one, certainly in like 10 hours. Anything I say is subject to modification or correction at a later time. But as is the policy here in the 10th Judicial Circuit, we always provide all the information that we can as soon as we can so the community will know what we know. It's likely that some of the details that I give you today will change as the investigation and the crime scene work goes forward. And it's also important to note that there's some information that we cannot validate yet and or details that we will determine later.
Come on, man.
But we do have a lot of information to release concerning the suspect.
Do it again and
You
you're
ain't
gone.
trying to freeze your hands off this winter. These gloves might be for you. Not only are they waterproof,
Hit
they're
the
thermal
like,
heated with
share,
polyester fiber.
subscribe.
Before I start the chronological series of events, I want to tell you clearly and unequivocally that at this point in the investigation, we find zero connection between our shooter, our murderer, and our victims. He lives in Brandon, and I will explain that later, but I wanted to say that clearly because the first thing you will ask after hearing this information, well, certainly there had to be some connection. We find zero connection at this point in the investigation. So here's what occurred. About 7:23 Saturday evening, we received a call of a suspicious person and vehicle on Soakham Loop Road in the unincorporated area of North Lakeland. It's kind of a mix of rural and suburban area.
I'll roll this shit backwards, bro.
Me too, David. Me
I
too.
just rolled my
in 6
joint
minutes.
backwards or something.
And when we arrived, the suspect was gone. The witness told us that he pulled up and said words to the effect that God sent me here to speak with one of your daughters, Amber. And so they said, nope, no one here by the name of Amber.
Dunno.
I'll give you the chronology later on by another person's version. But at that point in time, the suspect wouldn't leave. And he stopped on the side of the road where he saw a guy mowing.
I don't got time to.
Thanks,
The
Reed.
guy mowing went and got another person. And when I have to talk about another person, understand that we have Marcy's Law in the state of Florida. So unless
David, hope to talk to you later.
You out of here later, David. Come back through,
He
man.
said not yet, but soon.
Our victim, who I will discuss in a few minutes ago, that told us that we can talk to him.
Love you, bro.
Goes and gets his
Glad
other
to see
person.
you around, man.
And they go, what do you want here? Well, I'm here to talk to Amber. You see, God sent me here because she's going to commit suicide. So this other person reconfirmed.
What do you mean,
no
Charles?
Amber here. You leave her. We're going to call law enforcement. And they did, and he left, and we arrived. We spent 22 minutes at the scene and in the area looking for this vehicle.
Oh, boy. See, you got to go now.
9 hours later,
Type
Lieutenant
it again in lowercase.
Patrol Lieutenant
Simple.
in the Northwest District
I'm
is in
sorry.
the area of Highway 98 North and Duff Road, and he hears two bursts of what he believes to be
Oh, I'm going to answer.
automatic gun.
You want your answer to the question? You're watching a reaction video, bro. What are we supposed to just sit there and give you facial expressions? Are you looking at my face 24/7? Come on now. This isn't your average YouTube show. This is our shit.
Fire.
We don't do it like y'all do. This is my mod sitting here telling y'all to chill. How many mods are on camera telling y'all to shut the F up? Huh?
Communications, he immediately
He runs this shit.
grabs all
He's
of his
Tom
available
Homan,
deputies,
motherfucker.
and they start to the area. He doesn't even know where the gunfire
Get the like.
other than to his north and to his east from where he is.
Brian said, I started this motherfucking shit. That's the fucking thanks I get.
You almost made me swear.
I tried, bro.
Now we have a protocol with the sheriff's office, and we partner with all of our police departments and our state police. When we send out an
You love
You don't think you are, David, but you are.
and that's what occurred on this particular occasion. At about 4:22 this morning,
This is an older one.
whenever we notified
Okay.
everyone that there was an active
Look,
shooter, our
buddy,
deputies
here you go.
not only the Northwest
You can have
District,
10
but
minutes
other districts of
to
the
think
county.
why.
Lakeland Police Department, who's our partner and our colleague.
Hiya, this is either a few months old, I believe. It's just here, hold on. So, as far as Sheriff Grady goes, it's been a new addition I'd like to add to this show.
I'm grabbing my coffee.
And I like to find the best ones. Sometimes they go back 2 years. Sometimes they happen yesterday. I'll cover the newest ones. But on a day like today, I wasn't planning on going live. I'm more or less finding ones that are like really worth watching.
So Lieutenant Tompkins arrives at the scene.
But for the most part, I do ones that are new. This one was just a wild story.
And when he arrives at the scene, there's a truck on fire in the front yard. And there's popping sounds from the truck. And he immediately noticed there's these glow sticks kind of in a path from the road up past the residence, as if it's creating a path. And at that particular time, he notices, and his colleagues notice, that there's a guy in camo outside. They did not see a firearm, and he ran back into the house. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in that particular area, 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, before you may be getting up and going into the woods, that's not totally unexpected dress if it weren't for the gunfire. But they see no guns. The suspect runs into the house.
Gaza's population is on the brink.
And then there's another volley of gunshots, and they could hear a woman screaming and a baby whimpering. At that point, Lieutenant Tompkins and his team attempt to make entry through the front door, and it's blocked. They go around to the back door. Lieutenant Tompkins goes into or forces his way into the house.
That's Grady Reed.
Confronted with this same person.
He knows.
Now is wearing bulletproof vest, camo, knee protection, head protection, and there's a shootout. The suspect shoots at our deputy, our lieutenant, and our lieutenant shoots back, as we know now, apparently striking him. He retreats.
I like how he says apparently.
Lieutenant retreats back.
Apparently striking him. Put a hole right through.
At that time, the suspect starts shooting toward our deputies from inside the house. We begin to lay down directive fire so that we can get 3 deputies to a safe location who have been pinned down by the gunshots. All of this time, our colleagues from the police department are arriving. In fact, one of our colleagues from the Lakeland Police Department actually got there in time to help send directed fire back toward the house.
Get him!
Being shot. So now our deputy shooting. Lakeland Police has a officer that's shooting.
Get him!
and everything.
I'm listening to the story. Sorry.
Yeah.
We have air support there, and
I'm
air
rolling a
support
duber, so
notices
I'm not
the guy
looking at
coming
the
out
screen.
of the house, notifies the perimeter units, and he's got his hands up. He surrenders, and it's our suspect.
What are the odds?
When he surrenders, now we're hailing into the house, and we find out there's an 11-year-old female victim who is calling back to us.
A homosexual chance.
And Sergeant
It's funny,
Graham,
but no.
Yeah.
once again, another hero that was there that night, rushed into the house and rescued the 11-year-old who had multiple gunshot wounds. I'll
Yeah,
give you this
exactly,
preliminary
David.
number. It's subject to change.
You don't
We
know.
don't know how many
I don't know
of them
what to tell
entrance
you.
and exits, but she has at least 7 bullet holes that we've counted. Immediately, she was transported to Tampa General Hospital. Tampa General Hospital is simply the greatest trauma unit taking place in the nation. It's about 35 miles away, and because she was a juvenile trauma patient, that's where the protocols say that she went, and she couldn't be in better hands. In the meantime, we got the suspect in custody. He's injured. He goes into a Lakeland police car. The Lakeland police car drives him to the perimeter where fire rescue is staging. They put him on an ambulance and rush him to the Lakeland Trauma Center for help. On the way, according to the Lakeland police officers, while on the way to the hospital and while at the hospital, he made statements like he'd been taking methamphetamine.
Mike, hold on.
People across the state
Hold on.
think that's
Hold
a low-level
on.
nonviolent.
Like he had been taking it, or saying that he was taking it? Like is, dude, that's a word play on words, bro. Like, was he saying he was, or he was just talking like a method? Which one, bro? Because it sounds like to me you were assuming and not. No, I hope I'm wrong.
Drug. Well, they couldn't be more wrong. I've got empirical evidence to the contrary. I wish that they would quit saying that publicly, and I wish the politicians would quit paying attention to it, because taking him at his word and face value, this drug is anything but low level and nonviolent. He also said that he was a survivalist, and he said statements like, "You don't
Look,
know how I did
David's
this."
laughing. Rare.
So we worked to secure the scene. We were significantly concerned about booby traps, because it was evident to us that with him laying out this pathway for us, he wanted to draw us into an ambush. So it took a period of time for us to deal with that issue. The 11-year-old little girl, when questioning her, made a statement that there's 3 more people in the house who are dead. And they were. So let me stop there for a minute and go over what we know about the people in the house. The suspect, first and foremost, is Brian Riley. He's 38 years of age.
What's his name?
Brian went into the house,
Damn it, Brian.
shot and killed number 1 victim, who gave us permission to release his name, Justice Gleason. Justice is 40 years of age.
I told Ryan to stop taking those blockers. He's changing his personality, but he refused. He's like, no, it's not. I love these blockers. I'm
Oh, dude. You want me not to say the F word, but holy
Don't
shit.
say it, fucker.
Never sue the other driver after a car accident. There's a better way to get paid a way bigger check without having to go to court.
Then he shot, and then this is in no specific order. Our victim number 2 is a white female who's
right, Tony, for sure, bro.
She's 33 years of age.
Come on, let's get those likes up. We're almost to 150.
3 months old. I went into the crime scene and saw victim 2, the 33-year-old white female.
That's where the
holding
mayonnaise comes in.
this
Where's
infant
Keeks?
in her arms, and then both deceased.
PG-13, Jesse?
Then there is another small apartment or house behind this house, to the west of this house.
What can you do with mayonnaise?
The suspect had gone in there
I'll tell you, I can make
and
some.
shot and killed victim number 4, who
I'm
is
gonna
a mother and the grandmother to the infant. She is 62 years of age. And of course, I told you about the white female, victim 5, that was 11.
How dare she be white?
And as I'm told, at Lake Gibson Middle School.
Shouldn't have been white. I mean, dude,
I
how
love
dare
the
Has
sandwich,
undergone surgery. I don't know if she's still in surgery at
Two
this
of them.
hour. She's certainly expected to recover, and we thank God for that.
Oh, Keeks is making sandwiches.
But in addition to that, if he's not evil enough, he shot and killed the family dog.
Oh,
Gee,
The irony is
now you done
horrible
did it.
enough.
Yeah,
This is
around and
one
shot
more
Fido,
bit of
sakes.
horrible
Wow.
irony. The dog's name was DOG.
Damn.
The dog was named after one of our canines that was shot and killed in the line of duty,
The cool. Hold
along
on.
with the canine handler in 2005.
Hold on. Is that not ironic? They named it after a dog that had gotten shot, and then it got. Dude, that name is damned. Fucking dog.
So let me tell you about Brian Riley, the information we know at this time. He was a Marine. He did 4 years of service and was honorably discharged and did another 3 years in the reserve. He was deployed to Iraq in 2008, Afghanistan during 2009, 2010. And he, during that period
Extra
of time,
mayo on
was
Jesse's.
designated as a sharpshooter.
Extra.
He's currently employed by ESS Global Corporation in executive protection, as a bodyguard, and to provide security. We located his girlfriend, who was absolutely, totally cooperative. And she said she had been dating him approximately 4 years. She said he had PTSD. I've seen him depressed. I've never seen him violent.
Special sauce.
She said, but a week ago
She
today, meaning
got that
last Sunday,
Diddy sauce. That
he
Diddy
did
mayonnaise.
security at a church in Orlando. And he came home and he said, you know, God spoke to him, and now he can talk directly to God. And she said, I've never seen that kind of behavior. She said, but once again, he wasn't violent.
David, you are funny, motherfucker. Don't say you're not.
And then later in the week, he said that God told him to go to the hurricane relief and to take supplies. So all through the week, he was buying supplies so that he could make a trip to provide hurricane relief from Hurricane Ida. She said he came home on one day. He was becoming more erratic. He wasn't sleeping at night. And he bought $1,000 worth of cigars to take as a relief present.
I buy $1,000 worth of
God
cigars
said we should
often.
do that.
I don't know what kind of cigar you want to say.
So he came home Saturday evening and said,
Exactly.
he saw a man on a lawnmower, and God gave him this vision.
Where's Reed?
That his daughter Amber was going to commit suicide. So he told this man that I need to talk to your daughter Amber, that she's going to commit suicide. God told me. And the guy said, hey,
You talking to me,
by the
Susan?
name of Amber.
As I'm reading your comments?
But he was insistent. The guy told him to leave, but he was insistent. So The guy
I
who
hope
we
not.
believe is victim one, we're not absolutely 100%.
Who are you talking to, Susan? I would like for you to explain. I don't give a shit about
Yeah,
one more view.
please.
Just explain
Enlighten.
who you're talking to.
Yeah.
Who's laughing? Hmm?
Come on, Susan. Say something.
If you're laughing at the chat, okay? I'll take the laughing charge. I don't give a shit. I'll take the laughing charge. I was laughing at the chat. If you don't like it, little Susan, take your Karen ass on. Or just shut the fuck up and listen. This isn't a this is a reaction, dude. I know everybody in this chat. Susan, shut up, Karen.
Woo!
I'm sick and tired of you Karens coming up and you're like, this is your shit. This ain't your shit. When it is, let me know.
Confirmed with this, but we believe our victim one, Justice, he goes and gets another witness, which is one
Susan. That's another name for Karen if I ever heard it.
Yeah.
You fucking Susan.
There's no Amber here. You need to leave or we're calling law enforcement. That's when at about 7:23, our deputy arrives. We spend like 22 minutes there looking for him. And he's gone. What we didn't know at the time is he had left and gone back to Brandon.
Bye, Susan.
Ooh.
If I have to stop from now on, if I have to stop the video to yell at somebody, 7 out of 10 times you're gonna have to just delete them.
Yeah.
When he gets back to Brandon, he talks to his girlfriend and he says,
Norma.
Before he goes back to Brandon,
Sheila.
He tells them, look, you don't need to call the cops because I'm the cops for God. They tell him to leave or we're going to call the cops. So 7:30-ish, 7:20, he leaves. Now we know that we didn't know this morning. He went back to Brandon and talked to his girlfriend. She said, look, you're not talking to God directly. He gets mad and said, there's no room for doubters in my life. God gave me a gift, and I'm talking directly with God. She says, we've never had an argument like this. He didn't threaten anybody. She said, so he went to his man cave, and I went to bed. I woke up at 6:30 this morning, and he was gone. So I turned on my GPS and saw that his cell phone, and we know his vehicle, was on Soakham Loop Road. They began to get news reports. So she grabbed his father and the father's wife and came, met us, and talked to us. We also know that Brian has a concealed weapons license. But this is Brian. He has virtually no criminal history. Virtually none. Back when he was a teenager, he had a small charge.
Oh, do it, Marley.
Then just almost nothing. So we're not dealing with a traditional criminal here. But what we're dealing with is someone who obviously had mental health issues at least this last week.
A sick person. Yeah, exactly.
And whether or not we follow that back to the military, we don't know. As he's interviewing with us, he's trying to convince us that he's mentally ill, that he's very in tune with his statements and his admissions. But he says at one point to our detectives,
why don't you just put the number one?
Kill them anyway.
Always. Got to do something.
At least he's doing it.
He was a rabid animal.
Bitch too much about the
Our
wrong thing.
hearts and our prayers go
No,
out to the family
no. I'll explain.
of those that are injured and deceased. It's just a blessing from the good Lord that during the shootout and the subsequent volleys of shootouts that my deputies and our colleagues from, or a colleague from the Lakeland Police Department weren't shot and killed as well. The crime scene will take hours and hours and hours and days. On a cursory look, we identified at least 2 and maybe 3 firearms. We see different calibers of shell casings from ammunition inside. They're literally, they are just beginning the crime scene investigation.
I like it. Got me 15 views.
I want to introduce to you our state attorney, who once again, as I said before, I believe is simply the very best. And I'm honored that he would come out and be with us today and personally direct the prosecution piece of this investigation, as our shooter, Ryan Riley, has been treated at the hospital and released, and now is in custody in this building while we process the paperwork. Mr. Haas.
Thank you, Sheriff. I guess the big question that all of us have is why. I know that's the thing that's been on my mind the whole day. And unfortunately, and so frustrating that we will not know the why today, maybe ever. But we do know that a lot of folks have been terribly impacted. Our community has been a victim of this terrible tragedy, and the family members of those who've been killed. It is incredible, given what I saw at the scene, that no law enforcement officers were injured or killed, and it just highlights the dangers that our law enforcement officers are put themselves in harm's way every single day. It's incredible that we don't have more victims based on the weapons and what we saw at the scene.
This is why I stopped shopping on Amazon, and you should too. Don't spend another dime on Amazon until you watch this first.
So obviously this begins and continues a process that I imagine will go on for some time to come.
I kind of want to end
Once
it.
the arrest is officially made,
Guess I can't right in the middle.
we'll then have the case. We will provide updates as we can, but this we expect will go on for quite some time.
We're 9 likes from 150. Hook it up, y'all.
And I've also asked if Assistant Chief Taylor would speak on behalf of the Lakeland Police Department and their response to assist us, for which, Chief, I'm very thankful that y'all were there and did a wonderful job with us.
Sheriff. On behalf of the men and women of the Lakeland Police Department, I'll be brief in my comments, but I do want to reinforce what Mr. Haas and the sheriff have said about the heroic actions of the officers and the deputies out there. And I've used the word horrific before when I've spoken to you on other cases, but I can tell you the scene out there is absolutely horrific. And it would have been more horrific if we'd have had deputies or police officers injured. And by the grace of God, I don't know how.
Yes,
Keeks. I mean, the deputy, the lieutenant engaged in a firefight right in the doorway, the back door. He chose to make a heroic entry into that house, and then we have other deputies that were willing to run towards the gunfire. So I can't compliment the heroic actions of those folks that were at the scene. The fact that that no one was injured, more than what we had no deputies or police officers injured.
Like we're sitting at number 69.
Yeah, it just keeps dropping. I kind of edited to save the phone.
59 now.
I want to save my streaming minutes.
Yep.
Honestly.
Still at 142 in here though, from what I'm reading.
It's 62 for me.
59, 40, 142.
That's likes.
They're going to be out there the rest of the day.
Yeah, 59 people, 142.
Yeah.
But thank you for coming.
Yeah.
Can I get the name
Ever since we stopped it to yell at that Susan bitch, it all went down.
Yeah, I'm sure she probably
Little
hit
fucking
something on her
Karen
way out.
Susan came in and shit on it.
Riley, R-I-L-E-Y. Brian is 33 years of age. And our victim is Justice, Justice, Gleason, Gleason. He's 40 years old. Are there any other questions for Mr. Haas? Or... Well, he's trying to play word games with the detectives, which is a clear indicator that he knew exactly what he was doing.
He said they were begging for their lives. Did he explain at any point why he was
He hasn't. He just explained that they begged for their life and that he shot and killed them anyway. And the interesting thing.
That's crazy, dude.
To that, and I underscore, we don't. And as Mr. Haas said, we may never know. How did he end up at that house? And he lived in Brandon. And then he was able to find himself a way back to that same house 9 hours later. His girlfriend said he made 0 statements about being violent or dangerous to those people at that residence. It simply appears at the early stage, and this is of the investigation, and this is conjecture, and it certainly can change, but he just happened to be the unlucky one mowing the yard. That's where Brian stopped that day. But if there's more information, because we're sitting here with the same questions that you are and everyone is in the community, is why there? This is not near his home. He has no relationship that we're aware of to any of them, and we can't answer that. The 62-year-old, we can't give all of the relationship. Well, we can tell you that, yes, they're related. We just, according to Marcy's law, can't release information that would lead to the identity of any of the victims. Justice told us we could use his name or we wouldn't be able to use his name.
Sure. Do you have an order in which they were each killed?
We have no idea at this point of the investigation, and we may never know that. But once again, we've not been able to have any detailed conversation with our 11-year-old victim, who Sergeant Graham heroically rescued from the house. She couldn't walk from the house. She was too injured, and he ran in there and rescued her.
And I hate to ask this question.
You can ask anything.
Okay, I have a confession. I was trying to stop my husband from buying this new 87 cents generic Viagra.
There's still 18 minutes of this shit.
Where the victims were shot, and quite frankly, I don't know where all they were shot at this early stage, but we wouldn't anyway. But they were shot significantly to immediately pass.
Good job. Hey, chat, everybody that's watching, hold on. Would you guys be mad if I killed this and just BS with you for a minute and got off? Because there's still like 18 minutes of this. I'll keep playing it for you guys though.
It's all conjecture. We don't know. We think some of them were shot before we were there. When we got there and he ran back inside, we didn't see any guns. And we heard another volley of shots, and that's when we heard the woman scream and the baby. And then we tried to enter, and that's when we had one of our volleys of gunfights with him, and apparently shot him on that particular occasion. But once again, he had bulletproof vest on and was guarded up.
All right, what's up, chat? Who's left? Geeks. What's good, Kikis? Right. Hey, do we still got David in the house? What's good, David? You know, to the woman that, let me start with this. First off, look, I don't take any of this lightly. So to the woman who was in here acting as if though I was lollygagging or whoever it was. I don't know who she was even. I don't even know who. I was just taking the blame. Look,
I'm reading the chat.
Ryan be laughing at the chat. I be laughing at the chat. I'm modding. I'm taking care of my cat. I'm doing
Right.
20 other things. Okay. So if you hear laughing, I'm not taking the. You think I'm laughing at what this man's saying? No. Now, if this would, Brian, please come on, let me talk real fast. Like, look, bro, if this, I wouldn't be showing this otherwise. I'm showing this for a reason. You defeat the whole purpose. Why am I showing this? Because I'm trying to let y'all be aware of what's going on and what's been going on around you. I like to make light of things that most people don't know. So why would I think this is funny? That doesn't make any sense at all. If I felt like that, I just sure as heck wouldn't even show the damn video. So please don't get this misconstrued. Now, when you watch these things daily and you do these stories often, yeah, you tend to get a little desensitized to the topic, a little. But that does not take away from anything. That clearly is stating that I give more than anything than any topic would be that. So yeah, I take offense to that, Susan. We all, including the chat, want to protect the kids. But when you've got people that haven't been together in a while and they're all in the chat and they're having their conversation and they're doing their thing, I can't help but laugh, dude. What do you want me to do? If you read the description, it literally says hitting hard topics and try to make a laugh, laugh while we're doing it. What do you want to just sit there and cry the whole time? You want it just to be like a funeral in this bitch?
Right.
Because I understand it. I get it. Some people like that, and that's how they grieve or get their news. Some people take their news in different ways. Some people some people don't want to hear it at all. Some people want to hear the messenger maybe give you a laugh while you're doing it and hearing this shit because it's very dark shit. Nothing funny about it. So yeah, I think that's why a lot of people are here. They don't, if they wanted to just hear it, then they'll just go to Fox and listen to it.
Yeah.
But we want to laugh. We want to be a community as well as inform you. And honestly, you were speaking on a whole community there. I don't know who you were talking to, but anybody don't get that misconstrued. Don't ever think we don't take this topic seriously or any of these topics that we present. When we're not taking it serious because we'll straight tell you. Like yesterday, we were talking about Mars. Damn well we weren't taking that serious. I think you can tell the difference, okay? Just my opinion. I just wanted to make that clear because whatever. And then the people want to say, why are you guys talking? Because it's a reaction video.
We're looking at thousands of messages, and we know 3/4 of the people. So when they're making jokes, we got to keep up with them.
Meanwhile, we've got people telling us
sometimes I might laugh at the wrong time. I'm sorry, but I try not to. But
we got people.
Our people are funny.
Yeah, and there's people talking shit to us too. So it's like we're trying to weed out the bad people that you don't get to see these comments that you don't want to read. We got to weed them out while we're reading these comments. It's not like we're just sitting here trying to read comments. It's like we're doing our job. I don't know what to tell you.
Hi, Keeks.
Yeah, I know, Keeks. I understand. And I can see how if you were new and you just popped in for the first time, you could get the misconception. Nah, I can see how you can get the misconception, but we need 9 more likes. Are we not going to get them?
Oh, let's go. 9 more likes. Come on, guys. We got 50 people in here. I'm sure you probably all hit the like. If you didn't, double tap the screen. It's free. Shit.
But yeah, that sucks because it's like, man, why would we be showing these otherwise? Like, what's the point? Too hyper with all the Mayo talk. Dude, funny story. Keeks might remember this. We were over on Socialize. I don't know if you, Billy, you weren't around for this yet, but I don't know if you saw him because he came back around maybe one other time. But Keeks, remember the mayonnaise guy? Remember we were sitting in the room and that guy popped in and he was completely covered in mayonnaise? And he had a mayonnaise jar in his hand, and he was taking cookies and like pulling out giant scoops of mayonnaise. I mean, his whole face, his hair, his whole body was covered in freaking mayonnaise. Do you remember that shit, dude? That was the craziest thing. It was one of the craziest things I still have seen on that thing. Like bro was going from room to room, just straight covered in mayonnaise, like looking like a demon and shit. It was just wow. Yeah, he still came around. I've seen him again, but yeah, that was him for sure. This isn't the third time we ever went. Yeah, right. Like the third time. Yeah, it was like at the very beginning. We were like, whoa, because we weren't used to seeing that stuff yet. We just weren't used to seeing that weird, crazy shit yet. Now, it is what it is. Just like with all the other stuff, with the news, we watch this stuff every single day. I'm not surprised that the majority of the stuff that I see and hear, I'm not surprised. We have to hear it and see it every day. And I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about right here on the news. The news. Social, like that place is not even that bad anymore, to be honest. I don't think. But, you know. But yeah. Speak, Ryan, speak. Did Ryan dip off? I'm trying to think of something interesting
I'm sorry.
to talk about real fast.
I'm making some coffee, dude.
Trying to think of something interesting before I pop out.
Oh, let's see.
Every time I turn on the news, it's about ICE. Yeah, for sure. It should be.
Just don't smoke it.
It should be, bro. Do you have a problem with ICE?
Me?
No, dickhead, the comment, man.
Oh.
Bro.
Adeline?
I wish there was more news about ICE. I don't get enough. Personally. I don't get enough news about ICE. Is there any new news about ICE today?
I haven't seen nothing.
Let me see.
Let's see what we got.
Oh, ICE starts operations in Minnesota. Oh yeah, ICE doing shit with the Somalis, dude. Do you think this is like Trump? Like, listen, I can't stand that Ilhan Omar broad. Let's go after her. Yeah.
I've been doing that for 4 or 5 years.
Let's see. What do we got here? There's like nobody here, but I don't care. Let's see what this is real fast. ICE. So, ICE operations in Minnesota targeting Somali immigrants, ABC confirms. Whoops. I just did. Cool.
Breaking right now, federal law enforcement agents have officially started targeted operations in Minnesota aimed at Somali immigrants.
We have live team coverage of this today. Our Kelsey Christensen is tracking the community response.
And Bailey Hurley breaks down what we know right now about these plans. Bailey.
Paulia, we know from city officials that about 100 federal agents or so are going to be here in Minneapolis and St. Paul over the next days and weeks for these federal raids. We know, again, these are all focusing on Somali immigrants directed from President Trump. Again, President Trump, though, saying that these raids are going to focus on Somalis that are here illegally, specifically with final deportation orders.
They contribute nothing. The welfare is like 88%.
They contribute nothing. Yeah.
I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you. Somebody say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care.
So now Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry and St. Paul Mayor Melvin Carter condemning those comments yesterday. Mayor Fry saying, quote, to villainize an entire group of people is ridiculous. Both he and Carter saying they are standing in solidarity with the Somali community. Meanwhile, we know this morning that officers with Minneapolis and St. Paul police will not assist ICE agents in immigration enforcement going forward. MPD Chief Brian O'Hara saying that any local police presence that you see at an ICE raid in the days ahead is strictly for crowd control to prevent chaos and ensure public safety. The chief adding that his department has been revising its immigration enforcement policy for weeks now.
And we will be issuing additional guidance this week to our officers, again, to try and address some of the issues that we're seeing nationally and to provide clear guidelines to officers.
O'Hara also pleaded with those who are planning to protest or be outside of the federal raids that are going to happen again here in the days ahead to keep them peaceful for everybody's safety. Leah Paul.
Bailey Hurley reporting, thank you. We're tracking reaction now from Minnesota lawmakers. First, Democratic Congresswoman Betty McCollum saying in a statement, quote, President Trump calling fellow human beings garbage is not only beneath the office, but it calls into question his capacity to serve all Americans. His ugly attacks on the Somali community do not reflect the views of our
I drank all the coffee. I can't.
reality of the contributions
I just
Somalis
made
make
me a cup.
DFL State Senator Zainab Mohammed telling us, quote, Donald Trump's obsession with Minnesota.
Damn right, Sarah.
I like Sarah
is
Smith.
unhinged and unhealthy. When ICE agents interact with Somalis here, they will find what we've been saying for years. Almost all of us are U.S. citizens.
Is that? Is it over?
Now, Minnesota Republicans are also reacting. Congressman Tom
Dude, you know Minnesota.
Emmer serves as majority whip and says
Minnesota's super liberal, so they hate the Republican. This whole dude, it's funny listening to this.
Governor Tim Walz is to blame for the alleged billions
of
stolen monies from taxpayers.
And if that... There you go, Virgil.
That's not egregious enough. Some of these taxpayer dollars have allegedly been diverted to Al-Shabaab terrorists. Under the failed
like, share,
leadership of
subscribe.
Tim Walz, Minnesota has become a hotbed for fraud.
Emmer claims the new U.S. attorney
I don't know what's going on with this, but
for
it's
Minnesota has helped
lagging.
uncover the full extent of the.
Oh well.
the fraud,
fix it
giving
when it gets
taxpayers
back,
what he
I
calls,
guess.
quote, the true
Shit, I said talk
size
to
and
him.
scope.
I
said talk to him.
I talked to a little bit.
I heard you.
time.
Think I
The
can hear
video would
you,
start playing and then it just would die.
Hey, heard it all, Ryan. I'm not deaf. Yeah, exactly, Virgil. If they don't like it, then go on. Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I said.
Yeah. Go on. We don't need you. We don't want you.
Go on now,
Yeah,
get.
right? Oh, yeah, no, I'm not mad. It's cool, Ryan. You did a good job, but it was funny because you're like, I don't know. I'm like, dude, just talk to him. I understand it's choppy, but dude, when you said you made a cup of coffee, that sounded enticing.
I didn't even get it yet.
Oh, mine's brewing right now.
I know, mine just finished.
I can hear it.
Oh,
I
God.
can hear it right,
Good job,
right
Jesse.
now, brewing. So, we'll see if maybe it'll work again. Do we?
Crimes.
No
There's a rally.
cap.
It's happening right now.
It's too liberal. It won't work. It's the liberal version.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this. Look at this, bro.
That's liberal Wi-Fi.
That is a liberal Karen if I've ever seen it. That looks like Cheryl and that other broad today put together. And there's Kyle. And look, there's Kyle right there.
Oh, yeah. Forgot about
Hi,
Kyle.
Who's this guy? All right, let's see what this is. I bet you they're gonna
All right,
cry
we'll
their
get started
asses
here.
off about ICE.
I
Can
see
you guys
this.
see this?
Dude, no caps. Man.
Can you guys see the video?
What's wrong with you?
Can you see the video?
Yes.
All right, is everybody ready? I see. All right. I'll start. My name is Jaylani Hussein, Jaylani Hussein, the Executive Director for the Council on American Islamic Relations. I start, first of all, to share with you my story. My family immigrated here to Minneapolis, to Minnesota in 1993. We immigrated on February 16th, one of the coldest days of that year, I think, or at least to me. And
Right, Jesse.
we came here where there wasn't really that many people of color. But Minnesota, what I have found in Minnesota is, as my father says, we came to a cold place, but we found people with warm hearts. And now, 30+ years later, I'm as Minnesotan as you can get.
Here, your
I
accent.
was in a deer stand not too long ago. I did not get deer. But today we're standing because my community, the Somali immigrant community, and our broader immigrant community is under assault. Part of me says that we are under assault because we exemplify what it is to be an immigrant in this country. Somali Americans are hardworking bus drivers, engineers, doctors. We do the jobs that many people don't.
I want to say this, and I'm not being rude, but most of my Uber drivers are Somalians, and they smell like shit. They do not put on deodorant, bro. They don't wear deodorant, and they smell like shit. But they're pretty cool. They're cool guys. I like the Somalian dudes. They're not that bad in my town, but in my city. But they smell like shit, straight up.
Why is that, you think?
They don't wear deodorant, bro.
At all? None of them?
No, dude. Every car smells like an Italian sub from east of Chicago. Everyone.
Ew.
The urban core and in greater parts of the state. We are and have been in this country for a long time. In fact, overwhelmingly majority of our community is actually younger children who are born here in this great state of Minnesota. What President Trump and most of the public who are attacking our community is not aware of is the success of this great community. And I believe personally that is why we are being targeted.
Look at the white guy in the background. The white dude in the background just keeps nodding his head. He just keeps nodding it, and I'm like, really, bro? You're not
Trying to
smiling?
stay awake.
You think he's nodding out like because he's all fetted out living in Minnesota? Or do you think he's like the token white guy of the Somalians? Or is he like, why
He's trying to stay awake?
He was totally agreeing though. Like he's been through it. Like he's like living that Somalian life. Watch him.
And that's why we're being attacked. And to my beloved Somali American community who now feel the breath and the weight of this federal.
Oh no, we're being attacked. I'm sure your ass isn't going nowhere. He said he's going after the criminals. Stop crying, little Ellie. Like down. Like, dude, I swear to God, it's
dawning upon us with ICE agents now traveling in different parts of our city. I speak to you to say, number one, know your rights. Be calm, collective. This moment will pass. And not only will it pass, but we will come out of this moment stronger, more resilient. And for the first time, we will be sharing our culture, our incredible hospitality, our hard work, and the stories that we have kept so long inside of Minnesota to the greater part of this nation. And not only our food and sambusas and all the other things that we have will become mainline, but it will show the resiliency of our state and our community. In this moment, it is understandable to be frustrated and in fear. But rest assured, we are here to let you know that we will prevail. To President Trump and the base that is attacking our community, we understand that you are here to divide us.
You ain't do shit, bro. Stop.
Create fear amongst us, and to selectively target the blackest immigrant and Muslim community in this great state. President Trump has had a history of targeting black people long before he ever ran for any office.
Here we go.
We know that the identity of who we are is part of this. And also as being Muslims and being immigrants. In fact, we know in our community we have some of the smallest number of
you do know one of the most famous Muslims is Muhammad Ali, isn't he? Wasn't he Muslim? Ryan, was Muhammad Ali Muslim?
I kept just in case.
Chat, was Muhammad Ali Muslim? The reason I ask that because he was good friends with Muhammad Ali and got award from the NAACP from Muhammad Ali and his daughter back in the 90s. Huh. Thought that guy was black and Muslim, but I could be wrong. I've been wrong never before, but I could be today.
undocumented Somali Americans. Majority of us are U.S. citizens.
Oh, no, I know he is. I was
majority
just
of even that
making a
born
point.
in the United States. What we see today that's happening in Minneapolis is the authoritarian nature of this government and acting as a third world nation by targeting lawful U.S. citizens. We should be ashameful of that. And we remind President Trump and the Republican leadership of this state and across the country, Somali Americans are not monolithic to any community. We vote for the Democratic Party, we vote for the Republican Party, and for the first time we saw a shift, not only in our community, but other communities who voted actually for President Trump. We want people to understand that our community is sophisticated, capable, and very smart. In fact, in this moment, We are calling upon our neighbors, those who we have built a great relationship with, to speak up, to stand up, and to share to the rest of the country what it means to be a neighbor to a Somali American, to be taught by a Somali American, to be driven by a Somali American, and to live and see a world where Somali Americans are not just an asset, but an important asset to the future of this state and this country. I personally sit in this moment as President Trump continues to target us, and I see a moment of inspiration even in that vile hate toward our community. He is inspiring a generation of young people today who are on social media watching this and recognizing that his seat that he's sitting in as the President of the United States, he is inspiring a young Somali woman, a young Somali boy to become a president of the United States in near future.
Oh, the day that happens, the day I die.
We are not a community that
Actually, what's Obama? What was Obama again? What was he?
Kenyan.
Kenyan. That's right. Kenyan.
Yeah, and his brother lives in a hut.
We are a
in
community
Kenya.
that leans in. We're a community that's civically engaged.
Malik.
We're a community that cares about our neighbors.
That's right,
And we
Malik.
are a community that believes in everything great about this nation. Not only do we serve in the Army and police departments, but we are part and parcel of everything that happens in the success of this great state and our country. This is a moment for all of us. And in this moment, we ask for everyone to show their humanity and to
What are
show
you trying
love
to say there, bro?
in the face of hate.
Hold on.
And I know this moment.
What you trying to say, bro? What are you gonna do, bro? What are you going to do? Please tell us. Do you think any conservative patriot is worried about any of you little blue-haired bitches? Are you out your damn mind, boy?
No cap.
Me, bro? I'm just being honest. I hope that's not. I hope you weren't talking to because you said straight up, what are they going to do when they realize the people want more than El Cheeto in charge is giving us, which is a total lame fucking liberal comment. And at some point, we the people aren't going to be as nice. So you, the people, what you gonna do, bro, against the real people? I just want to know, bro. Are y'all gonna go run around like? Oh wait, aren't you doing that right now? Aren't you running the streets with your little fireworks and shooting them off in the streets, like getting their shit kicked out of you? Like what? I'm just wondering. Oh, you're not talking about that? All right, my bad, bro. If I read that wrong, I'm sorry. What are you little pussies gonna do at this point? I don't know. What, dude? All right, my cat's 20 years old, has got more heart than any of you little pussies. I watched that No Kings rally and the little protest, and you bastards stood there with fucking Starbucks and stood there with watch with masks on, and that was just 2 months ago. I have it on video. Y'all are pussies. Nobody's worried about you at all. We're more worried about what type of you're gonna do to our people. We ain't worried about you in any way, shape, or form. Just take your jab the fuck asses the fuck on. Now we don't give a shit about you. Nobody's worried. We laugh at you guys. You're the joke. You're the butt end of our joke all the time. Like when somebody fucks up, we're like, look at this little liberal fuck. I call Ryan a dumbass liberal 60 times a day now because he hates it. So I do it because he can't stand it. Because if you're a liberal and you act like a little bitch like that, then you know what? Fuck you.
Dude.
They're gonna
you made it 4 hours and 7 minutes.
I don't give a shit, dude. I give no fucks, dude. Whatever. 26 likes and let's move on. Fuck
Come on, hit the like. Hit the like.
Fucking snowflake bitches. I'm
Let's
tired
go.
of you crybaby bitches.
Will pass. But
there will be a point in time when y'all words are you're gonna eat them shits. Because you're going to be you're going to be begging, you're going to be looking up at a patriot going, please help me, while your fucking little pink hair ass can't do shit.
History will remind us of what we did.
Or blue.
This moment. How we stood next
or blue, Kyle and Karen,
to each other, and how we reminded each other of the best ideals. On a suburban cul-de-sac somewhere in the outskirts of this city resides 5 children who each could claim that their ancestors came from other parts of the world. But every single morning in this country, those 5 children ride on a school bus looking at each other as Americans, as friends, as neighbors.
Much love, bro.
That is the America that we live in. That is the
Much love, my brother. I'm glad we're on the same page here. I'm sitting there I'm just getting annoyed. I'll be watching it. Come on now. I'm getting tired of this shit. Keeks is right. I can only take so much. I know. Whatever, bro. Whatever, bro. Exactly what you said. Like, whatever.
America we envision, and that is the America of today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Nobody claps. The white guy didn't even know what to do.
Thank you, Brother Jelani. Thank you, everybody, for being here. A couple of weeks ago.
Like, right away, as an American, I see her and I go, what does she have under that damn jacket of hers, dude? Like, I get worried.
Probably a bomb.
Oh, shit, Sherlock. Yeah. I just see a string hanging out. I'm like, dude, either she didn't take off her tag from her jacket or we're all done.
Right-wing podcasters said Donald Trump should revoke temporary status for Somalis. 700 people across the country who are seeking refuge from famine and violence. So Trump did. And Republicans applauded or said nothing. Then Trump's agencies said they would be investigating false accusations connecting Somali citizens and terrorists. Again, Republicans cheered.
Cash apps in the description.
Then we heard ICE agents would be coming to Minneapolis, where almost every Somali person living here is a citizen. Many of us second or third generation. And again, Republicans either thanked him or said nothing. Yesterday, Donald Trump exposed what he really wants, what he really thinks, that Somalis are garbage.
Thank you, miss.
And that he does.
Did he say they're garbage? I said they smell like shit. I don't think they're garbage. They smell like garbage, but they're not actually garbage. They're human beings. But Trump, did he say that?
She said it.
She's the one. Like, I never heard Trump call them garbage. Like, did he really call this woman right here garbage, or did he call Ilhan Omar or whatever, that radical fucking American hating bitch, garbage?
Get rid of ICE. Why get rid of ICE?
Dude, because they fucking like their shit warm, bro. Clearly, they like to drink warm pop. Pussy.
He does not want us
Yeah, I
to.
don't drink warm pop.
That's dehumanizing and hateful language, and a direct threat to denaturalize and deport American citizens like myself. And where are the Republicans now?
No, not this city.
This morning,
Ohio, bro.
I emailed Republican leaders in the legislature and asked that they join us here, and that they speak out publicly or contact me directly and condemn what Donald Trump said about their fellow Minnesotans, their fellow citizens. So far, no response. My offer still stands. The actions taking place against Somalis in Minnesota include ICE, Border Patrol, the DEA, the DOJ.
Okay, so she just said citizens. They're not citizens. You're a lying ass bitch. You're lying. You're just standing there feeding bullshit to people. He did not say, I want to go after citizens. He said, I want to go after the bad illegals. We watched it earlier from his mouth, live at the beginning of this show. You're lying. Bitch, you're lying. Who are you kidding? Your own people, Minnesota. Run that shit in Ohio, bitch. We go run your ass right out of this state. You wouldn't make it 1 week.
The Treasury Department Homeland Security, the ATF, and the FBI. They are throwing the full weight of the federal government against a tiny population of people, maybe 80,000 in Minnesota and a couple 100,000 across the nation. We are a fraction of percent. Why us? Is that because we're tiny and most Americans don't know a Somali person and he thinks he can get away with it? He can start with us, but it will not end with us. This is a defining moment in the history of the United States. We are a nation of immigrants and of rights, but only if we are.
How is Trump a liar? Give me one reason why he's a liar. Explain, especially when it comes to this topic, because that's what we're talking about. How is he a liar? Please explain.
Brave enough to defend it.
Where is she not lying? She called them citizens. If you got caught stealing from the store, would you get charged with something? If you got caught DUI driving, if you got caught with anything and you got a ticket, guess what? You committed a crime. So when these people came here illegally and they're committing crimes in our country, are they really citizens? Are you being serious? Or are you just dumb, or you don't want to understand what's really going on? I'm just wondering. I mean, fuck the cap.
What we do now, collectively and individually, determines what kind of country we are.
People in here, I don't fucking
I'm asking
care,
every
bro.
Minnesotan and every American to stand with us now and prove to the world, as we have many times before, that as a nation, we are stronger than any authoritarian dictator. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jamal Osman.
Okay, good. They may not be citizens. So do those people then are the ones he's going after? Do you think he means the ones that you said, but plenty are? Do you think he wants to go after the plenty are citizens or the ones that are legal? Let's just be honest, bro. Come on, Chris. Let me know, bitch. Let me know. I want to know. I'm waiting. No, I'm not mad. I'm waiting for one of you bitches to say something right, because you've been nothing but bullshit. Let's go. Say something. Say it. Trump is a racist. All right, you're a bum. That's you're a racist. That's the typical bullshit. You couldn't give one example, but you said Trump is a racist. Wow.
Wow.
You're a fucking loser, dude.
You're a genius.
You're a fucking loser. That's why you guys are bums and we don't give a shit about you.
Bye.
You're bums. You do the work. I'm going back to this because this shit's driving me up.
I'm the council member for Ward 6, where we are, where a large East African community reside and call it home for the last 20, 30 years. Thousands of residents, many of them are U.S.
No, I'm not mad at all, bro.
Living in fear of what the president has said and the threat that's coming from federal government. The fear is not abstract. It is felt in homes, in schools, in mosques, in the communities. Even my own daughters, who are 100% American, are asking, why us? Why are we getting singled out? No children should feel unsafe because of their skin, of their religion, or of the language of their grandparents spoke. What we're seeing right now that's coming from our president is not just politics, it's a dangerous act of othering a fellow American. History warns.
Okay, so if you feel so strong, then go to fucking Somalia and ask your president to do something different. You stupid ass motherfucker.
Us that dividing citizens, us versus them, puts nations at risk. As a council member, my responsibility is to ensure that every resident, every immigrant, every refugee knows their rights, have access to resources. So I'm calling out to the entire Somali community in Minnesota. You're not alone. We're with you. You see behind us wonderful state legislators that came to your community, came to your doorsteps. We have seen many churches, many organizations, many Americans that do not look like stood beside us last few 48 hours or so. We are resilient. We know fear. We run away from fear. And now we're facing fear, and I know we can come over and get over this, and we'll go through this. So, Mr. President, U.S. citizen, 98 plus of residents of Minnesota are U.S. citizens. Over 50% are born here. We are here. So let me change your perspective of Somali. I would like to invite you to Minneapolis. Put down the hamburger and come grab some chai tea. Come to Carmel Mall. It's a wonderful place. We contribute a lot to the culture, music, art. What makes Minneapolis and Minnesota wonderful is Somali community, and we're here to stay. Thank you.
By the way, I'm not mad. To the people that think mad, you don't know mad. This is just me sipping my coffee, being passionate, talking about a topic, reacting to it. If you think I'm mad, you ain't seen shit. I am never going to get mad on YouTube, bro. You're out your fucking mind. I'm not mad. That's just how I talk. I'm Italian. I get loud when I speak. I emphasize things. That's how you speak. If I just spoke in monotone and just talk so zesty and fucking whispered, want me to whisper it to you? Want me to whisper? How do you like it? How you like it? You want me to whisper in your ear? Want me to blow in your ear while I'm doing it? Huh? You want me to blow in your ear while this little Somalian lies to you? I'll do that.
Hi, my name is Oreen Chowdhury. I'm the council member to the 12th Ward, and I am the chair of intergovernmental relations. And I'm also the eldest daughter of working class Bangladeshi immigrants.
No,
and
they want me to get mad.
My family, when they came to the cold state of Minnesota for the first time without their cultural foods, without the mosque that they grew up and felt welcome in, they found welcoming from our Somali community. Our Somali community opened doors to stores that had spices that allowed us to make the food that brought comfort, had established mosques where we could practice our faith in community with all of our neighbors, and then also grow our culture and share our culture here in the state of Minnesota. And today, our Somali community continues to share all they have to give with descendants of German ancestry,
I don't know why you're
Norwegian ancestry, French Canadian ancestry, you name it. And that's what's truly Minnesotan. That's what Minneapolis truly is about, is this wonderful, amazing exchange of cultures and customs that I say makes our city the envy of all cities in the state of Minnesota. The fact that we have cultural corridors, events, markets, all this to give, that creates a very, very vibrant and unique mosaic in our state. And I stand before you today as our Somali, Latino immigrant neighbors have been in the last few days, last few months, stalked, harassed, kidnapped with no due process, have had strange men with masks on their face enter their buildings without permission, wait outside of their schools, all in a way to break apart our communities, and otherize us and take away the vibrancy that makes Minnesota and Minneapolis so strong and so unique, and also creates the economic engine of this state.
I gotta piss.
I want to
I was
say,
waiting for him to say one more
this
thing.
is a moment for us all to use our voice to ensure that we do not pit each other against one another, to stand up for our Somali community, to share the amazing experiences that we have shared with one another as Minnesotans, and to also understand an attack on the Somali community is an attack on the Latino community, the Afghan community, any person who wants to have liberty and freedom in our state and the president, our nation, and making a mockery of it in the world. To our communities, I want to encourage you to stay vigilant, stay in communication with one another, know your rights, share what rights are to your neighbors, make copies and carry any valid immigration documentation, and carry proof of citizenship if you have it, because we know that under this Trump regime, authoritarian regime and Supreme Court, they are targeting people based off of the language that they speak and the color of their skin. They are racial profiling. In the city of Minneapolis, we have a great resource, the Office of Immigrant Rights and Refugee Affairs. I encourage you to connect with them to know all of your rights and then also seek different resources.
Are we crashing
legal
out?
resources,
Are we crashing
other
out,
community
bro?
networks.
Is this a crash
We have
out?
been working.
Hold on. Is this a crash out to you, bro? This is a crash out? You guys are on your state, Minnesota, and everything about you is crashed out. We're over here fucking laughing at you, bro. I don't know what to tell you. But we are telling you is you're a bunch of lying ass bitches and your state's fucked. So if you're down for this shit, then you're a problem too, bro. I ain't nobody mad, and we definitely aren't crashing. Y'all are crashing. Your whole entire everything is crashing, and that's why you're running around the streets like little bitches.
Diligently to build that up as the city of Minneapolis. In Minneapolis, I want to remind everyone, we do have a separation ordinance in place that requires that no city employee, especially our police department, fire department, does not do the work of ICE and does not do immigration enforcement. And we are currently in the process to strengthen this to ensure that none of our city resources are used for the purposes of immigration enforcement, that our employees have ongoing training so they are aware that we are not going to be doing the work of ICE, and that there is strong reporting measures in place to understand if there are requests.
Oh my God, Miss, please give this man a list of what's wrong with Minnesota. Don't get me started, George Floyd. Fuckface.
From the federal government, or if actions do take place. The last thing that I will say is, I'm not afraid, and I don't think you should be afraid either, because that's the purpose here. To create political theater, to strike fear in our communities, to divide us, to put us in different silos. But together, across communities of immigrants, whether you're a 7th generation Minnesotan with German heritage or a 1st generation Minnesotan from Bangladesh, or our vibrant Somali community, together we are much stronger. And they can try to tear apart our families, they can try to break our communities, but they're not breaking our spirit. They are trying to bury us, but they're forgetting that we are seeds, and we will continue to move forward. Next up, I will welcome Representative Aisha Gomez.
Thank you. My name is Aisha Gomez. I serve as the state representative for District 62A, which is South Minneapolis. I represent, and Representative Mahmoud and Senator Fateh represent a part of town that is being targeted by Trump's fascist troops. what we see is aggressive and divisive tactics being used on our streets.
Oh my God, it's the penguin.
And so what's happening right now is that, our neighbors from the Somali community are being scapegoated. And this is something that happens throughout history, and that unfortunately, we've seen repeatedly in our country. It's a distraction tactic. It's designed to elicit fear and to sow division. And Southside's not standing for it.
Everything's wrong with Minnesota. Are you kidding me? Your fucking state had tampons in your fucking high school bathrooms. What the fuck? You want me to entertain you, you weirdo? Take that fucking tampon and put it somewhere, bro.
Not in our community, not on our streets, not in our city, not in our state. And so you heard a couple speakers talk about how important it is to know your rights in these moments. And it's important regardless of your immigration status to know your rights in these moments. Senator Mohammed talked about contacting Republican leadership today. Well, I'm old enough to remember when Republicans said that they cared about the Constitution. And so whether they have conveniently forgotten about that in this moment or not, that document still exists. And that document guarantees rights to people in this country, regardless of their immigration status.
1 minute.
I got it.
Because what's true is that if one person in our society doesn't have a civil right, it's not a civil right. If one person in our society is denied the right to due process, none of us have
10 seconds, homie,
under
you'll
our
be back.
Constitution to answer our accusers
You're gonna get
in a
your
court of
list
law.
of reasons. I don't got time for it, bro. I got them. I'll go down the list, but I'm really look. Miss lives right there. She'll give you the fucking reasons.
And so we have rights in our homes. We have rights as we walk down the streets. The first thing is that you don't have to answer your door to these people. You don't have to open your door. Your home is your home. Nobody can enter your home without a signed judicial warrant. You should know that ICE agents will lie to you. They will show up and they will try to gain entry to your home through deception, and they're allowed to do that. You do not have to answer anyone's questions. You do not have to.
This bitch is embarrassing. Hold on. You're telling me that it's not true? Hold on. Okay.
Reed, no caps. Come on, Reed. And I want my lawnmower.
Okay, so here you go. Here's your fucking, you know what? Remember where we're at in this video. I'm about to school your dumbass Minnesota bitch ass, weird ass motherfucker, bro. You're weird. I'm just going to show you real life. You're dumb if you don't already know this. You said it wasn't real, right? You said it wasn't real, homie. Read what it says right there with the boys' bathrooms. What does that say? This is right here talking about what law. It's called the Minnesota law requires all public districts and charter schools to provide free menstrual products, including tampons and pads, to all menstrual whatever students in grades 4 through 12. Now let's go down to why is there even a list for boys' bathrooms? There shouldn't even be a category, but there is. But let's read what it says by boys' bathrooms. Let's just read. The law does not explicitly mandate that the products be stocked in the male-only bathrooms. Instead, districts have generally opted to place products in girls' bathrooms and gender-neutral unisex bathrooms, as well as making them available via health staff or school offices. This inclusive language is intended to ensure access for transgender boys and non-binary students who menstruate. I said that again. Boys. You see it? Crash out on that one, bro. I'm just saying, crash out on it, bro. Crash, crash, crash.
Submit to questioning without an attorney present. If you are detained by federal agents, say nothing, sign nothing, request an attorney. If you're in public, ask if you're free to leave. If they say yes, then leave. Don't share any private information with a federal agent if you're detained. Don't share your address. Don't share anybody's name that you're associated with. Ask if you're free to leave. If you are not, request an attorney and say nothing further and do not sign any papers. Contact your consulate as soon as you are able if you're detained by federal agents.
That source was just straight up Google. I just Googled. Straight up Google. It wasn't even a source. It was literally an AI summary. It was like your source. If I went to an actual source, it would actually point out way more, like the furries and all the other shit going on in your dumbass state. I ain't going there.
And then I want to talk just for a moment to people like me who are not impacted by this threat in the same way as our
What are you
Somali
bitching
neighbors
about
are.
then, bro?
Because we have an important role to play in this moment.
What are you bitching about? I don't understand.
I said, and I believe firmly, that ICE is not welcome on the streets of Minneapolis.
But they're going to be.
They are certainly not welcome in the south side of Minneapolis, where they seem to be trying to take up residence right now. And so as somebody who's not directly impacted, I believe that it's my responsibility to show up and to communicate to them that they're not welcome here. And I'm willing to do that in any way necessary.
Tell them, Karen.
And mostly just asking questions.
Do you bet? I bet anything she's a J. Anything. Look at her. She's got that beady little J eyes. She's got the J hair. She's got the pointy little J nose. Look at the white guy in the background. He totally identifies. Who is the victim here? I'm trying to figure it out. I really am.
Making noise, letting my neighbor.
The only victim I really can tell is this guy in the chat who just loves this shit. This bitch is just ridiculous. She reminds me of Kyle's mom.
Neighbors know. I have my whistle around my neck. A lot of people in the neighborhoods have these. If you hear a whistle in your community, go out. Go.
Oh, that you're scared of ice whistle?
Glenn, I said the same thing.
If you don't have a whistle, maybe you could get one.
Did you get your whistle? Everybody gather up. Get your whistles. Ice is here. We're going to get him with whistles. So what you do, bitch? When the whistle blows, what you going to do, bitch? What are you going to do? I want to know. I want to know what are you fucking flaming Minnesotians going to do when the whistle blows? You're going to go running out your house with your capes on and do something? What are you going to do? I'm just wondering. Are you going to save Captain Somalia? I just want to know. Come on, Captain Minnesota. Let me know how you do these. Y'all got to do it some type of way in Minnesota, right?
It's a way to communicate to people that there is an issue of concern happening in the streets. Don't be afraid to honk your horns if you see something happening. Don't be afraid to report. You have the right to record these activities.
Wait, hold on.
It's up to us in these moments.
Damn, dude. That looks like young Merc with the Zesty. Wow. Look what you guys did to me. Now all I see is just some big, fat, bald-headed guy. This is fucked up.
You know, because what we know, you know, you just read the news.
Looks like Danny DeVito.
Of this administration are being struck down in courts left, right, and center, right? They have no hesitation about engaging in illegal activities, and they'll just wait and fight it out in court.
It's a dude, man.
Right? So there's lawlessness among us in that way. And so we know that these tactics
exactly
are sometimes we need to come together and disrupt them. And so yeah, I just would say, you know, we have to stay vigilant. We have to stand together, be there for your neighbors, learn what your rights are, share them around, have each other's phone numbers, and know that we have what we need to protect our communities in this time.
Yeah, we're definitely cool.
And that history judges people about how they show up in these moments. In these moments of, you know, authoritarianism being on the march, in these moments of fascism, in these moments where people in our community, beloved members of our community, are being scapegoated for a very specific reason, so that none of us pay attention to the fact that they want to cut tens of millions of people off healthcare so that the rich can have a tax cut, that they want to cut people off of food so the rich can have a tax cut. Okay, they don't want you to pay attention to the fact that, you know, billionaires are running our country. They want us to protect our neighbors.
Yeah,
and we're not doing that. Thank you.
I'm new to this,
My name is Doran Clark, D-O-R-O-N Clark. I'm proud to be the senator of the Cedar Riverside neighborhood, and I'm proud to stand with my Somali neighbors, my Minnesotan neighbors, and say no, and to condemn these actions. The Somali community is part of what makes Minneapolis great, which makes Minnesota great, and which makes me proud to be the state senator for this district. Our neighbors, our Minnesotan friends, came here because they recognize the promise that is America, the promise that is Minnesota. And I stand with them and I condemn these attacks. And I'm so proud and inspired by all of my neighbors who have stood up and said, not on my watch. We stand with our neighbors. We stand with new Americans. We stand with our Somali friends and neighbors and say, you are part of Minnesota. You are Minnesotan. You are an American.
I promise you, this guy watches his wife's nails while he's recording.
808.
American. And I'm proud to be here in Cedar Riverside. I'm proud to be here in Ward 6. I'm proud to say,
808.
well, this community is Minnesota. This community is America. And I'm so glad you're here.
Thank you. Also very proud to be here. My name is Scott Dibble.
Both of them.
D-I-B-B-L-E. There's no R in my name anywhere. So good afternoon, and thank everyone for being here. We are here today speaking with one voice, as council members, as legislators from the Senate and the House, as DFLers, to call upon our Republican colleagues to join us in repudiating the hateful and racist comments made by their party standard.
What's going on with my is that I believe, I don't know why, but it keeps turning down on a lot of. And what I think happens is when the video plays, or like if it gets too loud, I don't know why it keeps going down. It like literally won't stay up. Now it's up, but like it's going down as I'm looking at it right now. It's now like 3/4. Now it's chilling, not moving.
You're getting reverb. It sounds like crap.
What does?
Your mic.
wrong with my mic? It's like echoing, or is it just not loud enough? Keeks, help me out here. Yeah, that's what I thought. I just gotta mute my mic, that's all. What's wrong with my mic? He said LOL. Bye, Felicia. Notice how I didn't block you, bro? You made it through the whole thing because I needed somebody to be like, I just needed to realize how stupid and mediocrite you be. But, again, like, share, and subscribe. Come back someday.
Yeah, reverb.
President of our country, Donald Trump, when he referred to Somali Minnesotans and Congresswoman Ilhan Omar as garbage. I want to be absolutely.
I knew he was talking about Ilhan Omar. I knew it. I knew when they were talking about garbage, he had to fucking actually say it. He was talking about Ilhan Omar.
Absolutely clear. These comments do not.
I don't think he was talking about the community, bro.
Not exist.
Every time you talk, dude, your reverb comes
simply
back
political
really
rhetoric.
bad.
They are dehumanizing attacks aimed at an entire.
That's how it happened last time, dude. Mute your shit.
Entire community of Minnesotans, our neighbors, our coworkers, our family members, our constituents, and our friends. And Minnesota, we know all too well the consequences of this humanizing rhetoric because we.
Watch. I bet it's not if you muted his shit. I bet it's not doing it no more. It stopped doing it because is it still doing it?
Yes.
No. Keep your shit muted. Is it still doing it? Turn your gain down. What's gain? It's still doing it? Alright. Well, then there's no point in doing a reaction if I can't react to it. Is that any better? Is that any better? I don't know what would be causing this. It's always funny right around this time. That's worse? Is that better? It needs to be reset. Okay. Well, unplug and plug back in. Unplug what? Should I reset my laptop real fast? Is that what you're telling me? Check. Yeah, please. I don't give a shit. I've been live for 5 hours. I got like 100,000 views, bro. I'm over here fucking around. Yeah, I'm on my laptop. I don't give a shit. Please clip it. Send it everywhere. Bitch ass Minnesota, bitch. Hit all these nuts on your chin. No shit. Ryan, talk to the chat for me, bro. Can you do that? Or do we just end it? Talk to the chat, right?
Hey, Keeks. I hear you.
Thank you,
I don't know what it was. I don't know what it is. This is the second time it's happened today. Blurbly keep saying stupid shit. It's nice to see you again, Keeks. Yeah, it's the mic. It's got to be the mic. Hey, Jesse. Thanks for helping out. Keeks, thanks for helping out. Well, he'll debate you. Just give him a second. Don't worry. Let's see who else is in here. Here you go. Work on your everything else. That's funny. Keeks. You've been here the whole time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you. Miss you, Keeks. Oh, appreciate it. No. Okay.
Back. Is that better?
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
Dude, this is a new laptop too. It's only been used for like a month, if that. I like my other one better. It's literally, I like my other one better. The only reason why I'm not using my other one is because the charger port is fucked up. I gotta go get that. Yeah. I've got mics and shit. I just don't like using mics when I'm doing longer streams because I can't walk around and shit, feed my cat, and do things I need to do. I'm too ADD to sit in one spot for like more than fucking an hour or two or something, bro. I'm good on that. So sorry though. What's up there, Andy? How you doing, buddy? Stupid Discord's updating right now, like, because I reset my shit. Like, really? Marley, get your fucking ass down. All right, I'm back. Might need to use a mic with this. I know, I've got a mic. I didn't need to with my other one. You know? Like, I didn't need to with my other one. I don't like wearing headphones anymore. I've got a nice mic. I guess you're gonna have to teach me how to set it up or something. To be honest. To be honest. What time is it? It's 8:30. What's everybody up to? Yeah, I think mine's like cordless too. So I mean mine should just do it with Bluetooth, no problem. To be honest. This shouldn't be an issue. Sorry, Ryan. I didn't know you couldn't literally hear me.
Bro, I tried to tell you.
I was getting annoyed. I was getting frustrated as shit.
No kidding.
It gets annoying. It did this yesterday, like 4 hours in or something.
All right, I'll be right back.
Yep. 11:33 in Australia. What's up, Aussie? It's bro, 8:34 in Columbine, Ohio. What was that video? Do we care about that video? Do we want to finish watching it? I kind of do, but I don't care. If I still even have it. I don't know where it was. It was like some white guy talking or something. I don't know what the hell was going on. Oh, they were talking about Ilhan Omar, right? When it went out, ironically. Here it is. I wanted to get to the part where the the people get to ask questions and shit. Here we go. It was this goofball that was talking. What's up? What's up? What's up? We were still on the penguin. No, we were on that cuck, dude. The penguin was like two people back. We were on. There was like the one white guy, and then there's this white guy that came on.
And her husband Mark, and the attempted assassination of our colleague.
That was Ryan.
On Hoffman, his wife, Yvette, and their daughter Hope. Acts carried out by an individual radicalized by exactly this kind of language. When leaders in power demonize and dehumanize, it is not metaphorical. It sets the stage, it gives permission, it lights a fuse, and it has to stop. I want to speak personally for just a moment. I'm an out LGBTQ legislator, and my community has been the target of violence, real physical violence, because of the exact same playbook of dehumanization. We have seen far-right elected officials call LGBTQ people threats, groomers, predators, abominations, and we have seen performers demonized. We have seen transgender youth and their families singled out and shamed. We've seen them fundraise off of our existence. And we've seen what happens after the words. Armed protesters outside of our gatherings, threats against our clinics, violence at Pride events, and of course the Pulse nightclub and the Colorado Springs massacres. Words have consequences.
Okay,
and
Pulse happened under Obama, dude.
Dehumanization.
I don't remember the other one off the top of my head, but that happened under Obama, bro.
The runway to violence. Decades of research.
The same person who really pushed that agenda.
Research make this plain. It erodes the moral inhibitions that usually prevent people from harming one another. It increases aggression, makes violence not only seem permissible, but justified. It has played a central role in history's worst atrocities, from the Tulsa massacre, the Holocaust, to the Rwandan genocide. It harms mental health, causing fear, isolation, shame, and trauma. And it reinforces social hierarchies that deny people their rights, their dignity.
Oh my God, this
faith.
is like the same
So
talking
president
point that
of the United States calls Somali Minnesotans garbage, he is not simply trying to score political points. He is telling his followers explicitly and implicitly that these families, these workers, these students, these elders are less than human. And when leaders stay silent in the face of that message, they are sending a message of their own. As Mahatma Gandhi said, silence becomes cowardice when occasion demands speaking out the whole truth and acting accordingly.
Right.
Dr. King said the ultimate tragedy is not the oppressor.
Right, like he's the most moral guy in the world, right? Like these people all got more. Like he's going after all the good moral people. That's what this guy is saying. Like I would be totally, I don't care what you are. If you're Somalian, if you're whatever he is, or whatever these people are, if you're good, normal people, I don't give a shit what you do. Nobody's going to stand for that. I would hope not. There's groups out there that do, but they're very, 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 I don't know any.
And cruelty by the bad people, but silence of that by the good people. And this is one of those moments. Today, we call upon our Republican colleagues to stand up publicly and reject these racist and dehumanizing statements, not for us, not for political theater, because our state, Minnesota, and Somali people, our Minnesota depends on it. Somali Minnesotans, you deserve to know that your elected officials see you as full human beings, that we will protect your dignity, that we will not tolerate language that places you at a greater risk of violence. Every elected official, every one of us, has a moral obligation to stop the slide for dehumanization wherever it appears. We cannot claim to value safety or stability or the rule of law or even Minnesota's future if we are unwilling to confront the rhetoric that undermines all of those things. Robert F. Kennedy reminded us, each time a person stands up for an ideal or strikes out against injustice, they send forth a tiny ripple of hope. Well, let's start that ripple today. Let us show Minnesotans, especially those who are frightened, who are targeted, who are hurting, who are discouraged, that we are capable of moral courage. And to our Somali neighbors, I should mention that I'm proud to represent Elia Park along with Councilmember Osman, where many Somali friends live. To our Somali neighbors, we see you, we value you. Thank you. Now I introduce our Senate President, Bobby Joe Champion.
Let me first say that I want to make it very clear that I stand with the Somali community because they are our community. And you know, I was thinking because I heard so many great speeches already.
How come every single one of them are LGBTs?
Really, people
Every one of them.
the reality of how
There's not one straight man up there, not one, that have come to these people's defense. Not one. I mean, the only man that I saw up there was the broad with the whistle. That was it.
important the Somali community is to Minnesota, but also how important the Somali community is across our wonderful nation. I've thought about it, and here's the thing that I will say. My presence here today is because I represent the African American community, but also being the president of the Senate. We understand
big whistle
violence. We understand violence against our community. And so my presence here today is a demonstration and an act of love. Love is an action word. It's not one of those things that you say and you put it on the shelf, but you demonstrate love. And I'm standing here, as do others who are in the street and other places. They are demonstrating love. I believe that love drives out hate. But you got to be very intentional about it, because if you let hate reign supreme, then our young people and other people will believe and think that the sort of behavior and the words that we hear coming from Washington, D.C. are appropriate. I believe that light drives out darkness. And some people may say, oh, where do you get those things from? Well, you know, there's this little thing that I read that's called the Bible. And the reason why I'm because it's upside down. But you also know that they're not reading it is because if one's actions only speaks hatred against another person or another community, then that is not an act of love. And so I want not just the people who are standing behind me, but those that we've called out, the GDP, people in the African American community.
But this isn't about love and you're all jived up and gay as hell, bro. This ain't about being gay and love and African American. No, bro, it's about getting rid of illegal people. Why is this turning into everything but what the real topic is? The fucking topic is ICE. Where is all these feelings coming from, bro? Man, too much estrogen, homie.
People in all over, allies. It is important for us to speak up and be bold about it. Martin Luther King, I thank Senator Dibble for raising Martin Luther King, because one thing that he said is a threat to justice anywhere is a threat to justice. But my favorite passage is when he says the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands at the time of convenience and comfort, but it is where he stands at the time of challenge and controversy. So we're going to be measured by this moment and whether we step into this moment and we do the things that we need to, because
are you proud?
When one of us hurt, all of us hurt. When one of us is being attacked, we're all being attacked. So I want us to stand up, and I want us to speak out, and I want us to be bold, and I want us to be clear that we all are affected when just one of us are affected. We are linked together. We are joined together by our human spirit. And being connected to our human spirit means that if you move, I move. If someone's attacking you, they are attacking me. So I am here, and I want you to know that I'm going to do everything within my power to
Well,
make sure that we protect
we
our
got
Somali
Zesty,
community,
Kyle in the
our
house. Don't worry.
Latino community, any community, every community, because we are all members of the human race. And so I want to just thank my colleagues for standing, and now we are looking forward to our GOP members joining us.
David!
Thank you so much.
I'm over here watching these fucking Somalis.
Good afternoon.
just
My
cry
name
like
is Jamie
little
Long. I am the House
bitches.
Democratic floor leader and a Minneapolis representative. I am proud to represent Somali Americans. I am proud that Somali Americans go to school with my kids. I'm proud to have colleagues who are Somali Americans in the State House and the State Senate. I am proud to be represented in Congress by the first Somali American to ever go to that hallowed chamber. The only garbage that we are seeing in our community today are demonization and othering of our neighbors. The only people who should be leaving our community are the 100 federal law enforcement folks who were flown in for a political stunt and who are in our community now, arresting citizens and arresting people who are lawfully here. We are seeing these attacks on our state and our community, and so far I have not seen one state Republican elected official say anything back. In fact, I have seen folks like Lisa Dameth put out a tweet encouraging the president, I guess because she wants his endorsement when she's running for governor.
If I tweeted, I would do it.
Are here with our Somali neighbors because Minnesota is a welcoming place, because Somali Americans came here fleeing political violence, and now they are facing that here in our state. We welcomed the Somali community to Minnesota with open arms before, and we will hold out those arms to embrace the Somali community now because they are not going anywhere and they are our neighbors.
Good afternoon. My name is Mahmoud Nur. I'm a state representative for this district, MOHAMUDNOOR. I know that our community is under attack right now. People
Tell me this is a father, a straight man.
Let me
right?
tell you this.
Help me out.
For some of you who have arrived to the state of Minnesota, the airport, the people who walk in while you're walking out.
He might be the first straight guy that's come up. I'm not vouching. He might be.
The airplane are East Africans, Somalis, who are getting that flight ready to go back. The ride that you took from the airport to the place that you are going,
I don't know, Ryan.
probably had a Somali person bring you.
I didn't hear it, thank God.
To the different places that you may go.
I was
to the hospitals that you may visit.
Ryan.
Doctors, the nurses, the schools that you go, you will see the teachers. You see, this is not a unique story to anybody.
Pirates.
We are through and through Americans like any other community. This place in right now in Cedar Riverside has been called different names. This is not the first time that this community has been demonized. It's been called the no-go zone, the shithole. Different names.
Is he talking about this? He did, bro. Ilhan Omar does make you pissed, bro. She does
God.
a lot of things. I mean, like, look at Tampon Tim, and then you got Ilhan. Like, bro, their state is just fucked, bro. I mean, like, really, come on, they're Vikings, all right.
This is not who we are. This is not who we are as Americans. Forget about being Minnesota.
Yes, it is. It is, though, buddy.
We can't be looking people
It really
down
is who you are,
when we
dude.
feel that it's politically the right thing to do. We can justify calling people garbage without getting a response from other people who are sitting around you. It's not justified to put communities in harm's way. As you've had previously, our Speaker of the House, Melissa Hartman, and her husband were assassinated. And my friend, Todd Hoffman,
Frozen?
and his wife, Yvette,
I don't think so. Move your head.
their daughter, Hope, are really going through the healing process after the assassination attempt.
Better not.
As you've heard from my colleagues, we can't justify words that will create harm. We can allow our colleagues on the other side to be sitting on the sideline when they know that this is going to create a harm to the community that lives right here.
I am frozen. Hold on.
My 4 children live in this neighborhood. Our community is united. Our neighbors are standing with us. To you all, I want to let you know that we are all greater than fear. Thank you so much.
And with that, thank you to our leaders for being here. We'll take a few questions.
What sort of impact does language like being called garbage by President Nancy, what impact does that have?
Here he comes.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you so much. First, my name is Omar Fateh. I'm a state senator representing Southside Minneapolis District 62. It's OMAR, FATEH. The term garbage is not only
It's what it is. Sorry,
hurtful
guys.
and
Now
shameful,
I can really
but we know that, as our other colleagues mentioned,
Fair, man.
language
It's not fair.
language leads to action. And that type of othering, that type of attack leads to political violence. We've seen our colleagues
I would not. I would impregnate your babies.
Get attacked and murdered. And I appreciate what our allies and our elected officials, Jaylani Hussein and Senator Champion, mentioned about the power and organizing around the Somali community. And this is happening because the Somali community has gained power. We are Uber drivers, we're bus drivers.
We've got power. We got the BLT community to back us. Dudes with whistles. We got power. Dude, you really should just not, if you don't do nothing wrong and you're just a Somali and just walking the streets, you shouldn't give a shit. It's the only ones that are doing shit wrong. I don't understand. Like, bro, if you're doing nothing wrong, this should be not a big deal. I get it. Your people are getting, but you knew this was coming.
Doctors, lawyers, elected officials, and having community members stand up with us, especially those from the Black community that paved the way from us. It's their sacrifice and them sacrificing their lives back in the 60s and through the civil rights movement that allowed us to be where we're at today. You know, my father came here as an immigrant in 1963. I'm the son of immigrants from Somalia. And the year he came to America was the same year of that famous speech from George Wallace saying segregation now, segregation forever.
I know you're here.
And what we're seeing right now is a repeat of that history coming back full circle. And as elected officials, as allies, as community members, as human beings, we're standing up against that.
Dude, get.
Good to see you back, Rat Rod.
So there's been a few abductions, I'll put it that way, and we've seen US citizens. It's not only undocumented individuals.
Here, I need to hear this.
We've seen
All right, first off,
documentation of.
before he goes, he said there has been, what do you call it? Kidnappings? First off, if you start talking about people that are actual documented people that have been sent away and you do not show proof, because I've heard this narrative a million times now, but have yet to see proof. Please send it, like, bro, show it, because I will show it. But there's no proof. And I just can't believe this many people will talk about it and never show the proof. Like, there's not a TikTok video of a bunch of Somalians stuck in Somalia, but they're American. Where's their one, bro? Help me out.
People who are here legally, who are being detained. And we've also seen an abduction that happened even in the parking lot across from
here. An abduction, he calls it. An abduction. Wow.
Here. That means they're not looking for specific individuals. They're targeting an entire community. Anybody who looks like me, whether you're Somali, Oromo, West African, or anyone who looks like me is now on the target list, unfortunately. And that's not how we do law enforcement. That is terrorizing communities. That is creating a narrative that does not exist. if those two individuals who were detained that didn't show up in Fox 9 News, who showed up with their cameras at that point, I don't know whether they'll have been picked up to Wilma or other places to be detained,
Exactly,
for them
David.
just to verify who they are. That's where we are today. If they're looking for specific individuals, if it's a targeted process, we will have seen a different response. But this is not targeted response. This is a collective punishment. I cannot speak of what has happened today, but that is what happened yesterday. But there's also a lot of folks who have seen them, followed them to make sure that.
Okay, so again, you have no proof. You're now doing the whole vid thing. Well, I know somebody that knows somebody who knows somebody that died. No proof.
They're giving individuals their rights to make sure that they're protected. There are folks who
No
have stood
proof.
up to make sure that telling people you don't have to answer
No
any
proof.
questions and helping them understand the impact of the raid.
Somebody needs to call this guy the ambulance quick. We need to get the ambulance to fucking Minnesota. Because all these Somalians are very, very, very sad. They're lying motherfuckers, bro. At least tell the truth. That's why he said Ilhan's garbage, because she is, bro. She be lying. The only thing she ever said, the only fucking thing that I ever agreed with her about was her comments about how her people didn't do Blind 11, that it was the Jays. And I kind of vibe with that one. But other than that, bitch ain't never said nothing that I give a shit about.
That is happening throughout this week.
I can answer, but I just want to follow up. What's happening? ICE is here.
Yeah.
They have been here since.
Yes, she did marry her brother. Here, let me look it up just to be sure.
Oh my Lanta.
Let me see, just to be sure.
People. David. Yeah, the sneak in here, that would make sense. Sure.
Huh.
Do I love I love Miss. But I love you too.
I'm not showing this one because. But to answer your question, yeah, she did to get into this country. Yes, she did. Now, do I want to show here? This is what I'll show you to prove to you that it is, but I'm not gonna sit through it. But this is what I will show you, and then we gotta get back to this other baby. Look, this is what I will show you. Here's the full video of her brother to married her brother to come to the U.S. Here it is. Here's the video. I'm not playing it, but I'm just gonna show you right on C-SPAN itself. Right on C-SPAN itself. Just for your eyes to see. Okay? I'm just saying. That's pretty weird, no? Am I wrong for that one? I feel like that's mistaken. Weird. Oh! Fuck that. I ain't giving y'all the pleasure. But the truth is the truth. I don't give a shit. Is what it is. All right, let's finish this back. Sorry, guys. I was just trying to make a fucking point.
Oh.
Yesterday morning, I saw them myself last night, right here on Cedar Riverside, 3 SUV, about 45 minutes, go in circles. White dudes with masks. They are stopping the citizens.
They're all white, bro. There's no Mexican dudes, no black dudes. Trust me, dude. They're all white. Every one of them. ICE is just strictly a white man.
David, with the caps, bro. You know better than that, bro. Come
Oh,
on,
but
man.
why did you just say whites? Like, come on, man. Really? Really,
Type
bro?
it again without the caps.
Bro, please stop interrupting me about these fucking caps, bro. I swear to God.
They knocked one door over there, right here in this building. I guess the person they were looking for wasn't there, so the neighbor opened the door, right next door, opened the door because they hear the noise, and they were detained. They're like, "What's your documents?" So they're not discriminating. They just want to see who looks like Somali, and that's where they come. So they are there. And one thing I do want to share.
Hey, what's up,
they
man?
hate the media. They don't want to be seen. So go out there and chase them and take a picture. They don't like that. Once they saw a couple of media came around, because I did call media, they drove off. They are out there, they are hiding, they are in the community and terrorizing them. So ICE is operating. Well, in my community, Jelani can answer, but I heard plenty.
So right now, unfortunately, we just had a press conference this morning with the Immigrant Law Center and Advocates for Human Rights. These are organizations, obviously, that have been doing this work, supporting our immigrant community. We do not have an actual number, partially because even if someone is detained, we will not know that information for days. So the best indicator is the families. We did have some individuals reach out to us yesterday. There's still reports of people being detained and then being released, but that actual number.
Oh, so the actual truth is that they were with illegal people. They got picked up. They realized that they were not illegal, and they were sent on their way. Oh no! Let's carry our passport to work.
It's hard to tell at this moment. We are definitely know that as they are targeting the Somali American community, as others have said also, we are deeply concerned about the undocumented community, because our communities are intersected and living together in a lot of times and working together. So we're deeply concerned about that at this moment.
There's a question about organizing.
Yeah, we already had existing infrastructure for rapid response. I think we are at a moment now where we did not expect this escalation this fast. So we are working. We just had a meeting last night. We're working with other organizations. We need to ramp up and provide a greater support. We're also asking the local media, as they share basic information about what people should know if they're needing help, and specifically the general public who are like, how do I help, or what do I do? And there's information about that. We will continue to provide updated information through all of our organizations, and we encourage the public to share that. There's a lot of opportunists on social media that are using this moment to try to send false information, to try to create more fear. We're encouraging the public to get as much information from credible sources and not to rely on bloggers, influencers, whether they're here or abroad, because there's a lot of people also pulling old videos of some things that have happened and trying to reignite that as something that is currently happening.
Can you let officials in the room speak to what's been like trying to gather information about what's happening, both from federal authorities, but also from your
I mean, I would say, I think our legislators are collectively all responding as much as they can to community concerns. We have been in communication with the governor's office, and he's trying to give us as much information as he has. ICE isn't giving any agency heads up across any jurisdiction, so we know that. We're also getting a lot of emails and contacts. I've had hundreds of calls and text messages since the article dropped yesterday. And I think one of the most important things is people want to know what they can do and how they can protect their immigrant neighbors. There have been building captains, block captains. So people are organizing in ways I haven't seen before around this issue.
So the reality is we're getting trickled down.
You gotta call Whistle Willie. That's the first step the community can do. Call Whistle Willie.
Right now, as I speak to you, someone who was a patient, they dragged him out, and the nurse just sent me a text message saying that that individual who she was providing services was abducted right now as we speak. So that is the way we're getting information from our constituents, our friends, and across the state. So many of the individuals who are reaching out understand that we're going to be looking for resources for those individuals to make sure that their loved ones have gotten access to a legal process. So it's helpful to understand that those actions will lead to many folks reaching out to us. From the federal perspective, we will let other people who are at the federal level, from our senators, our congressional leaders, deal with the federal level. So we're getting messages as things are happening.
No, he's
on the
zesty
ground.
as hell. I gave him the not zesty fucking card, but the more he talks, bro, you failed.
And so the first rapid response, when people know that we are the elected officials, they'll be reaching to us to make sure that we can provide them with the immediate resources for families to track those individuals. One of the individuals who was abducted is now in Wilmar. They were picked up from Minneapolis right here, and making sure that folks can follow them. They will not have discovered if they didn't know how to follow that through process. So we want to make sure that there's a way for their loved ones to know what is going to happen next. It was in a medical setting that they were getting service and they were abducted right now.
And I just want to touch on one thing also, that as elected officials, we're not just representing our communities. We are rooted in community. Folks are very well connected to community members. And so a lot of times we get information directly from people that are impacted. They have our cell phones, they have our emails, they know our family members. We're all connected to each other. And what we've heard and what we've seen
I bet you are
is
butt
that
to butt,
not only
butt to butt. They're butt to butt to butt to butt connected. We guarantee that one. Let's see what we got going on in the chat. I'll finish this up. I know, man. This guy talk made me look up. I did a dab. I was like, man, this guy looks like somebody that would definitely be on ICE's list. Hey, he's up to no effing good, bro. He looks emancipated, dude. Everybody, dude. Everybody gets it. I love it, bro. I love it.
Have our immigrant community targeted, but a lot of the folks that have been detained and captured are folks that are U.S. citizens. People
detained or captured. They got captured, dude. It's because they got caught. You mean caught? You got caught, not captured. Caught and detained. Okay, that's fair.
That are not only U.S. citizens, but born here, raised here. I've spoken to a lot of young folks that have said that they have to walk.
Okay, Keeks, write that down. Keeks. He said he spoke to many U.S. citizens that have been detained and deported. Please. Or detained, whatever. Please, I need cases of these. I keep hearing of it. And I'm sure there's one or two that go through. I heard a military guy did in California. But I don't know if that's even true, honestly.
Around now with their passports, even though they were born in America.
Dude, did you just hear them? Now they're walking around with their passports, even though they were born in America.
They've never been to Somalia. Some of them, their parents were born here in America. And so that's a shame and that's unfortunate. But we've seen folks rally the troops, neighborhoods, organizing block by block. We've seen entire apartment buildings organized, forming.
Oh, David, the other person was calling them all citizens. And their community. Citizens of their community, bro. Citizens. Like, they're citizens, dude. They came here the right way. They did everything the right way. They're good, law-abiding citizens. And mean old Trump is just going after them because of their color. That's what this whole thing has been about. And we're going to fact check all this shit.
WhatsApp group chats. And so what Representative Gomez said earlier today was exactly right, that we must stay united. We got to organize together. We got to get involved, join these group chats, these neighborhood group chats, whether it's text messages or WhatsApp. Are you going to get some of these annoying auntie forwarded chats messages that are like chain messages? Probably, yeah, right? But at the same time, this is the best way in which we can combat this hate and combat this fear. There has been some false alarms because the level of anxiety is so high.
What's up, Michael? How you doing,
try
buddy?
our best to not only disseminate information, but fact find and find out what's real, what's happening, what's not happening. But we're getting that information directly from community.
All right.
Christopher, good point, Christopher. What's up, Michael? And good point, Christopher. If they don't like it, then give it back.
Thank you for that question. I did send an email to our Republican leaders, both in the House and the Senate, asking them to not only condemn what Donald Trump said about the Somali community, but to come today and stand with us. I have not gotten a response. I look forward to their response if they ever want to respond, but we do know that in the past few weeks, they have been cheering what this president and this administration has been doing. They have sent letters to their federal Republican delegation telling them, good job, we want you to keep doing. And so I want an answer for their Somali constituents who are US citizens and whether they think that they're also garbage and they agree with Donald Trump or not.
Okay, first off, nobody said that the Somali citizens are garbage. Except for maybe this dude in the background looking like a drunk ass Jerry Garcia. But he was talking to a specific person, bro. And I'm not trying to defend him, but they're like cherry picking this, playing super hard victim. And it's real hard to sit there and try to take this shit serious. Because we know how effed up it is over there. And again, I keep repeating myself over and over and over and over. If you don't do nothing wrong, and if you're really doing nothing wrong, why? Like, I get it. There's people that were born here. Dude, I don't know what to say. What would they do in Poland? I'll tell you what they would do. They would never have been in the country to begin with. So it's our fault for letting them in, but dude, you know, there's got to be a line drawn at some point. It sucks. It's not their fault, but it is what it is.
This is for like one of the Somali community members. The allegations was of over $1 billion in fraud, and a lot of that money being sent over to Somalia to terrorist organizations, and it's all rooting right here in Minneapolis. What's your response on that?
Well, first of all, most of these fraud.
I hear you, David.
Anyone who commits crime against our community should be held accountable. Period.
David gets it, man.
It's been over 2 years. These cases have been handled by the FBI. The FBI has not made any allegations that any of these individuals send money abroad to a terrorist organization. We know that this alleged
why is this guy
was used before as an effort to create this fear. But any crime that is committed by individuals should not be put on the entire community, and that is false and should not happen. And unfortunately, this is not new. We know that minority communities and communities of color are oftentimes criminalized through the actions of individuals, and this is unfair to our community. And unfortunately, you know, none of those things have been substantiated at all. But crime like fraud is definitely something that impacts all of us, and we're going to do everything possible to ensure that our community responds to that. So with that said, our phones are blowing up. We are literally trying to figure out how to support our community in this moment. So I really appreciate your time today for covering this. Thank you.
Okay, now I will take questions. Now, I will take questions before I end this. Any questions? There's new people in here. We just watched that whole entire thing. I'll take them real fast. I don't care. What's good? How do you think the future elections are going to turn out after Trump is finished as president and no longer in office? It's a good question. That's a very good question, bro. Do I think Trump's gonna go be a king? If that's what you're asking, no. Do I see? I'm gonna be real honest with you, dude. I am having a hard time in my head visioning another election. I really am. I really am, man. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there will be, but in my brain, I don't see another election. I mean, I don't know. That whole last president thing, really, there's something to that, bro. Barron Trump's adventures and
there's like
Donald Trump being the last president, bro. There is something to that. Now, that's just my brain going, and then not to mention all of the shit that's going on in this world. And then my main reason, now I'm going to get into the politics side of it. After every single election, usually from my whole life, as soon as hey, what was I saying, bro? Oh, what was I saying, Ryan? I just did it, Dad. My bad, bro. What was I saying
about the Barron Trump books, and then you went on.
Man, it's hard to believe it's not even been a year yet. But what I was saying basically at the end of the day is I don't see another. Oh, at the end of every election, there's always a front runner for the next election. And they didn't have that this year. There was no candidates for either side. Like, oh, well, these are going to be the clear-cut candidates. Like, we knew in 2020, Trump was already doing rallies for 4 years for this. We knew right away, like, we had Trump and Biden going at it. We knew we had Hillary and Trump going at it. Like, it was obvious. Like, there was always a clear cut. Like, we knew when Obama was president, it was going to be like Obama. Like, it was either Hillary or Obama. We knew that. Now we have no clue. Like, people are like, is JD Vance going to do it? Is Trump going to be vice president? Like, bro, there's nobody really stepping up, no clear candidates to where I feel like, whoa, they really are looking forward to the future. I just don't see that. So that's my answer to that question, bro. But I hope that's not the case. But I mean, really. Or if there is one more president, I think shit's really gonna be done by 2030 as far as America as we know it. And I don't know, man. That's 2 years into the next presidency. I think it'll be done before that. I hope I'm wrong though. Absolutely. But instead of September, it's going to be October 7 on a city level. Pull up and the map, Tim. Absolutely. It's going to be on September 11th. It's going to be October 7th on a city level. Okay. The elections have disgranted the last 12 years, less debates, not electing candidates. Oh, yeah, not to mention, good point, Keeks. Do you remember, I mean, I do. I believe we streamed the debates on Discord we definitely did the Kamala Trump debates. And we did the Obama Trump debates. And if you go, like, dude, me on Discord, we also did the Hillary Trump debate. The first one is second. Bro, yeah, we did that one, but we went ahead and streamed the old school one, right? And it was like we talked about going live and doing like a flashback because it was a damn good debate, dude. Dude, a really good debate. Hillary could hold her own, bro. She might be an evil ass person, but she can hold her damn own.
She's a lawyer. She could talk, man.
She went at Obama too, like
she can talk. You know,
at Obama like a savage, dude. So like, you know, I'm not gonna like, dude. She's a 20 times better candidate than Kamala, and I can't stand Hillary, dude.
I can't either.
My first time I ever voted was for Trump against Hillary. It wasn't for Trump, it was against Hillary. I didn't vote for Trump because I fucking like Trump. I was like, okay, I can't stand Hillary. Literally the same thing with Biden and Kamala. After watching that debate, how could you in your right mind go vote for that? That's all I'm trying to get at. Like, people were like, oh, do I feel bad because I made that vote? Hell no. I don't. Now, like I said yesterday, but what I do feel bad about is the fact that I even wasted my time voting. That's what I do feel weird about. And like, I never thought I'd say that because I always said if you don't vote, then you don't have a say in this game.
Right.
You know, so, hey man, if it makes it that far to where Barron could actually run, that'd be crazy, dude. That'd be crazy.
Hey, buddy.
If he could actually run. But I'm still going to erase
Wouldn't
the
it be?
message because the word group is in there, dude.
Yeah. You know, change the top thing title.
But yeah, he was definitely he's definitely got the presidential vibe to him. You know? When I was in the army, I voted for Obama, then I saw him close 6 US base? Oh, close 6 US bases. Yeah, dude, he gave two shits about America, bro. He really didn't. He acted like he did. He didn't, man. He was an absolute, just like Trump though. He was a big ass puppet, man. At least Trump is like straightforward. Obama just lied straight to your face. You know?
He was a good
Charlie
talker.
was going to be who? Charlie? I mean, it makes sense. He was a Freemason. Most presidents are Masons. Trump's not, but most presidents are.
Bro,
I can see that.
Take that top
I
line.
can see that. Well, shit, dude. We've, I mean, you know.
Whatever's highlighted on the top, switch them. Keep it going.
What do you mean?
Whatever you got highlighted up there, dude.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Go like this.
Thank you.
There we go. I never voted till Obama. After that, I voted Democrat. Yeah, man. Look, dude, it's weird because they don't even give you the option. They don't give you the option like to vote like one side or the other. It's like all or nothing. It's like you either go straight blue or straight red. There's no like, okay, I like this guy, I don't like this guy. That shit don't exist in Ohio. I don't know. Is that how it is where you are? I mean, like, that's how it is here. It's you got to vote as a. Yeah, you can't. You can't just vote. You can't. I just leave it blank. I always just left it blank, dude. I was like, fuck it. I'm not putting my stamp on it. I'll leave that shit blank. People will forget all this in the next election. Do you think so, though?
No.
I don't think so, bro. That's the thing. I truly don't think so.
More and more people every
I
election.
think I think people will definitely get it. Now, will people stand up? No. People are puss. I doubt they'll stand up, but they're not gonna forget this shit, bro. Write in Chuck Norris. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but I don't even take the time to write anybody in. But you're right. If you do that, I heard that you got to write somebody in, or else they'll just go ahead and give it to like the Democrat or whoever they're rigging it for. I guess I won't just give it to Democrat. Okay. Well, look, guys, I'm getting the fuck up off of here. It was fun. Who's left in the chat? I'll say goodbye. It says there's only 18 people, so now it says there's 20. I don't know. I don't know. This thing be bouncing around so much. They forgot. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Dude, David, they did forget about 9/11, dude. They really did forget about 9/11. It's only been 24 years. Hi, Kiki's. Damn right. They did forget about 9/11. That's crazy, bro. Like, honestly, I mean, what's going to happen when that guy becomes president? The way Trump buddied up with him was weird, bro. That shit was real weird. Like, seriously. That was like, what the fuck? Did you see that, David? Did you see Trump buddy up with that dude? Did you see him buddy up with him? I swear to you, it was like they were kissing each other's asses. I had never seen nothing like it. He definitely didn't disrespect the Muslim community that day, like they were talking about in that damn city hall. He absolutely respected Mandani or whatever. What's his name? Mandami in New York. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, your buddy, dude. The dude you make fucking videos about daily. That fucking guy. I'd play some of your videos, but every one of them got a song in it that would get me fucking copyrighted, or I would. No, too many loyal Democrats. Yeah, clearly. They're willing to run around with whistles and defend this country like real patriots, savages. The whistle crew. This shit's hilarious. The fucking whistle crew, bro. Ryan, the whistle crew, bro. What the fuck? Seriously. The whistle crew. The whistle crew. Most old ones have music, the ones mostly don't. Did you get in trouble for the music? Did they take them down and shit? Yeah, Whistle Willie, bro. I'm gonna have to do that. I'm gonna have to do a reaction to that like more at the beginning. That should have been like at the beginning, because that shit people would have fucking that would have gotten the whole chat completely flipped upside down if that thing would have played like with a lot of people watching. You know? Seriously, that would have fucking been a some funny shit. Honestly. What you smoking, Ryan? What you doing over there? Everybody, we're getting ready to figure it out. I would end it right now, but I'm heating up. Oh, you're eating.
I said I'm waiting.
Oh, not me. I would end it right now, but I've got the.
I'm sorry, you're not on camera. You can do whatever the hell
No,
you
that's
want.
the first time I haven't been on camera in 2 years.
Well,
I'm
you
sitting
still
here
look
like
fidgety.
I'm sitting here doing the dab. I can't even. Yeah, I guess I could do a rewatch. We could do a rewatch because nobody really saw. I mean, we had plenty of views, but it didn't get like. Actually, yeah, it didn't get the amount of views that it could if we did it at the beginning. For
David,
sure.
what kind of free world is that you're rocking in, buddy? If they're
And in the free, was that one of your beginnings?
no, that's the one that got him clicking down.
Dude, isn't
That's
that
pretty funny, bro.
the free world
Keep
one?
on rocking in the free world, and then they take your song off the
Free
air.
world, never again. No free worlds. That's fucking hilarious. Only in
Yeah, it
America.
is pretty funny. If you haven't subscribed, now's your time.
Yeah, it was just a copyright. They took it down, but they didn't give you a strike. Yeah, they don't give you really strikes for music unless you blatantly do something. Usually don't get strikes. You'll get like, they'll just take it down or a warning. Like Kanye got my video completely taken down, dude. Kanye West got my whole video taken down. The only place that the videos being
you were like Kanye's the only one that'll let me play music, and then the next thing you're like, it didn't work
Kanye's
out.
the only one that wouldn't let me. Nubs was cool. Upchurch was cool. Fucking Webby was cool. Bone was cool. Like listening to Busy Bone was cool. But by damn it, do not listen to Kanye. He will take your video down and prohibit you to show it in any country but Russia and somewhere else, like Poland or something.
Man, I love Nubs, dude.
Yeah, Nubs is cool. We played Nubs' whole videos and shit. I don't think they did shit, bro. Personally, we might have gotten one or something. But I think that's because we used the 420 Crush Up remix, and that's Future's beat. That's a Metro beat. I think that's why. Yeah, that's why.
Yeah,
They're
that's
cool.
good.
They let us rock out. They let us do our thing.
For now. We should go talk.
Dude, I can tell you this. I when Breezy and I used to do shit, we did a New Year's show one day, and I looked up his band or his group and started playing videos of his own music, dude. His own fucking music. And I got a copyright from his own damn music. How does that make sense?
I remember that.
I was flabbergasted. Yeah, Keeks at this point, he might, you know. And one more thing, Keeks too. You should teach me. You should show me what the proper way to do a reaction to some Upchurch shit is, and so I can tag him in it and try to get him to watch one of my videos. Because I know he definitely puts on people that support him, and I've been rocking with him for a long time. Like the last year I played his song in almost every one of my videos.
I remember.
And he didn't care, dude. I started off almost every video with some church, bro. That's something that would be cool.
Well, Holler Boys?
No, I never did Holler Boys. I'm not gonna say the song.
Oh yeah, I remember now.
I did songs that people wouldn't know. I did do Hillbilly one time. That was fun.
Yeah, that one.
And I like to do the one with somebody that he doesn't really mess with anymore. And I like to do the one with the other guy. What's loading on that? I'm not saying names, bro. 'Cause I ain't trying to get no copyright and shit. I'm not snitching on myself. I'm not one of these internet rapper motherfuckers who tell on themselves. Shit. Thanks, Kiki's. I appreciate it. You shouldn't see the Sam video saying if you're not American that he is more ashamed of you than your parents, bitch. I wish I could see that, bro. Marley can't fucking handle himself. He keeps, dude. You guys, is there
Good
any
job,
suggestion that I can do with this crazy ass cat? I'm dead serious, dude. He keeps jumping up on the table no matter what. And it's like it's like all my, like, I have stuff up there.
Put the
And
cat
he's
just in
just
the
like,
other corner.
it doesn't matter, dude. Dude, he's going after the coconut oil, bro. He likes coconut oil.
Who doesn't?
And I'll tell you why. It's a funny story. Then I guess we can go after the coconut oil story. I don't know. Like, bro, like a few years back, I lived in an apartment, and most of y'all know I lived like up on the 4th floor. He was not able to go outside, right? And he was not able to go outside, but he did get fleas, and he never went outside. Poor guy. And he's an elderly cat. He's 20 years old, you know. So he was an old cat, and I don't use chemicals. I don't put chemicals on my cat. I use coconut oil as the repellent for the fleas. And he would clean himself and lick the coconut oil off. And apparently, I got a jar of it sitting over there, and he fucking just, dude, it like, whoa, it like, yeah, but it. Oh, it'll give him the squirts. Marley, get down. He had the squirts the other day. I think it helped him, to be honest. Yeah, he's geriatric. Exactly, David. He's like you.
He said
fucking
Jerry
geriatric.
Catrick, dude.
Geriatric. And you think you're not funny. Look, Marley, they're calling you Jerry Catrick, bro. Look at this shit.
David.
Look at this shit. My boy. He's up on the table like, bro, give me attention. Maybe he just wanted attention. I don't know. It can be too much, can upset their stomach. It's not bad for. Yeah, no. I think it did what it needed to do. It did what it needed to do. I don't plan on giving him more. I mean, I gave him some just now. I put it in a my mom said I could give him a tablespoon a day or a teaspoon a day or something. And what I do is just put it on the cap and let him lick it. But now he just wants to attack the bottle. Get some grass outside. I just let him go outside and get grass. But David, we got like 3 inches of snow on the ground. At least an inch or two. There ain't no grass for me to go grab it. Homie. Dude, we got snow, homie. Marley said outside and just jumped off the table and ran straight to the door, dude. Just ran straight to the door.
Let him take his 3
I'm
steps.
about to. I'm about to. Talk to David and them. I'm about to.
No, I don't want to talk to David.
Just freeze your dick off.
Just kidding, David. Oh, you gonna come on Discord tonight? Let us know
What are
what's
we
up.
Getting? He's going up there, dude. I'm proud of him. If he goes, I'm proud of him.
So you're sitting there and you're going through Amazon. Really? That's why you haven't been on here, miss?
Where's Miss? I don't
shopping
see
on
Miss.
Amazon on the computer. Says she's shopping.
Well, I mean,
she's not pushing the cart. I know that much.
For 6, bro. I probably bored you guys a long time ago. Honestly, I bet the real fans, like the people, not fans, but the people that really rocked with me, like at the beginning, they probably liked watching me watch the Somalian video, to be honest. There wasn't as many people, but I guarantee you the fucking people who rocked with me at the beginning were like, oh yeah, that's the Tim I remember. That's the Tim show I fucking remember. So yeah,
I thought
oh yeah, that's
I thought
it.
he went to work at 7. Maybe 6, I guess, then.
This is like, fuck you, bro. I'm right here. She made you look bad, bro.
No, she didn't.
She just popped in and made a comment.
She made a comment right before that. Look up.
I'm late then, bro.
I know you are. You're probably not even on all comments.
Probably. You know what? I'm not.
I knew it the whole time. You
God,
sitting
I'm
yelling
not.
at me the whole time.
That's why this shit was so boring to me, dude. I just
What
kept
the
reading the shit.
heck?
I'm like, dude, if I'm just talking to Keeks, and what the fuck? But now I see everybody else.
I did my job.
Had
Good.
to take the kid to work. I was having fun till I had to go. I came back. Damn right, miss. Miss, you like I know you like hearing me bitch, and I know David likes hearing me bitch about, and I know Keeks too. At least y'all, I know Brian does. Y'all like to hear me go on rants about these motherfuckers, bro.
Miss, if you're coming on Discord tonight, I want to hear some music. At least 1 hour.
Fuck, I'm not entertaining enough for you, right? That's what I'm saying. Wait. I don't know what you mean.
You talking to me?
I know
Keith?
what you mean. Yeah, Keek, who's not
Who you
entertaining?
talking to?
People are like, why are you talking? You're so mad. I'm like, no. I'm just talking that shit. I'm not mad. Y'all don't ever see me mad. I don't get that mad. Hey, you better not hit me with that Mariah shit.
I'll listen to it.
But you, Mariah, dude. Hey, you did notice, bro. Tim, you're leaking water on my screen. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm a dickhead like that, bro. Do it, Tim. Do what? I forget.
Hey, team.
What am I supposed to do? I'll do it. Marley.
Tell him what to do, Keeks. Tell him what to do, Keeks.
Geeks, tell me what to do. Tell me what to do, Geek.
Tell him what to do, boss.
Right. You know what I'm gonna do? Oh, I wonder if I could just make you. Oh, it's time to go.
Well, it seems like Keeks says it's time to cut it off.
Team time. Oh, it's team time.
Team time.
Team
You
time.
know, we're always late then.
Oh,
We're
it's
running
time
on team time.
Yeah.
Hey, team.
It's time to play Mariah.
Don't you play Mariah without me.
Brian's dying to hear that shit.
She woke me up with it the other day at like 5 in the morning.
That's funny.
Maybe it was
Everybody
2
likes waking
2
you
in the morning.
Bro, real fast, another funny story. I was sitting there last night after we got done with the show and shit, and it was like 2 in the morning, and I was sitting there by myself, like doing dabs and shit, right? Listening to music. And then all of a sudden, the Young Thug Lifestyle song comes on with Rich Homie Quan. And I'm like, oh shit. I look at the clock. I'm like, oh shit, it's 2 a.m. I gotta wake Ryan up. Literally, the song reminded me of Ryan instantly. I was like, oh shit, I gotta wake Ryan up, dude. It was
lifestyle.
Yeah, that. I don't know how to find that again. Like, I would play it to end the shit. I don't know if I can find it. The fuck, bro? Hard isms. Dude, there was a lot of isms today. Oh, there was a lot of isms today, bro. There was a lot of isms people today.
It's all right.
Honestly, yesterday for as many people. Yeah, dude. In your yard? What do you mean illegals in your yard?
Beginning.
What about illegals in your yard, dude?
Illegals in your yard?
You had
You got-
illegals in your yard? Are you harboring them?
You,
Miss, are you putting illegals in your yard? Hell no. I thought you were a fucking damn patriot. Now you're putting illegals in the yard?
just have some boys. Have the boys set up the tripwire.
Are they like mowing your lawn at least? You know, did you pick them up at Home Depot?
Set some tripwire up with some fireworks.
Just put it. I'll tell you all about them, Tim. Oh, geez. I can only imagine. They're her lawn ornaments.
Yeah, right.
Lawn ornaments, dude.
Those won't last long.
Yeah, the lawn ornaments will just get eaten up by the damn fucking.
I didn't say it.
The fucking
I didn't
horse.
say it.
I was gonna say one of the illegals will go try to feed the horse, and that thing will get eaten up, and there's your lawn ornament in the fucking horse.
I didn't say it.
Shit out of dude. They're small enough. Little Jose get shit out, like get eaten up by the horse. I could see that. It's not. That's why they ride donkeys. They don't ride big fucking Mustang horses. They ride donkeys and fucking little Pinto cars and shit, bro.
Well,
You know?
exactly the same time the year later, the dog ate.
I mean, dude, Miss, have you ever? No, real shit, Miss. Have you seen like illegals riding around on donkeys? I'm dead serious. Because you did tell me you rode your horse to the store, so I wouldn't be surprised if you said I saw some on a donkey. I wouldn't be shocked. Because some aren't fortunate and be white privileged to have the horse. Some might just need to have the donkey.
No, she's getting a carriage.
Oh, she's gonna have a carriage?
Yeah, with a donkey or a pony.
A horse and the damn dog. Yeah, that's right. The dogs,
Yeah.
too. You know the dogs are going right after the most illegal one.
No. Oh, the dog ate the lights.
Dude, go unleash the dog in Minnesota, dude. Go unleash that dog in fucking Minnesota, bro. Real talk. Do it. Hey, man. So you said that they never did pass, huh? To those that really don't know, there's not that many in here, but her damn horse ate the Christmas lights.
And the dog.
And the dog did. So if you take the horse and the dog and you combine them, you could probably eat one of Ryan's midgets or like maybe like a Mexican. I think they could take down like a 4'11" Mexican. What? If they eat it.
Do you know a 4'11" Mexican?
I don't know. They're pretty short, no?
You prayed them away with the horse.
So, what? That's how you got rid of the illegals with the horse? That's a good way to do it. You should have let the dog go too. They probably would have shot the dog.
Oh, really? You can take a low blow at me then, huh?
totally tastes like rice cakes. Oh my God. Rice cakes and ginger ale will set you free. Don't forget it, miss. It's that or a nice case of lactate while you're edging in the fridge. We haven't, ta- we haven't talked about that in a while, and we could do that on another day. But the people that are left,
If
they
we could
know your
reenact
fucking
it,
weirdness. They know that
that'd be
you have a
great.
fucking bro. It's now up. The game
Oh
is now up.
no, I didn't
Your
know that.
fucking milk, your lactate
I'm
now
sorry,
has a
miss.
picture of a midget on it when you're edging. You're now edging out to a midget on your lactate in the fridge, bro. And it's definitely not the one you're thinking of. It's the one I'm thinking of. You remember? The one I'm talking about? That one's fucking the one with the ism. Do you remember the one with the ism? Bro, don't they all look like they got the isms? I ain't gonna lie. Steak and black socks. Oh yeah, Ryan.
I did have steak. I had steak yesterday, miss,
You don't
and I don't have any socks on.
I want a steak.
I didn't put black socks on today.
Ryan's been eating, miss. Believe it or not, Ryan's been eating, and I
How do
haven't
you
worn a
know?
black. Because I watch you.
Not you. I'm talking to
fuck. Okay,
talking to
sorry.
miss.
He said, "How do you know?" Guess what? And as far as the black socks go, I have not put one on my feet since this conversation started. I got all white socks. I don't wear nothing. I don't even like black no more, bro. I'm just joking. But I don't wear black socks no more. 100. I'm gonna hit that shit. 100. Yeah, 100. I don't do it. All right. Well, listen here. We had a fun show. It was fun talking to you fucking people. I'm sure I'm boring you guys now, by the way, and just bullshitting at this point. So I will just go ahead and call it a night. Ryan, what do you got to say? Anything?
Thank you, everybody. Love you guys. Take care. Don't wear black socks, I guess, because it's bad for you. I'm not allowed to anymore.
All right. Well, I'm gonna do the same. I don't wear black socks. Keeks, thanks for popping in. Love you spent all day with us.
Thank you,
God,
Keeks.
you gotta be sick of my fucking voice, because I'm sick of my own fucking voice.
I love you,
Miss,
miss.
it's good seeing you, man. I noticed you be around more when it's like when we're bullshitting. I kind of like that. David, you're fucking hilarious, dude. Don't let nobody tell you. You always say
David,
you're
get in
not funny,
Discord.
dude. You're fucking funny. Get your ass over there. Keeks, I'm gonna have to
Love
send you
you,
some
Keeks.
shit. We need to get you up in there, motherfucker. Who else? All you stupid snowflake little bitches. I hope tonight's second half of the show lets you know where you stand in my brain. Otherwise, that being said, y'all have a beautiful night, day, morning, whatever time it is for y'all. God bless you, and I will see you. Wow, I threw up 3 fingers, and I'm not even on camera. So I tried to do the deuces, but 3 fingers went up like Bro Man from the Fifth
I did it
Floor.
for you, dude. But I only used it too.
And then I completely realized I'm not even on fucking camera.
No,
though.
you haven't been on camera
Like,
for hours.
I'm not even on camera, bro. I'm not even on that bit. So,
Yeah,
all
you're
right,
welcome.
bro. Here, let me put on something. Let me put up something so it's just not a like. So the thumbnail isn't just like half
Me,
a
just
screen.
me
Yeah,
sitting here.
you. Yeah, but it's still half of you though. There's still half the screen.
I
It's not
know.
like the whole thing is just you. Wait, can I make it just no? Because if I do like that, it's me gone. You gone.
I don't want. I mean,
See what I'm saying though? I wish it would just be full like you. Then it would be. We would have way more people in here. But because it's only a half a screen, it's harder. I believe. Maybe not.
I gotta
Maybe
clean
we're
these
just
glasses, man.
maybe we just suck and we're not that fucking funny. Put up a picture, Ryan. You put up a picture, bro. That's a good
If I touch
idea.
anything, I'll be knocked off of fucking. Effing
Out of the shower, you'll
StreamYard.
end up in Mexico for fuck's sakes, right?
I know. I
All right.
will get it back on. I promise.
All right, what would be a good screen thing before I go? What would be good to put up? Well, since we did talk about Trump, why not a picture of the Trump thing? Hold on. Let me find the video of the Trump thing, and I'll just put that up. Here it is.
Wait, what?
Is this another one? No, this is about that dumbass gasoline car, bro. That shit was boring as shit, dude. My God, could you imagine that being your life? Oh, I had way more fun talking shit about ICE to 50, 60 people than I do fucking any other one. That's for
There
sure.
you go.
All right, there we go. That's how we end this thing. Let's giggles. Let's just see if we can get one snowflake to pop in because Trump's on the screen. Let's just see if we can get one to belittle real fast before we go. I bet we can. Maybe not.
Maybe.
Not. But it would be fucking hilarious. Because as soon as they see little fucking, they'll be like, "Oh man, Orange Man bad. Epstein, where's the list? Where's the list at? Yo, look.
Oh, he looks like he's fucking something.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Oh my
people
God.
came in.
He's a liar. Liar, 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 liar. He's a liar. Bro, you would definitely win way more battles if y'all didn't say the same damn thing, dude. And you actually could back it up. That's the thing that's fucking hilarious to me. It does look like he's up to no good under the table. It does look, the views jumped up to 18, like boom.
I know, dude.
He's hit the fucking thing, dude. It's like as soon as you hit it on there, bro. Now you guys know why I like to play Trump shit. Huh? Fuck. He's only the #1 trending topic in the world. And all.
Every day.
But not every day. We're not gonna. I mean, unless something special happens, we're not gonna
Almost
do it.
every day.
We gotta give it a little break. We gotta give it a reset. I'm down for the reset. He's a liar just because no reason. Yeah. Please give me a reason. No, we're not gonna give you one, Tim. Sorry. No reason. We're just gonna go ahead and call him a liar because we were told he's a liar. We have no basis on anything in life. Fuck you, Tim. All right, guys. I'm now yapping. Love you guys. I'll text you, Keeks, and I'll see everybody else. Peace out, y'all. God bless. Thank you. Peace in the Middle East. What is up on the screen, too? Who cares?
Trump looking like he's going down on something.
No, banner-wise. Hold on. I can do this.
It says Florida gunman.
Yeah, I don't want to put that up there. I want to put
I don't want to read that,
right,
dude.
guys. My hands are up again. I'm giving you do the deuces. I'm out.
There you go. All right.
Geeks. I'm out. Love you. Deuces. Gone.